Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Bought Mutation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Eat this. A blonde man with a tall hulking figure held out a single strand of hair to a very confused green-headed teen. These two stood on the beach as the morning sun was rising above the shore. The larger one, the number one hero All Might had taken on a quirkless boy with a hero's heart to raise him to be the next symbol of peace. Right now, he was passing on the ability for the teen to do so. But eating a strand of hair? Yes, well, to inherit my power you have to take in my DNA. All Might began to explain. This is best, anything else would just be unsanitary. Did you as Dash? Of course I washed my hair. I don't want it to be any grosser than it has to be. Maybe I could Dash. He began to look for his water bottle. That was until the man grabbed his shoulder. Don't worry, I know from experience it's not as bad as it sounds. All Might gave a thumbs up to reassure the boy. Izuku started to build up the saliva in his throat, preparing himself for the inevitable. With shaky nervous hands, he plucked the hair from All Might's fingers and put it in his mouth. Desperately he managed to swallow the hair. He waited for the new quirk to flood his veins. I don't feel any different. Izuku noted out loud. It could take an hour for you to digest it. But you should be absolutely ready by the entrance exam later today. All Might assured the boy with a smack on the back. Is that All Might? Holy crap it is. Two beach visitors had spotted them. All Might was slightly annoyed at the interruption but he decided to play along. Come young Midoriya. Let us run like hell. He started kicking up sand at his speed, but he was holding back quite a bit for Izuku to sprint right behind him. Izuku kept running along the beach, thinking about how hard he had worked to get here, but he had to keep working harder to catch up to the man in front of him. He was given the chance to be a hero, but he was asked to be the best. He couldn't let All Might down. Alert, new genome sequence detected. Analyzing. Identified. Designation. One for All is attempting to link with subject Izuku Midoriya. Scanning for viruses. No virus detected. Begin installing One for All update. Izuku stood before the school of his dreams dressed in his middle school attire. He felt so anxious for the test, but he worked hard. Even All Might was backing him. So taking his first step towards his dream, his foot caught on his own ankle sending him falling to the ground. My first step towards being a hero student. And this is how it goes. The stone ground inched closer and closer, until suddenly it stopped. He couldn't feel anything pulling him to the earth anymore and instead aimlessly floated. Kicking his legs he tried to turn himself upright but felt very unsuccessful. Hey, sorry for using my quirk on you without permission. But it would be bad luck if you fell, right? A sweet voice said to his right. Ha! It was a girl with chestnut brown hair, a round face, and a permanent blush on her cheeks. She gently picked up the boy with no effort and placed him upright. A muttered release came from her lips as she put her fingers together. Izuku felt weight return to him but he was distracted by the fact that someone was actually paying attention to him. Man, this is so nerve-wracking. I hope I pass. She gave him a gentle smile, making him scramble to find words in his brain. Well, good luck. She waved him off as she started jogging to the school. Izuku stood there stupefied for about 5 seconds before smiling oddly to himself. I just talked to a girl. He really didn't. But he was having a good day now. All Might could tell Izuku wasn't having a good day anymore. He watched the screens with several other teachers, his focus on how Midoriya kept narrowly avoiding getting hit by robots and students alike. One of them nearly took the young man's head off with a laser. Can he not use One for All yet? Or is he having a hard time using it? We have a promising batch this year. Cementos commented, sparking a conversation between the adults. We sure do, Midnight said, eyes locked on some of one student who decided they didn't need a shirt. Namuri, stop it, we don't need a lawsuit. Eraserhead said from below, lazily watching from his sleeping bag on the ground. Come on Shota. These guys are blowing through robots faster than she could with a version, Present Mike joked. I don't need that mental imagery. Especially with how she still won't look away. Eraserhead complained. Oh come on. You saying you don't get fired up by well-toned youth covered in sweat? Midnight shot back. No, 'cause I'm not a Pefli. Hey! Enough everyone, we only have a few minutes to see how these ones will react in our real test. A small rat, mouse, bear thing named Principal Nizu said, gaining much attention from the others. His hand paw pressed on a comically large button, earning silence and from the teachers. Young Midoriya, this is your last chance to show them who you are. Ochaco Uraraka was leaning against a building after taking out 3 more robots. She felt like she had a good amount, but she was hoping to do better. Her stomach was arguing with her from using her quirk so much. Nausea started to settle in, but she still had time to get a few more points. The earth shook, causing her to nearly fall over and trip. Turning behind her, she saw a massive robot heading straight towards her. This was the 0-pointer. It's more than just an obstacle, it's 100 feet tall. Not risking the chance hanging around, she began to run in the opposite direction. She noticed a shadow moving to her, giving her enough time to look up. The initial shake from the 0-pointer had caused loose debris on top of buildings to crumble. One slab of concrete was falling down over her. Reaching up, her hand barely managed to make it weightless in time, but she couldn't see the other one right behind it. Its mass pushed the other below it, pinning her and twisting her ankle. Ow! She cried. This was getting worse and worse. How could she have made a mistake like that? Her parents work in construction, for crying out loud. Looking around, she saw others running away, leaving her. She couldn't get out, so she tried to reach for the piece of rubble that was weighing her down. Her arms couldn't reach, it was too far. The 0-pointer's looming shadow fell over her, filling her with a huge sense of dread. Was this it? Everyone seemed to run away, leaving her alone. She was alone, her parents far away, and no one to help. Please. She begged out loud. Somebody help me. Her tears started to water, she was so scared to die. Izuku was frozen. The fact that he nearly was crushed by robots slightly larger did not help the fact that the biggest one was approaching. Come on legs. Move. Something else kept buzzing at the back of his mind, getting louder and louder. His eyes couldn't take themselves away from the 0-pointer. He could see every bolt, every exposed wire, and in an attempt to forget about his paralyzing fear, he was hypothesizing on how a giant robot would function. The treads made it stable, but they moved slowly and limited overall dexterity with how the legs were so stiff. The arms seemed to have the most strength given the size and movement they've demonstrated. The head was filled with so many sensors on the face, probably to compensate for how small its targets were and how many it could process. He felt better now, maybe he could go find some more. Somebody help me. He heard, making him stop before he could run. Turning back around, he saw her, the nice girl from earlier. She looked so scared. Her eyes had the same look as Kaken's when he was trapped in the sludge villain. He tried to help then, but he didn't have any power. That was different then, he trained, and All Might gave him his very own quirk. His legs moved to action before he fully thought about it. Yet right now, he didn't care about fighting a giant robot, he only focused on one thing. New primary directive, protect subject, nice girl. Scanning threat. Alert, current physical parameters unable to eliminate threats. Checking for suitable power source, Izuku, 1 for all. Rerouting 1 for all to primary core. Activating B. Iometric override. T. Technology protocol. She could see someone, they weren't running away. They were running to her. She wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. She wasn't abandoned, she could still live. Her watery eyes blurred the person's features, but she could see it was someone with messy hair. They were coming, whoever it was. They could help lift the rubble off, or pull her out, or lead the robot away from her. But instead he was running towards the 0-pointer. He jumped and a giant flash of light with a clap of thunder blinded her senses. Wind blew her hair to whip wildly around her face as it felt like an earthquake. It went away just as fast as it came, but there was still a massive shadow covering part of the city. A smaller but still firm shake made her look up, and made her eyes want to shoot out their sockets. Above her stood a new robot. It was humanoid-shaped with military green metal making up every part of its body. It had thick gunmetal gauntlets that gleamed in the sunlight. Its eyes glowed a bright green that narrowed into smaller circles that bore judgment onto the zero-pointer. What surprised her the most, and what made this new giant much more intimidating, is that it dwarfed the zero-pointer easily by being over twice its size. What the hell is that? Hisashi screamed, making all the others cover their ears from the volume of his voice. Nizu, should we stop the test? Midnight asked with concern, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. You think this is a villain? Eraserhead questioned, uneasy with the development so much he got out of his sleeping bag. Now, let's not be hasty. Who saw what happened? The principal asked openly, intrigued immensely. Ignore what happened, what's happening? Vlad King pointed out. In front of Ochaco, examinees who could watch from a distance, and the staff of UA, the giant's hand that was level with the other robot grabbed the face of the zero-pointer harshly, its fingers boring holes into it. It dragged the other bot with ease as it stomped away a few steps. The smaller bot tried to claw away at the giant's hand to unlatch, but it only tightened its grip. Everyone watched with bated breath as it raised the zero-pointer to eye level. It waited for a few seconds, then moved with surprising speed for its size and chucked the robot out of the testing grounds. Ochaco could only mumble to herself at the sight. Holy dash! Sheet, snipe finished in the teacher's viewing area. All might. Nizu said with urgency in his voice. Don't worry, why? Because dash. Just geo-catch the demon robot already. Midnight angrily smacked the muscled man to get him moving. He darted off a second later, off to intercept the flying zero-pointer. Soon after he left, they watched as the few remaining bots that were hidden away started to converge on the giant. The rest of the teachers stood, anxious at the development. Call the test off for all areas, and I want all the examinees away from the unknown factor. Nizu began, many already darting off to fulfill his instructions. You sure? 'Cause there's still one Minu dash, Present Mike began, until he was earned a deathly glare from Eraserhead. Soon after announcing the testing was over, he joined the others in the race to Battle Center where the action was happening. Vlad King and Eraserhead remained with Nizu as he used a separate screen to rewind the footage of the incident. He zoomed in on a single boy, running to the zero-pointer. He has a powerful quirk. Vlad King commented, watching the transformation. Yes, but with the size he becomes, it's hardly convenient for any populated area. Can't be stealthy, can't operate indoors, and would break every street he walked on. He'd have a better chance working in the military or in large-scale construction than if he even has the precision. Eraserhead noted the aspects out loud, earning a frown from Vlad King about the harsh criticism. While we have seen a powerful demonstration of what his quirk can do, we should not be quick to dismiss anything else it can or can't do. Until then, we treat him as another student. Nizu said, earning a surprised look from both the teachers. You speak as if he's already enrolled. Vlad King said, looking for the forms with the boy's information. He started with the list of those assigned to the battle center where the giant is at. What other school is prepared to handle power that dismissed a zero-pointer as if it was a toy? Nizu stated, earning an annoyed tone from Eraserhead. Put him in the support course then, they could be more help, but keep him away from my class. Eraserhead, this boy applied to be a hero. Shouldn't we give him the chance? Vlad King said, looking at the now found documents of Izuku Midoriya. The information on it intrigued him. He came from a standard school, and there had never been any reports of a giant robot quirk. Otherwise the news would have highly encouraged him to be a top hero from childhood. But nothing. Not even. Looking now, he didn't even have the courage to take on one bot before using his quirk. As I see it, the kid has no potential to be a hero. Put him in the support class. Even if he didn't apply, we could make an easy exception based off his quirk. Eraserhead criticized. Now that is rare of you to judge someone based off their quirk. Nizu noted. There's a difference between an extra eye and someone who could destroy a skyscraper from sneezing. Though I'll give him a benefit of the doubt to not be locked up in isolation for not doing anything rash his whole life with that quirk. You'd imagine as a kid he'd want to show off at least once. Quirkless, he's labeled as quirkless. Vlad King held up the document. Eraserhead swiped the document and read it 5 times over. This is unexpected. Maybe he didn't even know he had a quirk until the stress of today. Vlad King theorized, still very annoyed at Eraserhead's judgment. Nizu popped up on his seat, noticing the giant on the move again. All Might, he said over the comms to get his attention. Have you taken care of the 0-pointer's trajectory yet? Yes, but it didn't need my intervention. It seems that it was thrown to one of the empty fields within the school's property. Excellent. We can have a cleanup crew handle that. For now I need you to rush back and observe the giant's behavior. He's approaching a pinned examinee. That snapped both the teachers to turn to the screen. Sure enough, it was walking back with its head focused on the girl. Ochaco didn't know what she should be doing. This thing showed up, tossed the very thing that sent everyone running in the first place, and now she could feel its footsteps approaching. The whirlwind of emotions from earlier left her feeling slightly numb. She was anxious before the test, filled with adrenaline during the test, scared to death of dying, relieved about being saved, and now she was contemplating if she was going to die again. Boom, 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 its shadow towered over her. Remembering an old film, she decided to stay still. Maybe, if I don't move a muscle, it can't see me. The joints in the machine hissed as it moved down closer to the girl, crouching right above her. It can still see me. Don't worry, citizen. Why? The voice brought her relief. Everyone knew that voice. All Might landed 10 feet away from her, his smile making her feel safe despite the robotic giant looming over her. Because I am here. The robot paid him no mind, just looking over her. Subject: nice girl, currently experiencing minor ankle injury. Solution: relieve obstacles preventing movement and proper recovery. All Might. Thank goodness. I thought I might have died earlier. She breathed out, accidentally moving her hurt ankle, making her flinch. Fear not. I will have you out of there momentarily. Please refrain from sudden movements while dash. One of the giant's hands moved slowly, coming closer to Ochaco and making her panic a little more. All Might watched with nervousness, but he kept thinking about who the giant was. Midoriya, is this how One for All manifested for you? More importantly, do you have control? All Might? What's it doing? She wasn't too open about the idea of it moving even closer to her. Hold on 1 minute, I think you may be making a new friend. All Might said, his muscles twitching in case he had to instantly jump in. They both waited as the giant carefully used its thumb and forefinger to pluck the large stone off her. Once that was done, the weightless one started floating softly away. With a small push from the massive metal finger, it was sent to drift to the other side of the road. Ochaco watched in surprise at how precise and gentle it could be. Its fingers alone were bigger than All Might. It held one out next to her, still watching, but now the glowing in its eyes was softer and filled out the sockets, making it seem less threatening. All Might grinned widely at the sight before speaking up. It seems he wants to help you up. Ochaco looked back to the machine, looking at its face for any indication of confirmation. 2 metal pieces on each eye closed for a moment before opening back up. Was that a blink? A yes? She trusted All Might at least, so reaching out she grabbed onto the helpful appendage. It lifted up a few feet, helping her to stand while leaning on it. Her mouth formed to be a smile of bewilderment. This was how her day was wrapping up? Meeting All Might and making a giant robot friend. Looks like it can be a good day in the end. Her robot friend opened its palm up. She decided to have a little fun and climb on the finger and slide down into. Looking back, she saw All Might with his bright smile, arms folded at the sight. You want a lift? She offered, patting the metal next to her. Ha! I appreciate the offer, but I think we should get you to dash. Target located. Prepare to be destroyed. A 3-pointer robot rounded the corner, the gun on its shoulder aiming at them. Did they forget to turn off the robots? All Might thought. Primary directive, protect, nice girl. Fresh. The giant robot used its other hand and slammed down onto the small machine, the green eyes glowing brightly again and narrowed into much smaller orbs. More robots started coming around the corners. When met with the sight of the large machine and the girl, they all charged and fired their weapons. That led to the giant standing straight up and cupping his other hand to protect Ochaco. All Might stood straighter, his fists primed for punching. Who forgot to shut down the robots? He complained. All Might. Present Might called out, followed by several other teachers. Ah, the cavalry has arrived. Good, we have a bit of an issue, he said, making them all feel more alert. Where is the girl? Midnight asked in panic, noticing the missing examinee. She's in the big guy's hands, but don't W-dash. The giant was treating the area as literal stomping grounds, smashing every bot that so much looked at him. All Might could see how nothing was really a threat to the giant robot, but he was making sure nothing could get close to touching the girl. Hey, can you get those bots to dash? All Might began, but was interrupted by the shouting of orders from Snipe. Power loader. Get those bots to villain response mode. We need everything we can get to bring that thing down. Now hold on dash. Mike, try using your quirk to get it to open its hands. Wait, you don't dash. Cementos, restrain its legs. You really shouldn't dash. Ectoplasm, when you spot the girl, get her out as soon as you can. Will you just dash? All Might can help get those hands open. And I'll take out the eyes. Snipe finished. All Might grabbed the revolver with his hand, pointing it away from the giant. No, you won't. Do you have a better plan to save that girl? Don't any of you see it? He's already saving the girl from the robots. Everyone took a second to re-examine the scene. It was keeping its hands in the same point in the air to prevent jostling the girl while sweeping its feet along the ground and destroying the rest of the robots. Then, what do we do? Midnight asked. All Might sighed at the reaction the other teachers had. Then again, when was the last time any of them faced something of this size? Even he can't recall someone's quirk making them this massive. He knew one for all was a little different for his master, but this? Turning Midoriya into a giant robot? Speaking of, get those robots to stop attacking them. He's reacting in defense. All Might said, getting the teachers to move. Now, what will happen to you, Midoriya? I have been writing this story for a few months now and decided to start posting it over here. If you want, the story can be found on Fanficity under the same title, My Iron Giant. I do my best to respond to all comments and consider all ideas for the future. For now, I plan on posting a chapter every few days until this is caught up with my other one. My Iron Giant. Twist and shout. It's dark that I can't move. Where am I? Trying to figure out where he was, he remembered what he was trying to do. There was a big robot, he wanted to run but he couldn't. There was protect the nice girl. The girl was trapped, hurt, and about to be crushed. The threat, remove the threat. Is she safe? Is she all right? The nice girl, I'll keep you safe. It's still dark, but he can see. He sees the girl now, but there's something on her. It needs to move out of the way. What's in me? I feel something moving inside my back, my arms, everything. Tugging at his limbs, he can feel foreign objects in everything, caging him to some prison. But it doesn't hurt, he feels fine, it feels right. He sees the girl isn't getting up, so he moves to help her. He can't feel himself moving, he tries to move his arms, but he knows he's moving to help her. He can't see, but he can. He can't move, but he still can. The girl is small, in his care now. She's with me now, she's safe, no one will hurt you. Something is trying to hurt her, he can't allow that. Protect the nice girl, remove the threats. There are others, he can't tell who they are, but he really doesn't care. All that matters is the nice girl. He tries to speak, he can hear his own voice. No one notices though, or talks back to him. No one can hear me. Protect the nice girl. Hey, All Might. What do I do now? Ochaco called from her very high up perch. The giant opened his hand back up after taking out the rest of the robots. Now he was just watching her again. She was grateful, but it was a little weird. All Might, hearing her call from above, leapt up to join her atop the palm of the mech. Well, I think we should get you to recovery, girl. That ankle doesn't look too good. He pointed at the swelling. Ochaco winced looking at it now. So much was happening that she had no idea what to do. Now she had time to think and figure out what was going to happen. Yeah, good idea. She looked up at the soft luminescent eyes of the giant again. It simply watched her, waiting. Wait, how did All Might know it was a he? Why is All Might here? All me dash. I. Present Mike called from below. Recovery Girl is down here ready to help out little listener. Thank you. All Might said from above. Now then, excuse me lad. Would you let us down please? He asked the giant. After waiting a few seconds, the giant still gave no indication it was moving. Not even a blink. It was hard to tell where exactly it was looking when it was in non-combat mode. From what they noticed when it fought, the glowing pupils shrunk and focused narrowly on targets. Now with how much they filled the eye lenses, you could only really judge based on head movement. May you let us down? Ochaco asked, pointing to the ground. The result was instant and slightly jostled the two as the giant lowered his hand until it reached the ground. All Might hopped off and helped Ochaco slide down the side to get to the ground. As soon as they got off, the giant pulled his hand back up and rose to his full height, still watching them from above. Now, surrounded by a group of teachers' heroes, All Might took the moment to wonder the state of his successor. Huh, he only responded to you. Interesting. Maybe he has a crush? All Might teased, eliciting a blush from Ochaco. Now, enough of that. You can tease after I make sure they're okay. Recovery Girl said, checking on Ochaco. With a quick kiss, the teen felt much better to allow her to stand back up. Thank you. You're welcome. And who is this? Is this something that normally happens with their quirk? The older woman asked, looking back up. I don't know, but All Might seems to know him. Ochaco mentioned, earning a lot of stares from the other staff. He began to sweat under the sudden reveal of information, until he was saved by a small rodent. Everybody! Thank you very much for your quick response. Everyone besides All Might, Recovery Girl, and Ochaco Uraraka may leave to resume your other duties. We will discuss our next steps for what to do with our large friend here. Nizu called out, walking between many of the teachers' legs, startling them. Once they nodded and went to fulfill their other work, he turned to Recovery Girl and held out a folder. This is Izuku Midoriya's file. We confirmed the identity through reviewing the footage. Recovery Girl opened it and was very surprised at the information. Quirkless? She asked, looking to All Might with an unspoken question. He gave a small nod, confirming her suspicion. Yes, he was labeled quirkless, but somehow within one moment for protecting this young girl here, he did all of this. He gestured to the rest of the testing grounds. Broken rubble, footprints, and plenty of flattened robots smashed into oblivion. Nizu chuckled at All Might's words, finding his multi-purpose explanation humorous. Well, we should thank him. I regret to admit this, especially in front of the one who was placed in our temporary care. But the sensors on the zero-pointer didn't see our examinee here under the rubble. If he did not act, I fear we may have had a casualty on our hands. Wait, you mean me feeling like I was going to die wasn't just my imagination? Ochaco screamed, realizing how close she came to death. Actual death? Yes, but the test is already over now and you may receive your results in a week. He looked back up at what is supposed to be Izuku, an experiment popping into his mind. Now let us see you off. I am sure your parents wouldn't want you back too late. Oh, actually, I'm about to put my signature on a lease today for moving into an apartment. They trusted I would make it in and our house is pretty far, so they got me an apartment. She sadly said. Her parents were spending so much on her, and she really wished they wouldn't. Their family doesn't have much, and for them to do all this? It was really too much. In any case, we should get out of here. The cleanup crew will need to take care of the mess, and you could get a proper checkup at the nurse's office. Nizu said, earning an understanding nod from Ochaco. They started walking off to their destination. After they went away about 10 feet, a massive rumble shook them. All of them looked back up. The giant had taken a step towards them, still looking down at them. I'm sorry, but we need you to remain here, Mr. Midoriya. Unless you can turn back or get out of the giant, I'm afraid your footsteps may cause unnecessary damage. Nizu called up, but no reaction was given. Well, we will be back soon. Hopefully you have it figured out. He started going back to the school. The others waited a moment before following. They turned back, most looking up with some surprise except for Nizu, who was smiling that his assumptions were being proven right. As always, Principal Nizu, earlier when I asked him to let us down he didn't do anything. But when young Uraraka asked he obeyed immediately. All Might informed. Would you? Nizu asked Ochaco. Sure. Excuse me. Could you wait here please? She yelled to make sure he heard her. He didn't move, but after a few seconds he blinked again. That was a yes, yeah? He did that before. Thank you. Nizu said, turning to resume his stroll. The others followed warily just in case they felt another stomp. Things looked well. They were now 40 feet away from the giant and, boom. The giant took 2 steps to catch up to them. Wait, why didn't he listen? Ochaco asked. I have a few theories, but could you ask him to turn back or exit the robot? Nizu politely asked. Hey, could you get out or change back? She yelled up again. He was still looking down at them but tilted his head slightly, showing he heard. Wait, is he stuck like this? All Might asked, very worried for Midoriya's future. Maybe, but we don't know hardly anything. It's possible most of his brain is being used to simply operate the robot and either can't follow commands for long or needs a more thorough explanation. If you would. He held a paw out to Ochaco. She stepped up a little closer and pointed at him. You stay. She pointed at the school. I go. She wagged her finger. No, following. They watched as his head went back to being straight, but still watching. Shall we try to leave? All Might asked. Soon they were back to walking. Oh, come on. Ochaco grabbed the sides of her head, frustrated at the lack of progress. Wait, why isn't he responding anymore? All Might asked. I think he simply has a different set of priorities. Nizu deduced. Explain. Recovery girl. I think my first theory on most of his thinking is being used to make sure he is able to utilize his new body. Now, even if he is capable of basic understanding, he still acts as a machine. When Midoriya ran to assist Uraraka, he used his quirk. Now what do you think was on his mind? Nizu asked out loud. Stop the 0-pointer? Ochaco threw out. Save young Uraraka. All Might stated, feeling more confident in his answer. He felt he knew the heart of Midoriya very well. After all, he had to make sure he would be the one to receive one for all. All Might is close but missing the finer detail. Nizu walked up to the giant, resuming his reasoning. If his goal was to stop the 0-pointer, his goal would be complete. The same could be said of saving Uraraka. If a machine completes its role, it will do one of 2 things. Follow the next set of commands, or shut down until needed again. He has shown he can follow commands but ignores leaving Uraraka alone. That means his initial goal is something that needs constant attention. It could be, guard Uraraka, or keep that girl safe. If it's anything like that, then he will always make sure he fulfills his number 1 goal, other commands can second place. Okay, I see why he follows her, but why only listen to her? All Might asked. It made sense when Nizu put it like that. If Uraraka was too far away, he couldn't properly keep her safe. But, to not even listen to his mentor idol? What was the goal focused around? Nizu asked. Uraraka. Recovery girl noted, understanding where this was going. Exactly right, his only purpose is focused on her. The rest of us are just background noise unless. Unless what? Ochaco asked. Unless someone or something tries to hurt or poses a threat to young Uraraka. All Might concluded. While technically a hero is successful even if they save one person. To be solely dedicated to only one person and not being able to help others is hardly what he knew Midoriya had in mind for his future. That is correct. While we know he will not attack randomly, that still leaves us with a large problem. Nizu said, walking back to the 3. What is it? Recovery girl asked. Uraraka here cannot go anywhere without Midoriya doing his best to stay near Uraraka. In short, she can't leave the campus. Wait. I have to live at UA for the rest of my life. Ochaco cried out. We will have our best looking into how we can help your situation, Uraraka. But, please be prepared for more long-term arrangements as we sort this out. Nizu warned, earning a depressed look from Ochaco. He walked off, already bringing out his phone to make a few calls. He began walking, making the others follow behind him, trying to wrap their heads around a giant robot living at the school. Ochaco looked behind her as the giant followed. Its footsteps were crushing the pavement under its foot as it walked. If this was long-term, it was going to be expensive for landscaping. "Excuse me?" she asked. The giant stopped to listen. "Could you walk a little more gently? You are breaking the road." The giant lifted his foot and saw the clear print underneath it. Looking back to the lifted foot, its eyes narrowed and glowed brightly. Everyone watched as the feet of the giant shifted, creating a sole that moved independently in the metal shoes. It slowly brought the foot down, the sole absorbing the impact by slightly retreating into the foot when pressure is applied. Everyone watched in amazement as the giant walked a couple of feet in a circle, each step making a hiss but leaving no damage to the road under it. Finishing the test, the giant walked back up to them and resumed its previous actions. "It can shapeshift?" Ochaco let out a yell. "I would say adapt, but it looks like it," Nizu said. "But why couldn't he turn back or exit it?" Recovery Girl asked. "Not sure yet, but if he is following orders that are within his known limits, then that means he either can't or doesn't see a way how. That means it's still up to us to revert Midoriya back or find a way for him to be smaller." Nizu finished his thoughts. His phone vibrated, showing a call. Cementos, you know that project we talked about for student dorms? We might have to get started early. Right away. First year class takes priority, then you can take your time with the others. I would say 1 week deadline for the first years and then 1 month deadline for the whole school. Thank you, Ado. Hold on a second. Ms. Uraraka? Yes. If I recall, your name is also associated with a construction company. Would it be safe to say you are related to them? Yeah, my parents run it. Well, I suggest we give them a call. I have an opportunity for them. No more threats, she's safe. I'm really glad she's okay. Is there anything else I can do though? Wait, who's that? Are they a threat? They're saying something but I can't make it out. May you let us down? She commands and he must follow. They're helping her, healing her, they are not threats, they can help protect. There, I did it. Who are the others? One of them feels familiar but I can't tell who it is. I'll just have to memorize their faces so I know who will help her. They're talking again. What are dash? He knows the core, the power, he knows it. How does he know it? Scanning. Energy signature -1 for all, detected. Alert. External subject brainwaves also detected in core -1 for all. Extracting data. New interface available upon system reboot. Oh, we're going somewhere. They're pretty slow, aren't they? They stop, they walk again, they stop. It doesn't matter where she goes, she could get hurt, so he will go with. Protect the nice girl. Sure. Excuse me. Could you wait here, please? She commands. They walk away again. Wait, where are you going? What if you get hurt? Primary directive, protect, nice girl. He needs to be with her, she can't go far. Please don't leave, I don't know what's going on, I can only understand you. Don't want to be alone again. Never leave her. She's talking again, must listen for further commands. Hey, could you get out or change back? Get out? What? I'm me already. I don't understand. You stay. She pointed at the school. I go. She wagged her finger. No, following. She commands, he must obey her commands. They start walking away, out of prime protection distance. Wait, no, don't go far, don't leave me. You might get hurt. I need to protect you. Primary directive, protect, nice girl. They're talking again. They do a lot of that. Oh, are we going somewhere again? Excuse me? She is talking, must listen, must obey. Could you walk a little more gently? You are breaking the road. She commands. Am I? Oh, I am breaking it. I need to find a way to fix this. My shoes don't look that good though. They look heavy and they don't have any cushioning. This is the issue, I need to fix it. Calculating. Solution. Upgrade. Searching for optimal designs. Design found. Simulating. Rendering. Design compatible for upload. Begin upgrade. Upgrade complete. There, that should work. Yeah, don't worry, I'm fine now. I know I'm late for the signing, but I can't leave. Yes, it involves their offer and it's hard to explain over the phone, but you'll see when you get here. Love you too, bye. Ochaco sighed as she sunk into the couch. She was back in her normal clothes in the principal's office. He went somewhere to talk to some of the other teachers to tell them about what's happening. Her parents were not happy when the landlord of the apartment she was going to move into called them and said she was late. They put a lot of work to arrange that, but it's not like she had the option to leave campus. Not with the giant sitting right outside the school and watching her through the window. She didn't even bother to turn on the lights. His eyes already provided enough in the room. Now she was curious, was there anyone ever with a quirk like this? MD lady could get kinda big, but nothing close to what is sitting outside. Not like she could look anything up on her flip phone. Maybe she could use one of the computers? Knock knock. She looked to the door. Entering was Principal Nizu and two others. Vlad King and Eraserhead. So, you're the one stuck with the problem child. Eraserhead said, sitting down across from her. Next to him, Vlad King stood with one arm leaning against the couch. She was a little intimidated by these heroes. They looked like they never smiled before. You shouldn't call him that. Vlad King said. Well, what else has he been other than that? He put us on full alert, wrecked our battle center, had us rush to build a dorm system, and now made UA his literal stomping grounds. And don't get me started on the fact that he is only listening to one person who isn't even an adult. She didn't know why, but she really wanted to punch this guy. You probably shouldn't be saying all of that right in front of him. Vlad King pointed to the window where all the light was coming from. He can't hear us. We don't know that yet. Sai, I guess you're right about that. What exactly are you two doing here? Ochaco asked. As we wait for your parents, we came to discuss your options for being enrolled here. Nizu said, sitting down in his office chair. It had a booster seat to allow him to see above the desk, but no one is allowed to even come close enough to discover it. And live. Wait, you mean I got in the hero course? She smiled brightly. That's one option, but don't think it will be that easy. Eraserhead commented with a dangerous tone. The light in the room grew a little brighter, making everyone curious enough to look at the source. The eye was narrowed and clearly not looking at Uraraka. It was focused on Eraserhead. Reacting on instinct, the man jumped off the couch, prepped his capture tape, and activated his quirk. They guessed that the boy had a transformation quirk, so his quirk could have a chance to work. To his dismay, it changed nothing. Two ideas came to the pro's mind. 1. He wasn't looking at the boy's actual body, so it wouldn't work. 2. He had to use it during the transformation or before for it to work. So now he was stuck in the dilemma that he knew he was being targeted by a massive robot. Ochaco rushed up in front of the man and stretched her arms out. He wasn't going to hurt me. He's not a villain, she said in a slightly shaky voice. If she was the reason a pro got killed, she couldn't live with herself or even face her parents. Even if she didn't do it directly, it would hurt her, and she knew that he wouldn't want to be forced to kill someone because of his quirk. It wouldn't be fair to him. She would protect him. The eye looked down to Uraraka, watching her for what felt like eternity to the rest. Finally, it blinked, and the pupil grew and lowered its intensity. Everyone present let out a very large sigh of relief. I think it goes without saying that everyone, teachers and students alike, must be informed to never show hostility to Uraraka. Otherwise, we can't guarantee their safety. Nizu said. Vlad King pulled out his phone and was already putting in a text to the staff group chat. Vlad King. Update on Midoriya's reactions. Aizawa said something in a slightly threatening tone to Uraraka and was targeted by Midoriya. He did not act, but Aizawa was viewed as a threat until Ochaco stepped in and told Midoriya he wasn't a threat. Nizu says all staff and students should never show any ill intentions to Uraraka, otherwise we might not be able to stop Midoriya. We're probably going to have another staff meeting at the end of the day. Present Mike, holy sheet. Present Mike. Better not have her in his class, otherwise he'll have to make an entire new curriculum. Midnight, does flirting count? Midnight, if so, how far can it go? Snipe, Midnight, these are serious questions. Midnight, Like, what if someone makes a move on her? Snipe. 13. Can this wait? We're having a meeting later anyways. Present Mike. Wait, she's got a point. Midnight, right? Ectoplasm. How do I put the chat on mute? Present Mike. Get wrecked. Snipe. Did you seriously send that? Vlad King pinched the bridge of his nose. Sometimes it felt like his coworkers were not taking things seriously enough. Alright, so let's get this over with so I have time to go to my agency. Very well. We are very aware of you submitting an application to the hero course. And after a brief discussion just earlier with the other teachers, we reviewed the footage, your points, and have concluded that you may enter the hero course. Niza said. Yes. Ochaco cheered with a fist pump. But, Niza continued, you will be in a very unique circumstances that could easily cripple your progress or halt it very early in your training. You see, our exercises involve lots of sparring and live exercises where you would normally be testing your combat abilities on others. She could see where this was going, and stared at her feet feeling shell-shocked. Could she be a hero? She can't even train with others without risking their lives. Of course, you may still enter the course and we will do our best to help you learn despite your situation. Power Loader and Recovery Girl will do their best to find a way to help Midoriya to where he can act and think for himself so he doesn't feel bound to you. That way you can each live your own lives. Vlad King said. But we don't know if it's possible or how long it could take. It would be beneficial and productive if you considered a different career. On your written test you showed not only interest, but aptitude for the business course. It is a non-combat environment perfect to help you learn and grow while not interfering with others' progress. Eraserhead added. In the end, it is your choice. Your parents are coming to arrange a business opportunity in helping build the dorms. I would recommend taking advantage of their visit and talk with them about what choice you wish to make. Nizu finished. He waved his hand to motion the teachers out. They got up and left Ochaco to stew in her thoughts. Her life was on a pivoting point, and she had to decide which way to go. It's true, in the business course she could help her parents' business and have nothing restraining her. But her dream, the very one her parents sacrificed so much to help her achieve, was looking harder and harder to achieve. Oh, and Uraraka? She looked over to the principal. Please keep in mind that your decision isn't just for you, that it's for Izuku Midoriya too. His mother is coming by soon and you will have time to talk to her as well. Nizu left her with that. She gave a weak nod. Nizu closed the door behind him and left her to think once again. She felt selfish, she was hardly thinking about the giant's desires. Her only thought was that he just wanted to protect her. She smacked her own head in anger. How could she be so selfish to think other people revolve their lives around her? She looked back to the window where he was, the Jia? Izuku Midoriya. That was a person, trapped in a metal body. He had dreams, hopes, family, and he threw it away to stop the zero-pointer from killing her. She wanted to die, she stole his life, it was her fault. Alert unknown variable detected. Subject, nice girl, is inflicting self-harm. Scanning for unknown threat. Running results through all known sources and databases. Access core memory to cross-reference recorded data. Memory found. Ochaco stopped herself criticizing, interrupted by the noise. The giant was tapping the window while looking at her. The metal pieces that made the eyelids. They looked worried, or what she guessed was an expression of worry. She walked over to investigate. This might be important for the teachers to know. At the window the giant still looked at her, then down to the bottom of the window, then back at her. Was he communicating something? She looked to where he was looking and saw the latch to the window. Did he want it open? Forget about herself, he wanted something and she was going to do it. He did so much for her already. She unlocked the window and slid it up, the fresh air filling into the room and bristling through her hair. The giant got up from his sitting position and went into a crouch in front of her. He held out a hand, palm up with his finger right below the window. Should she be doing this? Was it safe? Looking up to see the giant's soft eyes, she felt the security emanating from them. No one or anything could hurt her when he was around. Without a moment to waste, she crawled to sit in the windowsill, then slid down to stand on his fingers. She was still watching him as she started to walk into the center of his palm. The giant stood up, wind making her clothes smack against each other along with her hair as they rose. Once he stopped, slowly he brought his other hand to her face, and with absolute precision wiped away one of the tears from her face. Then, surprising her further, he held her against his chest. The warm hum of internal mechanics comforting her. How are you so nice to me? He tilted his head. You risked everything for me. Recovery girl said your record said quirkless, so not knowing you could do this risked your life to save me. But I haven't done anything to be worth saving. The giant looked down for a moment, before bringing her higher up to be eye level. Before she could question the action, a small screen played on his eye. It was the UA campus. From a much smaller perspective, it moved amongst others before coming to a stop right in front of the entrance. It moved forward, before starting to descend rapidly to the ground. Before the video perspective could end with a face full of dirt, it stopped. The camera positioned itself to view her talking, using her quirk, and walking off. It was you that I totally forgot we met earlier before the exam. I returned to its normal color and the giant held his hand up to his shoulder. Ochaco hopped on and sat there, still processing what it meant. Was this his way of saying thank you? That he remembered how she stopped him from falling? But what was special about what she did? She was just being nice at the time. Is that it? I was nice just once to you and that made it worth it? He blinked. She would take that as a yes. Taking in how high up she was, she saw how beautiful it was from up here. The sun was setting just over the horizon, making the sky dance with colors from orange to yellows to blues and even purples. The few clouds were even brighter, glowing a deep red. Maybe all the stress, the choices given to her, and everything else that happened today made right now worth it. It was safe to say that she made a friend with a giant robot today. And who knew where that would lead? Ochaco, what the hell are you doing up there? An angry woman yelled, standing next to a very nervous man. Guess it's her parents yelling from over 200 feet below. Here's another chapter. Hope you guys are enjoying this. If there are any grammatical errors, please let me know and I will correct them as soon as possible. Black Crystal Wisher, thanks. I look forward to seeing how you enjoy the story as it progresses. My Iron Giant. Walking the tightrope. Ochaco, what the hell are you doing up there? Looking below, Ochaco could see her parents. One of them outright seething and the other very nervous at the rage of a woman. The giant actually turned to look down at the two of them. He briefly considered their existence before looking back at Ochaco. Don't look at me like that, Ochaco said to her new friend. She didn't know how much he could hear, but it felt right to treat him like a normal person. It wasn't okay to do anything else in her mind. Get down here this instant, Ochaco. You have some explaining to do. Her mother called with a surprisingly loud voice. All right, I'll be down in a second. She yelled back down. Don't you try back talking US. I was just off. She looked back at the giant. Would you help me down, please? Also, please don't do anything to spook my parents. He lowered the girl down in front of the parents. Both of them in slight awe at the action. Ochaco sat herself down to stay on the giant's hand, fidgeting nervously at the two looks she was getting. Ochaco, we should probably talk somewhere more private. Without anyone else. Her father said. Dad, he's part of the reason why we're having this conversation. Actually, scratch that, he is the entire reason you're here. Her mother's glare went up to the robot's face, getting no response, so she turned back to look at her daughter. What did you do? She asked. Nothing. Well, during the entrance exam I kind of got stuck. There was a big robot coming my way and was going to crush me. What? Her father yelled in shock. He looked back up to the robot and immediately frowned in his assumption. So this UA robot nearly killed you? No. He saved me and he's more than a robot. He was taking the test with me and before I got smushed he jumped up and saved me. But he turned into this. We're not even sure he knew he could do that since he was supposed to be quirkless. She quickly defended him. Both the parents looked back up. This was someone her age? Many questions, assumptions, and several other thoughts came to their heads. So, why can't he change back? Her father asked. We don't know, There's honestly a lot we don't know, but right now he's stuck like this and refuses to be more than 40 feet away from me. Not only that, but if someone or something tries to hurt me, he'll attack them. Ochaco, what do you mean by attack? Her mother asked. What else could she mean? This thing could kill someone by taking too hard of a step next to them. Her father said, motioning to the giant. Don't call him that. What? His name is Izuku Midoriya, and he's my friend Dad. Don't call him a thing. Sorry Dash. Don't apologize to me. Say it to him. She pointed at the giant. Can he hear us? We know he listens to me, but that's not the point. Just say you're sorry. Ochaco said back, frustrated at her father's unwillingness. Ochaco, don't yell at your father like that. Then treat him more than just a machine. Her mother brought her hand up, ready to smack a little sense into her to get her to calm down. No, wait. The giant moved the hand that was under Ochaco away from the two and chopped the ground between them with the other. His pupils narrowed in almost laser-like precision as she shielded her eyes from how bright they became. Her entire frame was highlighted. Stop! Ochaco screamed. Her dad grabbed his wife and pulled her away from the metal hand, accidentally tripping and making the two of them fall backwards. The giant remained still but did not take his eyes away from the woman. It's okay, they're okay. Please don't hurt them. Don't hurt my parents. Ochaco gently asked, placing a hand on one of his fingers and looked up to his eyes. He finally looked down to her, and after a couple of seconds took his hand away from the ground. Her parents were practically shaking in place. What W is that? Her mother asked in a demanding tone. I told you he's very defensive. Ochaco said in concern for both her parents and for Midoriya being forced to act like this. He can't control it right now. That's why the school asked you to come so that you can build the student dorms and help me figure out what to do. Her father's eyes widened as he realized something. They might not let you be a hero. What do you mean? His wife asked. Don't you see? She won't ever be able to train or be with the other hero kids if they can't change the kid back. He said. That made Ochaco's mother feel shocked. She wanted to cry. They sacrificed so much to help her achieve her dream, and she was getting mad because she thought Ochaco was getting cold feet. I'm so sorry. It's okay, they said they can figure out a way for me to learn and they'll still do their best to help Midoriya. But it will be hard and they don't know how long it will last. But I have a choice right now. I either work harder than ever to try being a hero or I go into the business course. But Ochaco, you always wanted this and we did so much to help you. Her father said. I know and I still want to be a hero. But it would be so much easier to go into the business course. She mentioned. This was a really big choice, and neither one of the parents felt they had a place to say. The silence was hurting Ochaco more and more, seeing how they couldn't help. Ochaco, what do you want? What do you really want? Her father asked. Don't think about the options. Don't think about what situation you're in. What do you want right now? Ochaco paused and looked down at her shoes. What she wanted. Right now? She rethought about everything. She wanted to help her parents, to make money to let them live comfortably. But that was long term. Her father was asking right now what she wanted. She looked back up to the giant. He couldn't choose for himself. He was forced to do everything she said and be her SLV. I want to help him. I want to help Midoriya. So that he can choose who he wants to be. Well, I think that went rather well. Nizu said from around the corner of the school. He was wearing a set of headphones plugged into a cone facing the Uraraka family. All Might in his deflated form stood next to him with another set of headphones on. He made a wonderful friend. Indeed, but are you absolutely certain that the boy was quirkless before? You've read the file. He was diagnosed quirkless when he failed to show a quirk when he was 4. Not only that, but he was just like me when I met him. Rushing off into danger? Nizu joked. Looking for hope, just someone, anyone to believe in him. All Might said in a depressing attitude. It wasn't news that the quirkless community was lacking in the same treatment as those with quirks. They weren't locked up or anything, but everyone preferred someone with quirks to work, to teach, to do anything. They were viewed as less competent, and because of that, no one believed they could do anything meaningful. I still don't understand. One for All has never done anything like this. It was basically just a power-up. All Might pondered out loud. Power? Nizu thought. Are we sure that he is dead? It isn't preferable, but it would explain a lot. He's dead. No one can survive their skull being caved in. You can never be too sure about anything, All Might. Mr. Midoriya has shown us that today. Yes, I guess he has. All Might said. It wasn't possible. There was no way that he could be alive. But how else could they explain young Midoriya's circumstances? Ochaco was sitting back in the principal's office, sipping on a cup of tea that Recovery Girl gave her to help relax her nerves. Recovery Girl? Yes. She asked, sitting across from Ochaco, keeping her company as the giant waited patiently by the window. Have you ever had a choice that directly impacted someone's entire life? And you don't know what would be best? The question caught the older woman off guard. She hummed, thinking about her own life before answering. It's not something most go through, but I have had my share of experiences. Like what? Honey, I may be the nurse for the school, but I am the go-to for fixing people up. Too many times have I had to make that kind of choice in my career. I have chosen to cut off someone's limb, sparing them of risk but never knowing if they would be fine. I've even had to prioritize different people dying in front of me. Choosing how to help someone is a part of every hero's career. And I'm not just talking about professional heroes who run around in tights. How do you pick which one you choose? Ochaco asked, trying to make her choice easier. Sigh, you don't ask the easy questions, do you? Nothing has been easy today. Recovery Girl chuckled at the unintended humor. I guess not. Knock knock, excuse me? I was told to come here to hear about my son. A woman's voice came from outside. Whatever effects the tea had on Ochaco vanished as her anxiety started shooting through the roof. Come in. Recovery Girl said. In walked Inko Midoriya, a short plump woman with dark emerald shades of hair and eyes. Her skin was pale and had no blemishes on it. I'm sorry, I thought my son would be in here and dash. Don't worry, this is the right room. Please sit down so we can talk about him and what his future will look like. Recovery Girl stated comforting and professionally. Inko nodded, taking a spot next to the woman. She eyed Ochaco curiously, wondering what this girl had to do with her son. She turned to Recovery Girl, waiting for her to start the explanation. Ahem, Recovery Girl cleared her throat. During the entrance exam, this little lady here was put into a hazardous situation that at first glance looked dire. Oh my, are you okay? Inko asked Ochaco immediately, her motherly worry taking priority in the conversation. I'm fine. Ochaco reassured. But it's about Midoriya. Her eyes drifted to the big robot outside. Inko didn't get the clue and instead went pale thinking about possible implications. Where is he? Where is Izuku? Recovery Girl sighed. Her experience with mothers in the medical field always caused more stress than necessary. He saw Uraraka here pinned under rubble and went to her aid by facing a 100-foot testing robot. Inko gasped, feeling her fingers go numb. Is he? He manifested a quirk. Recover Girl threw out, making Inko more confused than anything. But that can't be. He's quirkless. The doctor showed us he had the pinky joint. Recovery Girl paused at that. Did he mention anything else proving he's quirkless? No, why? Recovery Girl took a very deep breath at the incompetence of other doctors. She would have to double-check with the hospital records now to see if they had any blood of Izuku's she could test for a quirk factor. If it showed he had a quirk, then case closed, he had won all his life. For now though, she had to take care of explaining what they knew. I think it's best for you to watch the footage of what happened. Recovery Girl pulled out a small tablet. She then played the video before Inko. The mother saw her son, looking scared, terrified as he was dodging robots left and right. She wanted to say something right then and there, but then she saw another camera looking down a large road. In the corner she could barely make out Uraraka stuck under piles of broken concrete. Out of the cloud of dust the zero-pointer emerged, then her son ran right to it, jumped, and the light of the screen nearly blinded her, but looking back she saw it. The massive robot that is sitting outside right now is wrecking robots left and right while protecting Uraraka. She looked back to the window, staring into the massive eye. Izuku! The shutters that let the giant blinked seemed to twitch hearing his own name, but quickly went back to their neutral position. She got up and walked over to the window and placed her hand against it. Before she could try and comprehend his situation, Recovery Girl elaborated. Your son seems to only respond to Uraraka here. Our guess is his quirk never manifested because he was never put in such a stressful situation where he had enough space to activate it. His focus was helping Uraraka, and ever since his initial transformation he has been on active duty in protecting her from anything that may harm her and following every command that he thinks he can follow from her. Inko didn't look back, instead focused on her son. She wanted to be happy that he got a quirk, a very powerful one, but it still felt wrong. She can change back, right? I can take him home. As of now, he either can't or doesn't know how. Until we discover a way to help him turn back, we can't let him leave school grounds. Recovery Girl explained. Why? She turned back in sudden anger. Why can't you let me bring my son home? Recovery Girl clicked a small button inside her pocket. I know how frustrating it is, but as of right now he doesn't have room in smaller roads and would easily cause panic. My Izuku never would do anything like that. He's a sweet shy boy who always wanted to be a hero. She turned back to the window and opened it up. Come on Izuku, we're going home. I'll make you your favorite for doing a good job helping the sweet girl. The giant didn't move or give any indication he heard the woman. Izuku, don't you want to come home? She tried smiling to the giant, but the cold-looking metal seemed to sting her heart as it did nothing to acknowledge the woman. It hit her harder when she saw that the eyes weren't even looking at her, but the girl behind her. Uraraka felt a little off at how the mother was looking at her. Give me my son back. Ochaco looked over to Recovery Girl at the unease of the situation. Seeing how still the woman was, she did her best to answer. We already tried to ask him to dash. That's not my son. That's a machine that's enslaved by you, now give him back. The giant's eyes locked onto, watching the possible threat to Ochaco into narrow pupils. Right after Eraserhead and Snipe burst into the room and took in the scene instantly. Ma'am, you need to calm down right now. Eraserhead warned, already bringing out his capture tool. Snipe kept his hand above his revolver just in case she made any kind of quick move against the girl. Then give me my son. She shouted back, slamming a fist on the coffee table next to Ochaco. The giant shifted into a more reactive stance, making the heroes react. Eraserhead already tried erasing the giant's quirk, but it was useless, so he focused on restraining the woman. He threw out his capture tape and bound the woman. She fell harshly and smacked her head on the corner of the table. Inko ceased movement as the small cut started dripping a little bit of blood. Damn it, Aizawa. I get it was a bad situation, but couldn't you have pulled her away? Snipe asked. You want to risk a rampaging robot killing his own mother without choice? Alright, you've made your point, now let's get her out of here. Bring her to my office and I'll make sure she's fine when she leaves. If she still puts up a fight, we'll have to arrest her and get legal documents to keep her son here at the school. Recovery Girl said as she walked off with Eraserhead. She looked back to Ochaco, who was sitting there with her arms wrapped around herself and staring at the floor in silence. Snipe looked at the older hero, giving her a nod and letting her take care of business. Snipe sat next to the younger girl as the others left, and laid out a small cloth on the table and placed a toolkit next to it. He gave her something to focus on as he pulled out his revolver and in controlled practiced motions started to disassemble it. In the process of cleaning his gun, Ochaco watched, letting her mind focus on something other than what just happened. You ever seen a gun before? He asked out loud. She shook her head, eyeing the tool that he used to scrub through the barrel. Not many have here in Japan. You can still have them in other countries, but with a world full of people who could melt your brain at a single glance, most folk think they don't need them. But just like anything, you can either make it a tool or a weapon. He pulled out some of his specialty rounds, each shell colored differently than the other. I never liked the idea of hurting someone, but I loathed to see a day where I was useless to save someone. So, I learned to use a gun. Not for killing or harming, but for protecting folks who can't protect themselves. That's why I made myself special rounds for any kind of foe I face. Freezin', flares, tranquilizers, tasers, standards, and for the tougher fellas, armor piercing. He started to click the pieces back together, one by one, and showing where each one fit just so she could see. Once he was done, he pulled the hammer of the gun, pointed it ahead, and pulled the trigger. If you get good enough, you'll never have to worry about if you might accidentally kill someone. If you need a way to get someone far away, nothing says freeze like a gun in a well-trained hand. Does your quirk help with that? She asked. Now that she thought about it, she didn't know the hero's quirk. Snipe shook his head. Nope, just a hell of a lot of practice. If you ever wanted, I could show you sometime. Even if you chose a different path, you pick up some great hand-eye coordination and spatial awareness. She gave a brief nod before sitting up with her legs in her arms. You have a favorite hero? Snipe asked, changing the subject. Why, 13. I was planning on being a rescue hero like her. Was. She simply pointed her thumb at the giant waiting patiently outside. You think you won't get to be a rescue hero 'cause you got yourself a big fella following ya? Well, I don't know. Things are just really confusing right now. I wanted to ask about what he wanted to do, but... I hear ya. Mothers are scary. She chuckled a little. I want to know what he wants, then I can make a choice for the both of us. She said, thinking about the options given to her. You try a skin? She was about to refute that, but she stopped. Was it that simple? Just ask? Deciding to try it out, she got up to the window. Hey, I know you haven't really talked, but that I need to know. I think you want to be a hero because you were at the entrance exam, but what kind of hero do you want to be? Query, what kind of hero do you want to be? Access core memory to cross-reference query with recorded data. Memory found. Both Snipe and Ochaco watched as the giant's eye created a screen, similar to the one that Ochaco watched earlier. The scene was a rooftop somewhere. The camera panned up to see none other than... That was incredibly reckless young man. I know, but dash. No buts. I have to leave and dash. Can someone quirkless become a hero? All Might. He met All Might before? Ochaco asked out loud as the scene started to play out. Snipe was also intrigued at the question that Izuku posed to the man. He was curious as to how the number one hero would respond to that. After all, it was personal for him too. I want to become a hero like you, who saves everybody with a smile. Ochaco went slightly wide-eyed. That was it, that was his dream. She knew what he wanted, what he dreamed to be. Now that she knew what he wanted to be, she could help him down that path. Internally, she was thankful that she could still pursue her own dream while helping him with his. Snipe walked up behind her. Looking closer at the memory playing before them, he saw All Might with whisks of steam on him. Even if it already happened and there was no changing it, he was still worried about what exactly the boy saw, and if he got his answer in time. As Ochaco was silently leaping for joy in her soul at figuring out the question of the day, All Might exploded into a puff of steam. Snipe went out to put a hand on her shoulder to turn her around, but remembered the fact that the giant was right there watching at the same time. Missy, we should probably dash. Huh? Or you? Where did All Might go? I am All Might Blee. The on-screen All Might finished with blood pouring from his mouth. The screen cut out, leaving the two with the giant standing there. Ochaco was frozen in place, the smile still on her face, but what was shown was still trying to process in her brain. Well, looks like you got your answer. Now let's get dash. Midoriya, could you show me all me dash? Yo wanna meet 13? She turned around with stars in her eyes. She works here. Snipe thanked her fangirling as if it was a higher deity. He and the staff were barely informed of All Might's condition. It was a closely guarded secret, and apparently Midoriya knew, and the secret was almost given away to Uraraka. Yep, she lives on campus like a lot of us. If someone hasn't offered a place to stay for the night, I think she'd be glad to help out a fan. Ochaco beamed. It was a dream come true to just meet the space hero. Now she has the chance to stay at her home. Was a lot, but most importantly, you think I could get an autograph from her? I think that could be arranged. Snipe said, leading the girl outside the office. Ochaco gladly followed the man to their destination. The back of her mind was still in absolute distraught with how much work she has ahead of her in the hero course, her new living situation, and especially Midoriya's mother. Her childlike wonder for the chance to meet her favorite hero stopped remembering what Snipe was distracting her. The hero caught on the depressing mood that started to overtake the girl once again. He gave a sigh, hoping that once given some time to calm down, Midoriya's mother would be more open to listening the full extent of what was revolving around her son. Now though, he had a different thing on his mind. What was All Might's answer to the boy? They traversed through the building, stopping by the storage room to grab Uraraka a few items to use for the night, including a gym uniform to use as pajamas. Once that was done, they walked out of the school, following the path that led to the staff housing. Many of them moved here to better respond to any potential threats that targeted the school. And the fact it was free. The giant simply followed. His soft footsteps that still boomed in the night air was the only noise that gave them company. His eyes were like a lighthouse's, large, bright, and illuminated the area around them in a soft mint green glow. Just a minute. A very muffled voice said. They waited a minute before the door opened. To reveal the space hero herself. Ochaco seemed to lighten up seeing her, but the weight of everything, while slightly relieved, still showed in her eyes. "Oh, hello Snipe. Who have you brought here?" she asked, then looked up to see the one that was responsible for wrecking an entire battle area. "Ah, I see," 13 said before looking back down. "You must be the one I heard so much about, Uraraka, right? 13 knows my name. Why yes, it's great to meet you. I'm a big fan." She said she wanted to be a hero just like ya. Snipe said, eliciting a blush from Ochaco. He got a little more serious before handing Ochaco her stuff for the night. "Because of the unexpected circumstance, we don't have a place for her to stay the night. You mind?" "Of course not. It's been a while since I've had a guest, so excuse me if it's a little messy," 13 said, moving out of the doorway and motioning them to come in. Inside, Ochaco looked around and saw all sorts of model spaceships and posters of mankind's accomplishments in space exploration. Besides that, it was a fairly modest place. "Please excuse me needing to stay here," Ochaco said. "Oh nonsense, a hero should always be willing to help on and off the clock." 13 waved it off. "If you don't mind, I have some business to take care of," Snipe said. "Alrighty, take care," 13 said. "Thanks for taking care of me," Ochaco bowed, respecting the man who helped her out. "And if it's possible." Snipe raised an eyebrow under his mask. "I'd like to take you up on that offer." He gave a nod. "I'll see you tomorrow then for trainin'. You got a lot to learn if you want to put that tool in your belt." He stepped out of the door, closing it behind himself. 13 turned to Ochaco, a little stunned by what she saw. "You're going to learn how to shoot?" Ochaco immediately got worried about what the space hero's opinion was about her learning to use a gun. She frantically waved her hands in front of her as she explained. "Well, he talked about how I could develop hand-eye coordination and dash. I think it's fantastic." 13 interrupted. "He has turned down everyone that asked to be trained by him. If you manage to get as good as him, you could be a great hero," she commented, going over to the kitchen. "I'm not one to cook anything fancy, but I have some frozen meals I can quickly whip up." This felt like the most casual meet your hero event ever to Ochaco. Later she discovered that 13 was a big fan of older pre-Quirk movies. In fact, they inspired her to be a hero herself. Now, they were watching one of those movies as the giant sat outside watching through an open window. It was about an alien who grew up on Earth and had a bunch of ridiculously overpowered quirks. She doubted that anyone could be stronger than All Might, but then again, she didn't know how strong Midoriya truly was. Ochaco looked at said boy, who was actually watching the TV instead of her. Does he like this stuff? In that case, she should get more stuff like it for him to watch. Maybe she could find out more about his likes from his mother. She hung her head again, reminded of the fact that Izuku's mom felt like she stole her son from her. Even if it wasn't true, it felt like it. Izuku was a SLV to her, and she couldn't change that. The movie ended not too long after her thoughts turned sour again. 13 gave her some spare pillows and blankets to use with the pull-out couch. So, with nothing else to do, she laid down to rest for the night. Starting tomorrow, she would find out everything she could to try and give Izuku's freedom back, so he could choose for himself who he wanted to be. Alright, next chapter is going to be more lighthearted than how it's been for this one. If you have any other ideas, comments, suggestions, feel free to send them. If there is any errors in my story, please let me know and I will fix them. MRU 911. Yeah, once Izuku realizes what exactly is happening to him, he's going to freak out. Eggshell brain. Big robots are always a concept I loved, so hopefully it translates well to this story. My Iron Giant. Boy of Steel. She has been doing a lot today. I'm glad she's relaxing now. But I don't recognize that hero. He must be really strong if that's what the TV shows. He can fly. Shoot lasers from his eyes. X-ray vision. Super hearing. I wish I could do those things. He protects that girl very well. I should follow his example. Wait, where is she going? He can't see her now. He needs to know, to make sure she's safe. Calculating. Solution. Upgrade. Searching for optimal designs. Designs found. Simulating. Rendering. Designs compatible for upload. Begin upgrade. Upgrade complete. Oh, I can see her now. That's good. Wait, is she getting undressed? Shouldn't I look away? Isn't that the polite thing? But what if she gets hurt? There were a lot of dangerous people that tried to hurt her, but she kept defending them. If she commands, it will be done. She's resting now, sleeping. He watches her to make sure she stays safe. But it's so dark, how can he see? How has he been moving? His arms feel like they're in chains. I'm tired, today was a long day. Scanning for potential threats. Scan complete. No known threats within local barrier. Entering rest mode. Oi kid, wake up. He grumbles. His eyes feel so heavy and he just wants to sleep. Don't be a lazy, but you've been hanging there all day. Is that a woman's voice? Wait, what day is it? He starts to remember. The beach, one for all, the entrance exam, that girl. Izuku snaps his eyes open. Oh, finally, geez kid, you sure got yourself in a pickle. He was upright, in some kind of small metal room that was illuminated by soft green lights. It looked like something out of a sci-fi film. A dim screen with numbers and all sorts of 3D images covered the entire wall in front of him. What was most surprising, though, was the woman with a blue hue around her standing right in front of him. Gave a two-finger salute. Who are you? Izuku asked. Well, I was Nana Shimura, or maybe I still am. Being a quirk is weird. Glad I got away from the others. They were annoying as hell. She walked around him, eyeing his body. Why, you didn't really answer my question. He felt off with her looking at his body. He needed to know where he was and what she wanted. Although she was dressed like a hero, he didn't recognize her. I think I'm something like a Force ghost. But Sheet, you really can't feel those things in you? She pointed to his side. What was she talking about? Feel what? Looking down, Izuku got his answer in one of the most horrifying ways possible. A large metal contraption was hooked on, scratched that, in his chest with a cable running into the floor. His feet were submerged into part of the floor with other smaller cables running out from his legs. All his exercise clothes were ripped in several spots, burnt in others, and barely managed to keep his dignity covered. He tried to move his arms, but they didn't respond. He looked at them to see they were lifted up and closed off in unfamiliar technology. They enclosed all around them, but small windows hummed with energy around them. Now that he knew that his body was filled with foreign objects, he could feel them. He could feel them all, holy crap. Each wire, each bolt, everything that was jammed into his body, he could feel to the very bone. Izuku started panicking, moving whatever he could in small twitches and trying to escape the metal prison. Whoa, stop. There's a big one connected to the back of your head, and I don't think you need me to tell you what might happen if you mess with that. He froze. That's right, something is in his head. He could feel it wrapped around his brain. His breathing grew erratic, his fingers going numb and cold. What was happening? Hey kid, focus on me. I'd slap you, but I can't touch you. Force ghost rules or something. She commanded, putting her translucent hands on his face and locking eye contact with him. Where am I? Hell if I know. I saw you charging towards that bot, then everything went dark. Your thoughts were scrambled and we could hardly make out anything through your senses. I only showed up here 5 minutes before you woke up. Oh right, I haven't really explained the whole, I'm Toshi's predecessor, have I? Who's Toshi? Wait, you're All Might's teacher? His panicking left, more so leaning to fanboyism. This was the person responsible for the greatest hero ever. Yeah, but I didn't get a whole lot of time to do that. Too busy living, then too busy dying, so on and so forth. But thing is, everyone who has had one for all ends up living in the quirk per se. Seriously? One for all itself was a huge reveal about how you could pass down a quirk. Now apparently the previous holders live in the quirk. That was almost as crazy as someone being able to take and give quirks. You mentioned seeing me go after the 0-pointer. Yeah. Does that mean, you see? The ghostly woman grinned. Everything. Izuku blushed and gave a weak nod. She got closer to his face, making him lean back a little in embarrassment. Then, with the biggest sheet-eating grin she could muster, whispered into his ear. Yep, everything. He wanted to crawl into a hole and hide in his shame. It wasn't just her, 6 others had seen it all. Wait, where were the others? Don't worry though, we only started watching when you got the quirk this morning. Luckily you actually got a warning about this. None of us ever knew when we were alive. That was slightly relieving, but some of his most embarrassing moments happened today. Where are the others? Don't know, but for some reason I'm here. She said, looking around. She looked back at Izuku, who was now staring at the mess that was his body. It hurt to see him like that. When she was able to watch Izuku from Toshi's point of view, she grew a soft spot for the quirkless underdog. After all, it reminded her of when she trained him. Hey, you're an All Might fan, right? He looked up, his eyes shining with a light that threatened to blind her non-existent eyeballs. Of course. He's always been able to save so many people and give them hope at the same time. No one else in the history off dash. All right, I get it. I just thought you might like to hear some stories from his training days. His head nodded vigorously, somehow not straining that thing in his head. There were a lot of questions they wanted answered, but obviously, they couldn't get them. So for now she would give him company, and maybe someone would come to save him in time. Where are you, Toshi? All right, now stand on one leg. Ochaco commanded. The giant obeyed and did so, still keeping a watchful eye on the girl. They were in a grassy clearing still in the property of UA. This school must have ridiculous amounts of money to have multiple fake cities and all this land. Snipe was standing near with Principal Nizu observing the progress. Ms. Uraraka? Nizu asked. She turned back to see the principal. He took something from his pocket and tossed it over to her. She was quick to catch it and held it up to get a closer look. It was a pen, a very expensive-looking pen. At least she knew they were paying her parents well as they were aiding Cementos in building the dorms. Try asking him to take the pen from your hand. Reasonably, his fingers are too large to do the task. Maybe he will shrink down to make it easier. Oh, that's a good idea. She said, Hey, could you grab this pen? She held it up between her fingers. The giant blinked, then reached down with 2 fingers and stopped right before the pen. He stayed very still for a moment before they changed shape. Instead of rounded fingers, they became more angular with hardly any curves making up the digits. Once completed, he used the corners of the new edges to pluck the pen with precision and bring it back up with him as he stood straight. Dang, thought that would work. Snipe commented. He either is taking the easy way or he can't change his body too much. Knees amused. Hold up, I think I got an idea. Snipe said, making his way over to Uraraka. Hey Missy, your trainin' starts now. Really? She asked. Yep, now show me what you can do. He said, raising his palms up in a defensive manner. Wait, I thought you were going to teach me how to shoot. Also. She pointed back up at the giant. You're hitting me, I'll only be on the defense. I've got to see how you aim your fists before you aim a gun. She was hesitant for a second, looking back up to the giant, then back to Snipe. What he was saying was true, and he seemed smart enough, so maybe he knows how to keep the giant from crushing him. Okay. She brought up her fists. Alright, now tell the big fella I'm not trying to hurt ya. I show no intent to harm, only to teach and make ya stronger. Nizu scratched his furry chin, very intrigued by the hero's idea. It was risky, very risky, but if they could get the idea of training across to the giant, then her schooling would progress much more smoothly. If they failed, then he would have to look for another teacher. At least he's got a couple potentials on hand in case the cowboy goes splat. Excuse me, I'm going to be learning from Snipe on how to fight. He doesn't want to kill me, only to teach me. Got that? No hurting Snipe, he's my trainer. The giant blinked, the sign for I understand. Then again, he sometimes does something else than what she wanted. Hopefully this turns out well. I'm ready when you are. Snipe said, legs spreading out a little farther. Right. Ochaco said, focusing back on her instructor. She had no formal training, so this was going to be new. She charged, brought her fist back, and somehow ended up slapping hard against the ground. It worked. Nizu said. She was confused, until she looked up to see that one of her arms was being held by Snipe with his knee on her back. Above, the giant just watched, his eyes, not targeting Snipe. Snipe pulled Ochaco off the ground and dusted some of the grass of her head. I think part of it is intent. The cowboy hero speculated, walking further away from Ochaco and the principal. Interesting, you speculate that he can differentiate between hostile actions versus friendly roughhousing? Nizu asked. Only one way to find out now. Snipe said, whipping out his revolver faster than the others could see and aimed it at. The giant stepped between the two of them, blocking Snipe's window to shoot Uraraka with his foot. His eyes clearly giving the teacher a deathly glare. Snipe didn't flinch, but his body certainly jumped a few feet in the air from the force of that stomp. When he landed, he put his gun away and held his hands up. His eyes went back to normal, looked to Ochaco, and he pulled his leg away. Ochaco was looking to where Snipe would have been if he didn't move, but was relieved to see no crushed body. That was extremely dangerous. Only a madman would gamble with his own life to test a simple theory. Nizu said, "You gonna fire me for recklessness?" He asked back. "Nope, you're getting a raise." Nizu chuckled. "Are you okay?" Ochaco asked as she jogged up to them. "Just fine," Snipe said. "But looks like we have great news for you. You will not have to have any handicap while training to be a hero." Nizu added. Ochaco wanted to laugh and cry, but she instead ran up to the giant's foot and hugged him. "We're going to be heroes." She cheered. Nizu looked down to his phone, sending a quick text to the group chat as Ochaco and Snipe trained some more. "Nizu, great news. We discovered that Midoriya only acts against those with hostile intent towards Ochaco. Unless someone seeks to harm her beyond training purposes, he will not register it as a threat." 13. Thank goodness. Glad she gets to participate in class exercises. Eraserhead, but that still doesn't solve the fact that Midoriya can't train. Vlad King. We'll just do something different with him. We still don't know enough about what he can and can't pick up while he's like this. Eraserhead. I'm not going to use the girl to relay everything I would try to teach Midoriya. It would take way too much personal attention and slow down the entire class. Nizu, we'll hold a meeting in 1 hour to discuss where each student will be assigned. For now though, how has everyone been doing on their tasks? Midnight, that landlord was a real piece of work. She didn't care about the situation or how we were willing to pay the cancellation fee. Nearly had to beat the hag to get Uraraka's box of stuff she owns. 13. Don't you mean boxes? Midnight. Nope, box. Called her parents. Looks like they were struggling a lot more than we thought. Present Mike. Golly, sounds like she's had it rough. Midnight. Who says golly anymore? Present Mike. Hey Cementos buddy, think you can give a little pizzazz to the ladies' room? Midnight. Yes. Throw in a good tampon dispenser. Present Mike. Not the bathroom, the Gravity Girl's room. Nizu. Speaking of her room. Cementos. When can we expect Uraraka's dorm to be built? Cementos. The paint is drying right now. If she wanted, she could move in later today. Nizu. Excellent. And what of the other buildings? Cementos. The first years should be done by tonight. The Uraricas have great work ethic and are very experienced. I'm almost tempted to quit and work for them at the pace we're going. Present Mike, don't leave us. Who's going to repair all the cities when we have the students wrecking them daily? Cementos, like I said, tempting. Nizu, if that's the case, I would like to have some of our staff start preparing a list of families to inform about our first-year dorms. If I said they could move in starting at 8 p.m. today, would that work? Cementos, fine with me. Nizu, excellent. I will see everyone later for assigning students. Tracerhead, don't bother waiting. For me, I'm stuck dealing with a drag raid. Present Mike, did you just take the job to avoid the meeting? Midnight, he would be sleeping through it anyways. Eraserhead, correct, I don't care who you put in my class as long as it isn't our troublemakers. Nizu, noted, good luck with your operation. All Might, I am here. All Might, my phone ran out of battery. Sorry about that, everyone. What did I miss? Kid? Hey, can you hear me? P.N. Izuku's lips barely mumbled. His eyes were glazed as they stared ahead with no life. His body was completely limp, only being held up by the various metal and cables in his body. Nana walked back over to the screen. There was a girl, always front and center with strands of data running along the sides. Everything else was just black with green outlines making out the background. So, you're not even a hostage. You're a battery. She thought out loud. This had been going on ever since morning. Or what she assumed was morning given the moment Izuku went silent and the screen showed a girl waking up. She came out after getting dressed, greeted him, and talked to others. For some reason no one else was clear on the screen. When the others would talk, their voices were muffled beyond recognition. This girl is part of the reason why he's like this. What's her quirk? And why is he so focused on her to the point nothing else mattered? She looked back to the boy, his attention completely gone to something in the background of his mind. Does he have a crush? Is that it? Excuse me, I'm going to be learning from Snipe on how to fight. He doesn't want to kill me, only to teach me. Got that? No hurting Snipe, he's my trainer. She commands, I obey. Two voices sounded from Izuku's mouth. One heavily artificial, the other his own in sync with the first in monotone. Kid, that's creepy as hell. Okay, so maybe it wasn't necessarily a crush. Remembering the feeling and her discussion with the other users of One, for all they knew he would be different than the rest of them. But this? There was no way One for All did this to Izuku. Alarms blared in the room, flashing red. Nana instinctively went to cover her ears only to realize she didn't really have ears. She knew the noise was loud but it didn't hurt. That's neat. She looked over to Izuku's face to see if he felt it. Instead of pain or alarm, his face was the pure definition of threatening. His teeth were bared and his eyes promised death to whoever he was looking at on the screen. Primary directive. Protect the nice girl. That's not so neat. She looked back to the screen. Some cowboy cosplayer was highlighted in red, especially the gun he was holding. Thousands of numbers ran by, all showing a red line coming from the gun to the girl's head. Crap. Stop the bullet. Nana shouted. She knew she couldn't do much, but she knew that a gun pointed at a teenager wasn't a good thing. On screen a leg was stomped, a metal leg with all sorts of wires and different moving parts in it. She figured this robot was monitoring its internal components to make sure they were working well. The cowboy put away his gun and held his hands up. A quick scan over his body and suddenly the alarm stopped. Izuku's face went back to normal, and that girl was his main focus again. Nana went back and forth, from the screen, to Izuku, and back to the screen. The hell kind of drags you on to make you so focused on her? Viagra? She then glanced at his ripped pants. Nope, not that. Wow. Ochaco was in awe at the building that would be housing her. She knew that with a quirk like Cementos's it would come in handy for construction, but this was such good quality and done super fast. Ready to check it out? Her father asked, still wearing his hard hat and little splotches of paint staining his already dirt clothes. You should take a shower. Honestly, somehow no matter what you do for the site you always end up the dirtiest. His wife said right back. carrying Ochaco's single box of ownership into the place. Wasn't that one of my redeeming qualities? That I was a dirty boy. He flirted with his wife. Dad. Ochaco was embarrassed and disturbed at the same time. She loved her parents, but sometimes they were like this. She waited for the two to make their way inside before she looked to the giant. You can do this, you can give him a command that he has to shrink down to follow. You should join us inside. Ochaco offered in a friendly manner. The giant blinked, then, with a single finger, slightly put it inside the door. Technically being inside of the building, but not really. He looked back. If he was a kid, she would think he was expecting praise. Quit looking at me with them big OL eyes. She sighed at the failed attempt. The giant blinked, now his eyes in their narrowed position without the harsh light that usually came with them. It was a joke, change your eyes back. He complied. With her failure to help him again, she dragged herself into the building. Inside was even more impressive to the teen. There was a massive kitchen, a living room area with a huge TV, and lots of tables, probably for studying. Her room was on the top floor, well, more like on the roof. Just in case she needed quick access to the giant, her parents decided to do it. It also gave them a little more flexibility to abuse the school budget and give their daughter a cooler room. Up the elevator she went, even if she couldn't see the giant, she knew he was watching. He always was, but it never bothered her particularly. Walking out, there was a small little indoor study area just outside her room. It was mostly glass, so it allowed her to see part of the campus and an even greater view of the main school. There was 2 doors available, one was access to the roof, and the other was her own. Her bedroom door was already open, her parents talking inside. So, with a little push, she entered her new living quarters. It was, in short, amazing. The ceiling was taller and made into a glass dome, letting her see the sky rolling overhead. There were foldable blinds that were hooked up to a small motor, indicating she could cover the dome and gain more privacy. There was a second door that went to the roof, so she wouldn't have to go out and around to get access. While her room was still mostly unfurnished, there was still a very comfortable-looking bed that had space-themed covers on it with a matching pillowcase. On one of the walls was a one-of-a-kind framed poster of 13, now signed. The rest was up to her to do. We talked about maybe putting up a bunch of micro-LED lights on the ceiling and making them into constellations. But we figured the real deal would be better. Her mother said, putting a hand on her shoulder. It was a good idea and cheaper. Her father said, still admiring the handiwork. Come on, the school said as long as we stayed in the overall budget we could do whatever we wanted. Yeah, but did we have to cut out that many urinals for the guys? Guys don't need 10 urinals. You'd be surprised how many we need. No one wants to pee right next to each other. You have dividers. That's not gonna stop the tall fellows from looking over while dash. Mom, Dad, I really don't need to hear a conversation about urinals. Ochaco said, breaking the insanity. Sorry. Her dad said, scratching the back of his head. We just wanted you to know that we love you, and we wanted to make things as nice as possible while you get things sorted out, said, hugging her daughter. A soft green glow illuminating the two of them. They both looked up to the ever-present giant looking through the top glass. You seriously don't find that odd? Him always watching you? Her mother asked. I find it comforting, my big metal knight. Ochaco joked back, earning a wince from her father as he clutched his heart. I'd normally try and scare any boys away, but I don't want to take on a Jaeger. He said. Jaeger? Ochaco asked. Yeah, it's from an old movie before Quirks. It's a big robot that fights giant alien monsters from the ocean. I think he might like it. He said, looking back up to the robot. I don't think he can watch movies with his eyes always on Ochaco. Her mother commented with a slight smirk, making him wince once again at the implication. Actually, he does like movies. Well, he liked the one we watched last night. Ochaco threw out. Both her parents were a little taken back but didn't bother pestering her with questions. I'll see if I still have a copy of it around. Maybe bring by some others like it. Ochaco was laying down on her blanket on the roof of her new home. In front of her was another movie recommended by 13 playing on a laptop. She really felt like Izuku would relate to this one. Iron Man, A quirkless man who built a suit of armor to fight terrorists. Maybe not relating to being a rich, alcoholic, playboy but going from no powers to being an armored superhero. The giant sat behind her on the ground, his eyes focused on the screen. She glanced back at the giant, trying to figure out why exactly he likes this. Or is some other reason? Now that she's looking a bit closer, his eyes aren't the same style as yesterday. They had a more white center at the pupils, showing where exactly he was looking. It was harder to notice in daylight, but now in dusk it was clear. Did he adapt to one of her commands earlier? Ochaco heard a noise come from his head, but didn't see anything much. Come here, you. I'm gonna find out what makes you tick, and I'm going to make 100, no, 1,000 babies inspired by you. Come on, you will be the best father ever. A voice sounded from below. Ochaco got up from her spot and looked down to see who was talking. Climbing up with some kind of grappling hook was some girl with pink dreads. What are you doing? Ochaco asked. Oh, are you the owner of this beauty? The newcomer asked. She pressed a button on her hook and sped up to now be eye level with Ochaco. She dangled on her cable as she eyed up Ochaco up and down. Nah, you don't look rich or smart. Oh, are you watching Iron Man? I love that film. Not super realistic with the dash. Wait, why are you climbing up him? Him? You mean this masterpiece? She asked, pointing up at the metal face of the giant. Yes. What do you want with him? This is one of the UA bots, yeah? No. He's alive in there and you're climbing him without permission. She shouted back, upset at how he was being treated less than human again. The new girl looked back to the giant, who was watching the both of them down below. I don't think he minds. That's not the point. Handsome, get down here. You shouldn't even be here. Power Loader yelled from below. Why didn't you tell me you had a big robot? Handsome shouted back. Why didn't you stay put like I told you to? I saw something amazing from afar that tickled my creativity, and when I used my quirk to get a closer look, I saw this amazing metal man. So I had to climb up and dash. Did you get permission? He doesn't mind. That's not the point. That's what I said. Ochaco yelled, her attention focused on the girl. Fine, but I'll be back for my sweet prince. Handsome said, planting a small kiss on the giant. He's not yours. Ochaco got a little heated seeing that kiss, treating him as if he's just some object to play with. Well, who do I need to talk to in order to take him apart? Oh boy, was she getting mad, really mad. Luckily Power Loader was there to keep her from fighting this pink-headed beach. Handsome, that is a student, and if you ever want to see him again you'll have to get that girl's permission. For now I need to get you to where you're supposed to be. Power Loader finished. Okay, but one day I will find out how to make babies with every inch of your well-oiled dash. Handsome didn't get to finish as she was slapped by Ochaco. She felt her weight vanish, and in her new experience let go of the grappling hook. Ochaco then chopped the top of her head, sending her down to the ground. Once she saw Power Loader grab her, she returned the weight to the pinkette. Ochaco returned to her spot in the blanket, rewinding the movie to where they were at before. Looking back, she knew she got a little possessive of Midoriya. But she was still mad that after learning he was alive that girl still wanted to take him apart. What if that hurt him? But the thing that got her the most angry was thinking about that little kiss. It felt like a different kind of angry. It was mixed with something else, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Let's face it, this is not the worst thing you caught me doing, the main character said on screen. Thinking about what he implied, and what just happened, Ochaco got flustered to the point where she covered her face and unintentionally started to float away. She got a good 20 feet up without noticing until a large hand stopped her progress. Realizing what was happening, she released her quirk and landed in the palm of Midoriya's gauntlet. Why was she so embarrassed in front of him? He was very simple-minded, he wouldn't do anything weird with anyone. So, enjoying the company of her protector, she moved the laptop and the blanket to be on the giant's hand. For some reason, being with him felt so much better. I love writing little moments they have together. Yes, there is plot that needs to happen, but we don't get to see moments like these too often in my opinion. Shabam. Nana lives. In a weird way, but yeah. Now Izuku is semi-aware of what has happened to him. What can he do to try and reach out to people even though he is sealed off from the world? Valander. Well, a lot of things happen pretty fast and that would be hard on anyone. Inko has always been a sensitive soul and never really knew how to handle big life-changing events. Usually she just depended on Izuku making his decisions or was given time and clear options on what to do. Now he can't choose for himself and she can't do anything about it. Don't be too alarmed though, Inko will get time to collect herself. Nerfed player. Thanks for being willing to defend the way I have written Inko. At the time I wrote this I was working on another story where she does go mentally insane, so that might have bled into this FIC as well. I try to keep them separate but they are all in my head. Isuo case life. I'm glad to know that my story touched your heart. I hope it's good tears. MRU 911. You okay there? You seem to be typing a lot of hee-hees and ahs. But yeah, Snipe is very interested on what All Might has to say about quirkless kids becoming heroes. My Iron Giant. A day in the life. That was his advice. Flex off your butt and yell smash. Well yeah. Is that not what you taught him? Nana tried to pinch the top of her nose but her hand just phased through her face. She kept forgetting she couldn't touch anything. Including herself. Annoying. I just told him to feel out for something new and the guy starts throwing out full-powered punches. She mimicked All Might's moves, punching the air. Wow, Izuku thought out loud. All Might kept getting more and more amazing as he kept hearing about him. It wasn't so wow when he kept blowing up every punching bag at the gym. I remember when we went to a bunch of gyms to practice his control but he kept getting kicked out. Sure he was strong but he needed to learn restraint. I see, it makes sense though. Everyone else has time to grow with their quirks and they learn how much strength early on but dash. Wow, you sure talk when given the opportunity. But Izuku snapped out of it, slightly startled at the interruption. Since he obviously can't teach what he didn't learn, I'm here to help. First, think about everything that Toshi taught you regarding using One for All. Right. Izuku remembered it, everything that All Might shared about using his quirk. Now that he remembers, he never really got more than one sentence. Now forget it. Judging by your reaction, he didn't do so hot. What I want you to do is feel for something new, something that wasn't there before when you were quirkless. Izuku looked around himself, noting how he wasn't in a metal room before. Okay, smartass. Not the giant robot we're in. I'm talking about a feeling in your body. Izuku opened his mouth. Besides the metal and wires. He closed his mouth. Izuku tried to focus on something else, a feeling. Luckily it wasn't too hard since he couldn't move. He could feel his blood, his breathing, but what was he looking for? Even though you just got it, a quirk is part of your body just like your arm. For One for All, it's all around you, binding your strength to your soul. She smiled as she stepped closer. Pulling an Obi-Wan, she circled around him as he concentrated, giving him advice. Use the quirk, kid, reach out with your feelings and dash. Emerald lightning started sparking around his frame, making Nana take a few steps back, grinning. The lightning funneled into the wires and cables, flowing into the machine. Alert energy spike detected in core. Begin activation sequence. The robot hummed to life, funneling all the energy that Izuku just summoned to somewhere else. His eyes opened and glazed over as the screen in front of him began running numbers. No, you stop that. He was just getting it. Nana shouted at the machine. It didn't listen, but woke up to resume its previous functions. On screen was the girl again, obviously sleeping on a bed, but Nana saw it was a different one. There was also a glass ceiling giving them unobstructed viewing. She stirred slightly, pulling one of the pillows closest to her and began nibbling on it. Machi, she said. Nana bursted out laughing. This is, wow. Ochaco stood in her pajamas in front of the fridge in the dorm building. It was filled to the brim with food. A lot of food. Her whole life her mornings started with one of the three. Cereal, a piece of almost expired fruit, or cheap flavorless oatmeal. Now, she had nearly every option in front of her. The options were nearly overwhelming. She brought out every ingredient she felt hungry for. Something involving eggs, rice, oh yeah, and plenty of spice. It took nearly 15 minutes to bring out everything and plan what to make with it. Grabbing an apron she prepared herself, ready to make the best breakfast ever. Holy Stygimalik. There's huge but Gundam outside. Did you see it yet? Some girl with green hair stormed in wearing a lizard shirt and carrying a big backpack. Ochaco didn't recognize this girl, but the other teachers did mention how other students might be moving in. She just didn't think it'd happen this soon. Yeah, but who are you? Ochaco asked. I'm just your typical reptilian appreciator. Name's Setsuna Tokage. Seriously though, why does UA have that giant robot? Is it security? No, he's a student here. He's just got that special needs. Special needs? Oh. Tokage gave her a sympathetic look. Wait, not like that. Ochaco flailed her arms in denial. He turned into a robot in the entrance exam and we can't figure out how to turn him back. For real? You think he could turn into Mecha Godzilla? She mused before turning back to the front door. Hey, you mind helping me bring my things up to my room? Don't want to get in trouble leaving my stuff outside, you know. Ochaco looked back to the ingredients she already got out. With a sigh, she took off the apron and nodded. Tokage gave her a grin, exposing some sharper-than-average teeth, and opened the door for her. Thanks. Using her quirk, she made moving the boxes much faster. They talked a little as they went up and down moving her stuff. Turns out Setsuna was one of the recommended students, making Uraraka look at her in a brighter light. Now Uraraka made her way back to the kitchen as Tokage stayed in her room to unpack. Excuse me, are you the one who took all this food out? A boy with blue hair and choppy hand motions asked. He looked like a salesman with his polo shirt tucked into his iron pants. He looked like he moved in his boxes into the living room already as she was upstairs. Yes, I was going to make something but someone needed help moving their stuff to their room. She explained. I see. Very generous of you to offer your aid, but keep in mind that if these are left out too long they may go bad. He continued to chop his arm. Did he have Tourette's syndrome or something? Stop thinking about mental disabilities. Sorry, I'm gonna start cooking right now. I'm Ochaco Uraraka. She introduced herself. I am Tenya Ida. I'm looking forward to learning with you. Would you like any help with cooking? She looked towards all the stuff she got out. Now that she thought about it, she might have gotten a little carried away with the food. It also might be nice eating with someone. Sure, thanks Ida. She grabbed a nearby knife and... Wait. We must make sure we wash our hands properly before cooking. He reminded. Right, she did just move a bunch of stuff. It took a little bit, but it was a job well done. Turns out that Ida was very helpful and knew plenty about cooking. A guy that cooks, what do you know? He insisted on using lots of fruits to help balance out her want of lots of bacon involved. Somehow, he reminded her of a very passionate soccer parent. As they waited for the rice to finish cooking, someone else entered the front door. Hello? Is this Class B's building? A smaller girl with features similar to Ochaco, but her hair was longer and covered her eyes. She seemed to be having a little trouble carrying multiple boxes at once. That is correct. I am Tenya Ida. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He bowed with energy, making her very startled. I am Keikinoko Keikamori. She introduced herself with a small bow, making all the boxes she was holding fall over. Seeing her boxes on the floor, she wanted to just hide in her embarrassment. I'm sorry if I startled you. Allow me to help pick these up, he said, reaching out. But she backed away slightly at that, making him pause. Ochaco picked up on that and came over. Ida, why don't you watch the food while I help her get her stuff? My quirk will make it faster. She offered, using her quirk to lift one of the boxes. Great idea, Uraraka. I will make sure our food doesn't burn. He chopped with his words. Hey, what's cooking good looking? Came a voice from the elevator. Setsuna had arrived from following the smell of food. I don't believe we met. I am Tenya Ida. Setsuna Tokage just moved in my stuff upstairs. Oh boy, bacon. She cheered, making her way over to the pan, fighting the pain of picking up hot sizzling food, and threw it in her mouth. Tats hoot, she said, cooling her mouth with food in it. Ochaco frowned a little, seeing her well-cooked bacon being devoured like that. But she took pleasure in the justice being dealt in the form of a slightly burnt tongue. Also, Ida chopping his arm madly at her was pretty funny to see. She was glad that he came to defend her bacon. So, after helping another person move their boxes upstairs, her hunger grew. It was time for a well-deserved breakfast. Put that food down. Ha, make me Hot Wheels. Using your quirk like this is dash. Tenya was speed-walking while chasing down the various pieces of Tetsuna that were floating about with different breakfast items. One by one she grabbed either a fruit, some rice, or Ochaco's bacon, and brought it to where she had her head. It would be funny if it weren't for the fact that she was eating her food. Hey! Someone said from the front door. Everyone looked over to see someone with it at something, for a head. It looked like a box you'd put comic book writing in. Anyone know anything about the Eva outside? 'Cause I want to take a picture with it and send it to my brother. Talk to the gravity girl about it. She knows. Setsuna pointed with her disembodied hand to Ochaco. Oh, I thought I recognized you from before. You were in the entrance exam with me. Ida said, recognizing her. Wait, you were there? Ochaco asked. Yes, I saw you at the beginning. I only noticed you because someone tried to disturb you while you were concentrating. She blushed slightly, thinking about how he looked out for her without even knowing who she was. Rubbing the back of her head, she replied. Thanks for that then. I never noticed. Cool, anyways I'm Manga Fukidashi. Just call me Manga since that's what everyone says to describe me. I'm Tenya Ida. I'm Ochaco Uraraka. Setsuna Tokij. Tetsuna said, slipping another bite of food unsupervised. I was curious about the robot, but I assumed we would be getting an explanation from the staff soon. Tenya said. Ochaco saw everyone wanted an explanation from her, but before that she saw Setsuna eating the last of her bacon. She watched as the lizard lover looked over with a piece still hanging from her mouth, smiled, gave a peace sign with a disembodied hand, and slurped up the food. Uraraka. A deeper voice said from the door. Everyone looked to see Snipe standing there, his cloak swaying with the breeze. It's time, he said menacingly. I haven't even eaten breakfast yet. Ochaco complained. That's on you, let's go. He turned around and walked out. Ochaco gave a very heavy sigh as she followed the man out. She was still in her pajamas for crying out loud. The rest of the teens were left with no context and questions in her mind. Why would she be meeting with Snipe? Manga asked. Perhaps she had other arrangements with the staff she needed sorted out? UA does seem to be rushing the new dorms they announced yesterday. Ida commented. I don't know about that, but I am loving this food. Setsuna teased while grabbing one of the orange slices from Tenya's plate. He then proceeded to do his best to not run indoors as he protected his meal from her. That lasted about 10 seconds before all of them felt vibrations stir the building. Each of them ran outside to inspect the noise. They stood in awe as the giant robot walked away from their building and followed the student and teacher. Whatever it is, probably involves the big mecha. Manga theorized. Tenya nodded. He remembered seeing that massive thing appear out of nowhere, disrupting the test. But it fought the zero-pointer from what his memory recalled. Wasn't it one of the robots UA has on hand? No, it appeared out of nowhere. So what if? I believe it's possible that is one of our classmates. Tenya said. That would be awesome. As long as I'm not sparring with them. Manga said. Ochaco weaved and ducked through the obstacle course that Snipe had her run. It was indoors and involved a lot of hazards. One of those being a flamethrower. She rolled under the flames and quickly got to her feet. Her goal, she was told, was to simply dodge and get to the other side. So far she felt she was doing great. Above average. Bang. Her leg sported a new bruise thanks to a rubber bullet. I think that's good for today. Snipe said as Ochaco crawled across the finish line. How does this involve learning to shoot a gun? She grumbled, picking herself up. It doesn't. What? It involves using a gun. Almost everyone can shoot a gun, but to use it in hero work is a whole different tale. He said, clicking a button on a remote. All the noise of the course shut down as they both walked away. You see, even if you learn to shoot first, you may not always have a shot right away. So I shouldn't shoot until I have a good shot? She asked sincerely. There's a difference between patience and hesitation. In time, you'll learn the first saves lives while the other loses them. Wow, that was surprisingly deep to Ochaco. She never realized how much Snipe knew. He used what was viewed as a tool for killing, but he was good enough to make it a tool to save people. It boggled her mind how his skills didn't get him into the top 10. Maybe he was just too busy teaching at the school to do more hero work? Anywho, swing by the Furby's office when you get cleaned up. Furby? Nizu, sorry, that's a nickname we teachers have for him. Don't tell him though, otherwise he'll get mad. Ochaco chuckled. Nizu mad? That was a sight very hard to imagine. I can't see him getting mad. The air grew a little colder as Snipe stopped walking. He looked her in the eyes with his mask and said words of warning. You never do. Leaving her with that, we went his own way. She shivered to think how Snipe learned that. Inko was pacing back and forth, the phone in her hand. She was visibly distressed, her hair a mess, and her face filled with stress. After being removed from the campus, she tried calling the authorities, but the further the call went, the more she realized they knew and weren't doing anything about it. She barely caught the name of the man that told the person she was on the phone with that he had it handled. Detective Tsukachi. The only option left was the press. If the public knew Yue was holding her child against his, well then surely they would have to give him back. But if he caught wind that their son had a quirk, a powerful one at that, she knew he would return. She had to be sure that his name wasn't revealed, or hers. She took a deep breath before hitting the number. Ring ring. Hello, Juzo News. Some cheery voice said on the other side. Hello. I'd like your help. Inko said, a little shaky. If it's a matter of life and death, we recommend informing a local hero or the police first. She said in a rehearsed voice. I tried calling the police, but they won't do anything. Hold on, let me forward you to someone really quick. The phone clicked. After a few seconds, a more tired male came on the line. Hello, this is Satu Kazuma, reporter for the Juzo News. Hello. I'm calling because I need help getting my son back from UA. Oh, that sounds. Hey, back off. This could be my story. Hello, this is Megumin, chief editor for the Juzo News. Your son was kidnapped by UA? Weiss. He went to take the entrance exam and suddenly used a powerful quirk we never knew of. Now he's under some kind of control and has no free will whatsoever. Do the police already know about this? Yes, but they won't do anything. Ma'am, I'd like for you to come by as soon as possible. This sounds like something very big that will grab the attention of the public like no other story in years. Of course. But I need you to promise me something. What is it? You can't publish our names. I don't want anyone to think badly of my son. Just come by and talk to us. I'm sure we can work something out and have some papers you can sign. Thank you. Megumin sat in her office, absolutely thrilled with what this heartbroken mother had told her. A quirkless son of a loving mother dreamed of being a hero his whole life. Everything looked bleak, but he held out with hope. At the entrance exam, he suddenly manifested a quirk the likes of which had never been seen before, its power only to be rivaled by top heroes. Then, he is kept in the walls of UA to serve as a SLV to the school who would have thrown him out if he didn't show a quirk. Megumin squirmed in her seat. This would be the best story ever. But she needed to know more if they were to do this right. That's why she had her best freelancer right in front of her. He was reading the notes of Megumin's conversation with the mother, grinning like a madman. His name was Tanio Takuda. He had well-styled dark hair with thin round glasses. And the doctor said he was quirkless? He asked for confirmation. That's right. I'm telling you, this will be the biggest scoop since All Might's debut. Megumin cheered. Well, I don't think it would be hard to get a photo of the kid if he is as tall as his mother said. But I want to do some digging into his background. If he grew up thinking he was quirkless, he's bound to have some history of discrimination we can use to really heat up his background as a victim. She liked the way this man thought. I'll leave you to it. I hope it's not asking too much to have something to print by the start of UA's schooling. Not at all. You should have plenty to work with. Though I might need your help pulling some strings to get a press pass for UA. If they're really holding this kid against his will, then they're going to try and find a way to keep us out. Sure thing. We need to act fast though before they can counter. I'll get you one by tomorrow. Megumin said, already writing down a list of potentials to call. Mostly heroes she knew that graduated there that they have given good press to. Hopefully Ingenium can help out. Didn't he have a brother that's in school? Great, I'll start digging right away. Takuda said, getting up from his seat. Oh yes, Megumin could smell the juiciness of this story. It was going to make the public's view on UA explode. Are you sure we should let her know? One for all is a very close secret. Toshinori said in his deflated form in Nizu's office. The unknown creature gave a thoughtful hum before replying. If what Snipe said about Midoriya showing video of his memories is true, then it might be revealed anyway. It would be better if she was told before she is left with questions about your relationship with Midoriya. She is a teenage girl in high school. No one can gossip like them given so little information. I see your point. But maybe we shouldn't tell her all this at once. We should still perform a basic background check before exposing such a secret. Nizu pulled out a file from his desk and placed it before the number 1 hero. Already done, but that begs the question. Did you do a background check on Midoriya before telling him about One for All? All Might flinched at that. He had a habit of rushing into things and it wasn't always the best in social situations. Not his fault his job turned him into that. Weiss, well, I saw so much of myself in the boy and Dash. And you told him no. When he asked if he could be a hero you told him no. You are very hypocritical, Yagi. Nizu said, bringing up a small cup of tea. Where did that even appear from? Toshinori's personage looked more depressing after the words of the principal. Yes, it's true I told him no, and it's true I jumped the gun on telling the boy about the secrets of One for All. I made too many mistakes with him, and right now he needs help again. He sat up a little straighter, a fire burning in his lightning blue eyes. I refuse to let myself make more half-thought decisions involving him. I chose him to be my successor, and I need to be a good mentor. Nizu smiled a little wider at that. Glad to hear it. Boom boom boom. I think our guests are approaching. What will you choose, Yagi? Nizu asked, hiding away the file of Ochaco. Toshinori looked slightly conflicted, mulling over the choices in his head. Keep Uraraka in the dark, or let her know? If it's possible for her to find out about his connection with the boy, and if she told others without knowing their secret, it could be devastating. So, what if he told her enough? That he met the boy, took personal interest, and trained him? It was enough for her to get why it should be kept secret. If she somehow learned of One for All, she would know that it was also part of the secret and come to him with questions. Knock knock, we're here. Snipe said from the other side. All Might inflated to his buff form. He still wasn't sure if he should tell her about the part of his injury, but if the conversation ended up there he wouldn't hold it from her. Come in. Nizu said, very intrigued about what the hero was planning on doing. Snipe entered with a heavily worn Uraraka behind him. She lazily waved to the principal before waking up a little more at the sight of All Might. Have a seat. You look like you need it. Nizu said. Thanks. She said, crashing into the couch across from All Might. Snipe simply sat next to her. The lights of the giant's eyes illuminated them as he stepped into view of the window. So, what's this about? You got more ideas on how to help Midoriya? She asked. Someone else will be showing up to potentially help with Midoriya. For now though, we wanted to talk about something else. Nizu motioned for All Might to take the lead. The hero nodded and took a much more serious tone. Young Uraraka. What I am about to share is never to be mentioned to anyone else but those in this room or those that I have given the all clear to tell. Understand? She sat up from her casual position, reading how stern the usually happy hero was being. With a nod she prepared herself to listen. You have seen pieces of Midoriya's memories, yes? Yeah, but only 2 times really. One of me from the entrance exam day, and the other. Her eyes widened at the realization about the potential topic of the conversation. Yes, I have met young Midoriya before. I've known for over 10 months, training him for the entrance exam. You trained him? Ochaco was shocked. All Might personally training someone? Especially someone they thought was quirkless. Yes, I happened to meet him rescuing him from a villain. He showed great hero potential, so I trained him personally. You can see how we would want to keep quiet about this. Of course. Everyone would view him as the next you. Exactly, the press would never leave him alone and his peers would constantly be comparing themselves to him. He would automatically be expected to be one of the greatest heroes in the making. So, we wanted to make sure just in case you see any more memories of me with him that you'll stay quiet about them. And just in case you see anything else you should talk to me first. All Might finished. Ochaco thought back to what she saw on the video. Something was bugging her. She remembered how at the end of the video there was a puff of steam and a skinny man standing there proclaiming to be All Might. She braced herself as she prepared to dare ask if All Might wasn't what he seemed. Snipe noticed her shifting, recalling what she saw on the video before he could fully turn her away. All Might? She asked. All Might leaned closer so he could hear her nervous words. Yes. I do have a question about what I saw on one of the videos. At the end, there was a cloud of steam where you were standing and in your place was someone who looked like a skeleton. Do you have a health problem? She asked very hesitantly. All Might leaned back inside. He hoped it wouldn't go to that, but he was prepared to handle it. Ochaco immediately felt regret in her question seeing his reaction, but her shock threw her feelings out the window as All Might shrunk down to the same skinny man she saw. I guess you saw that. It's true, my health is not as great as it seems on camera. What had happened? I'm sorry. That was rude of me to ask. She stood up and bowed several times to the number one hero. He waved it off. Nonsense, it's a reasonable question. But this also must be kept a secret. Understand? Ochaco nodded. So he showed her his injury, told her of the time limit, and how he faced someone who could do so much damage to him. She was scared learning of the fact that someone could hurt All Might, but was relieved to hear they were taken care of. At the end of the conversation her stomach grumbled, earning a large blush on her face. Sorry about that. I haven't eaten anything yet. That's fine. There's nothing else to talk about anyways. You go get yourself some food. All Might said. She bowed one last time and went out the door. Snipe got up from his seat to exit, but stopped at the doorway. When he asked if someone quirkless could become a hero. What did you say? Snipe asked, looking back to All Might. All Might was a little thrown off at the question but answered nonetheless. I told him no, regrettably, and soon after he showed me he had the heart of a hero. And if someone asked you that question now? He asked, still standing. These were making All Might feel almost as if he was being interrogated. But he thought about it again that he said young Midoriya could be a hero because he planned on giving him his quirk. But if he couldn't give the boy a quirk, would he have said yes? After my experience with Midoriya, I don't think I could tell someone no. And? Could you tell someone yes? That I don't know if I could, to be honest. All Might said regrettably. He wanted to say yes, to give the classic response to anyone wanting to be a hero. But it was still a dangerous job, and he really couldn't see Midoriya surviving any of his encounters if someone didn't come to save him when he was perceived quirkless. Snipe didn't stick around, and instead walked out, slamming the door behind him. All Might felt like that wasn't the answer Snipe wanted to hear. My oh my, you still managed to entertain me with your ignorance, Yagi. Nizu said with another sip of his tea. Ochaco walked back into the building, seeing a few newer faces. Right now she didn't care about that though, she only cared about putting something in her stomach. Making her way to the fridge she opened it up, seeing a plate of food she recognized Tenya and her maid earlier in Tupperware with a small sticky note on it. To Uraraka. This was what was left. Sorry I couldn't save you more. If Tokage is reading this, please do not eat, this is not yours. Ida. If Ida was anywhere near her she would have given that boy a hug on the spot. He was so sweet for doing this. She grabbed the food from the fridge and pulled it from its spot, revealing a face hiding right behind it. Hi. He greeted. Ochaco just stared. Was this real? Testing to see if she had gone insane from hunger she reached out to poke it, only for her finger to pass through it. Oh no, she was going crazy. Ignoring the face, she closed the fridge and backed away. Just as she was about to open the Tupperware, a hand reached out from the fridge door right towards her. Phew. She threw the food right at the approaching arm and stumbled back while screaming incoherently. A couple of others approached, curious as to what was happening. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. The face said. It stepped out to reveal it was a part of a whole top half of a very muscled body. She had a hard time not looking, but she was just so mad her food was ruined. My name's Mirio Togata. I was told about you and your friend. You need to put a shirt on if you plan on talking to anyone. It's highly inappropriate. A girl with green vines for hair commented. Sorry, I'll be right back with those clothes. He then fell into the ground. They looked around for a moment, wondering where the mysterious blonde went. That is until he entered through the door wearing some casual attire. Alrighty, now let's do this in a way that doesn't get me stoned on the spot. He joked. So, you're Uraraka, yes? Yes? You're here about Midoriya? As you saw, my quirk lets me pass through stuff. Your class would have found out the hard way when I would have challenged them to fight me, but this seems important. A boy with silver hair and very odd eyebrows that wrapped around his eyes cut into the conversation. If you're looking for a spar, I'm sure I could take you on. Mirio gave him a quick look up and down. Sure thing. But let's wait for when classes start. Sir wanted me to take care of this first. Wait, who's sir? Ochaco asked, following the boy as he walked outside. Others seemed to follow them as they walked to the giant. Sir Knight, I work at his agency, he said with pride. Wait, as in All Might's old sidekick? Why didn't he tell me someone from his agency was coming to help? Ochaco wondered. You got to talk to All Might? No way. You'll have to introduce me sometime. Mirio said. Luckily both of them were just quiet enough not to be heard by the others that were loosely following them, or the small crowd of others gathered at the giant's feet. Midnight was talking to a few of them, keeping them from taking any photos. Once she saw Uraraka, she waved the two over. I see you still have your shirt on, she said, eyeing the third year's chest. I had to put it on. One of the students wasn't too keen on seeing a shirtless ghost boy. He joked. Shame, but you'll have to strip to do what's next anyways, Midnight teased. Mirio just laughed as others were either disturbed or jealous at the tease. I'm sure you've seen enough already. But I'm always willing to put on a show. He stretched his arms, looking up to see the giant's gaze. Boy, you're a big fella, ain't ya? So, are you going to be looking inside him? Ochaco asked, slightly worried. That's the plan. But don't worry, I won't touch anything. Mirio gave a thumbs up. Power Loader tried using some equipment to see inside but couldn't get anything, so they asked me to confirm if this is his body or a suit. Alright, everyone, back up please. You'll be getting an explanation about the robot later when we drop off the DVDs at your dorms, but for now please stay away. We can't guarantee how he'll react. Midnight warned the small crowd. They heeded the teacher's advice and got a reasonable distance away, roughly 20 to 30 feet. The only ones near the giant were Mirio, Midnight, and Ochaco. Alright, good luck. Midnight said to Mirio. Said boy simply walked into the foot, his clothes falling on the grass. Shame, didn't get to see much this time. Midnight complained. Ochaco tried not to think about it, but she kinda agreed. Mirio, meanwhile, was turning parts of himself tangible and intangible as needed as he checked the parts of the robot. The legs are what they expected, just a bunch of machinery. He couldn't exactly tell what each part did, but he assumed it was more than just moving given how there were interior funnels that connected to the center of the feet. Further up he got to the chest, and nearly killed himself in the process. There was some kind of massive reactor with a ball of fiery green energy swirling about. He was glad he played it safer than usual, but it stung his eyes a bit just looking at it. Hopefully it wasn't radioactive. He'd have to stop by Power Loader right away after this to check if he was clean. Also Recovery Girl. Remembering some old anime he watched, he checked the nape of the neck. Nope, no one here. Maybe his body was changed to be the robot? That would SCK, cause that means they couldn't just take him out. An idea crossed his head. Maybe there was a computer they could potentially hack in the head? Then again, That might be even more dangerous to hack a super robot that could wreak havoc. Oh well, he was just asked by Nizu and Sir to check out what's going on and report back. He shouldn't mess with anything. He found himself in a metal room, a clear screen showing Uraraka down below. Turning around, he saw a very strange sight. He located Midoriya, but his body had a ton of metal and cables shoved into it. No blood, good, but the fact that he didn't seem conscious wasn't so good. The other sight was a blue-tinted holographic woman that was looking right at him. She looked him up and down, absolutely bewildered by his existence. Then she did something strange. She smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Nice pages. So, as you can see, I've written her to be with some Class 1B characters with Tenya from 1A being in her class. This is to give light to characters not seen too much, and to give myself personal entertainment. Also, Katsuki is a thing and is part of the reason. Some might have noticed my sense of humor going all over the place. This was originally going to be a self-indulgence FIC with not too much effort, but then it got more attention than fix. I put more effort into it. Don't know how that works, but okay. Nerf it, player. Now that Izuku has some form of contact with the outside world, we'll be seeing both sides try to help him out. You're right on the part that it is incredibly taxing for his brain to handle piloting a robot and all the functions. He is updating himself watching a fictional character, so it's entirely possible for him to replicate certain quirks as long as they're compatible with his technology. Go Big Blue 357. Izuku's brain just needs time and more processing power to get full control. I am happy you are enjoying a slower approach to this. MRU 911. I get that, but it just never mind. Enjoy the story. My Iron Giant. Lavion Rose. So, how does this work? You talk first? I talk first? Mirio laughed and shyly tucked his mini Mirio out of sight from the funny ghost woman. Much to her displeasure. This was probably the weirdest errand that Sir and the principal have ever had him do. He wasn't expecting to find anyone or get any kind of conversation out of it. Sorry, I was just expecting to find Midoriya here. My name is Mirio Togata. What's yours? Or do you have one? 'Cause you might just be some kind of Jarvis for this place. He stuck his thumb at the screen that was speed-running numbers and focused on the Uraraka girl. Good one. My name is Nana Shimura. I'll see if you're worthy of knowing more about me in time. How or why exactly did you come here? Well, I was tasked by the principal of UA and Sir Night Eye to find everything I could about what happened to Midoriya here. He glanced at the body. He really didn't think it would be the case, but there was a chance this Shimura person was holding him hostage. Shoot, whatever happened to the last principal? I like that guy. Although he did have a racist sense of humor. Nana thought out loud. Wait, when she was watching Toshi's life, didn't he have a sidekick for a little bit? Diamond, she should be paying more attention to this stuff. Well, while I'm here, is there anything you can tell me about his condition? Mirio asked, interrupting her thoughts. Oh, can you come by later tonight when that girl goes to sleep? Whenever she sleeps, the robot goes to sleep too. During that time the kid is awake and we talk. Mirio gave a thumbs up. Looks like this mission went better than they predicted. Or maybe Sir predicted that and didn't tell him. He sunk back down and re-emerged from the foot, grabbing his clothes and swiftly covering his privates. Well, how did it go? Midnight asked. Pretty great. I got a compliment on my willy and found Midoriya. He said. Midnight blushed thinking about what happened in there. He found Midoriya and got a compliment on his pages. Only one thing could possibly come from two young healthy teen boys who actively compliment each other's well-toned bodies in a private meeting. She completely zoned out from the world and focused on her BL fantasy. Ochaco came to the save and actually paid attention enough to want to know more. Togata, how's Midoriya? Oh, well, I'm not too sure. Yeah, his condition is unique from what I saw. He doesn't seem to be hurt, just asleep. He probably shouldn't mention right away to her how he saw his body. Sure, there was no blood, but it was a very disturbing scene. Anyways, I met this hologram woman who talked with me. She says that I can come back tonight when the robot is asleep and talk to Izuku. That snapped Midnight out of her funk. You can talk to him? Not yet. I need to report back to our superiors first and see what they want to do. Alright, let's get that taken care of. Come with us, Uraraka. You should be there to hear the full report too. She started marching off. Now, back in the office that Ochaco barely came from, sat her, Mirio, All Might, Buff Form, Recovery Girl, and of course Nizu. Sir Night Eye wasn't there in person, but he was on a conference call, remaining silent the entire time. All Might himself was very nervous. It had been years since he last talked to Night Eye, and he just so happened to have someone in his agency who could phase through objects and was still a student at UA. He couldn't help but see the resemblance of himself in the boy. Sure, he was a fine young lad, but it seemed like Night Eye tried to find the closest thing to himself to be the next holder of One for All. Other teachers wanted to participate, especially Snipe since he was one of the closest ones on the case, but he still lacked knowledge of the boy's quirk. Mirio was asked to give a technical report to Power Loader about his findings, only mentioning what they would agree to in this room here and now. It seems that you managed to find some good information, Togata. Your smile is a tad bit brighter than usual. Nizu detected. We should be able to talk to Midoriya tonight if things go well in this meeting. All Might nearly coughed out his only lung. Talk to Midoriya? This was excellent news. And how did you learn of this? Nizu asked. That's where things get unusual. There was a hologram of a woman who was next to Midoriya. She said her name was Nana Shimura. All right, there goes his lung. All Might was already slightly pushing it for today, but hearing the name of his former mentor made him lose his grip of his form. He sat there, trying to catch his breath again between coughing blood into his handkerchief. Recovery Girl was giving him the stink eye while Uraraka started to panic. One day, he can't keep his secret from two teens for one day? Fortunately, Togata didn't pay too much attention to that part, but was more focused on the reaction All Might gave. Wow. You must be following a hell of a weight loss program, All Might. But, do you know that name? Mirio asked. All Might began before being interrupted by Night Eye over the phone. Mirio, the report please. Anything else can wait after. Thank you for the save, Night. And so Mirio gave his full report in chronological order. He decided to be as thorough as possible with them, just in case they caught anything in his words. Right after that, Mirio was informed about the state of All Might and held to the secret. Nizu gave Mirio the note regarding what to mention to Power Loader and sent him on his way to deliver the information and wait outside the room. Now was the matter, again, on what to tell Uraraka. But for now she was to wait outside until they came to a decision. Can we confirm it's her? Night Eye asked. There is only one way to find out if that truly is Nana Shimura. And in order to do that, Mirio would need to be our middleman. Nizu reasoned. Sentient quirks are nothing new, but it seems far-fetched to say that the dead can live on in quirks. Recovery Girl added. I have a suggestion to make it so we can keep secrecy and solve Midoriya's problem. Everyone listened in, very attentive to the possible plan. We have Midoriya give Mirio One for All. All Might wanted to cough out the rest of his stomach this time. After calming down his hacking, he tried to keep his anger under check too. Before he could speak, Nizu did instead. Are you proposing that by taking away a power source of the robot it will no longer have need of Midoriya? Exactly, plus Mirio has been training for the purpose of inheriting One for All. He's ready, and we can be done with this by tonight. It's my quirk, Night Eye, and I gave it to Midoriya. We are not making him give it up. All Might said, barely keeping his voice leveled. And if we don't, he potentially spends the rest of his life as a hazard who endangers the public against his own will. Don't you want to save him? Of course I want to save him. But making him give up everything he worked towards would be the same as dooming him. All Might shouted back. Nizu was internally grateful he had these walls soundproofed. You let your emotions cloud your judgment too often. Take a step back and see the better option for everyone. I may have made some mistakes before, but choosing Midoriya to be MY's successor is not one of them. Nizu clapped his soft little paws together, earning silence from the adults. While I see your plan might work, Night Eye, it still has too many flaws in it. For example, what about all the machines in Midoriya's body? If the giant no longer sees him as a working part, he could very well cut him out and leave him to die. The other factor is that there is a very large power source at the center of the chest, not just from Midoriya. And if that's not enough, what about the fact that neither one can be awake at the same time? It sounds like Midoriya's mind is literally running the giant when it's active. There are too many things we don't know, and we can't grant your personal wish for Mirio to be the next symbol of peace if you don't prioritize the importance of others' lives. That made the argument come to a halt, earning a grateful smile from Recovery Girl. So, what we lack is information. And I believe that our safest option is to have Mirio be our messenger to the inside. If we can tackle this issue from both sides, I'm sure we can make a lot of progress in helping Midoriya. All Might leaned back slightly. That was true, no matter what happened they still needed Mirio to talk to them. But, if Nana was part of it, then One for All is directly tied to the issue at hand. He sighed. He really didn't want to spill any more secrets, but to get the most out of it, they needed everyone to be on the same page of what's happening. Knight, can I trust Mirio with the secret of One for All? All Might asked. Knight Eye sounded both parts relieved and overjoyed hearing the question. Of course, I know he'll be a great dash. Don't confuse this with me making Midoriya give my quirk. No, his quirk to young Togata. We all need to work together on this with no one keeping any secrets. So, can the young man keep this from the world? Sigh. Yes, you can trust Mirio to keep a secret. Then it's settled. Recovery Girl stretched her legs as she hopped down from the couch. I'm glad you two buffoons managed to figure that out. If it was up to me, I wouldn't let either of you near the boy. Hell knows what either of you would do to mess him up. She walked over to the door about to open it, but All Might called out to her. Wait, young Uraraka should still be out there. Recovery Girl looked very, very annoyed by that. Didn't you just say that we shouldn't be keeping any secrets in order to help Midoriya? But. No buts. You're either all in or all out. Recovery Girl smacked his leg with her cane. Ochaco walked back, the stomps of the giant keeping her company. Her head was a wreck. She didn't think there was any secret bigger than All Might being hurt, but the fact that he chose Midoriya to be his successor, and the fact that a previous holder of the quirk is alive as a ghost. It hurt, physically hurt to think about it. Girl. Or maybe it was just the fact that she hasn't gotten to eat anything for 6 hours. Shit, what's a girl gotta do to get some food? So, how are you taking the news? Because I'm personally having an identity crisis. Mirio said alongside her. Why? Mirio, for the first time today, dropped his smile. My whole time working for Night Eye, I thought he picked me because I had potential of my own to be great. And I believed him. Everyone knows Sir was a sidekick to All Might, but not everyone knows how much he looks up to the #1 hero. When he gave compliments like, comparing me to be the next All Might, I thought that was because he thought I had the potential and the drive. He relaxed his shoulders and looked down to his feet. But now I see it. He was grooming me to literally be the next All Might. But, now that All Might already chose who his successor is going to be, will Sir still say that I could be a great hero? That threw Ochaco off a lot. She didn't know this guy for long, but to see him without his smile? It was just like seeing All Might without his. But, those smiles those two heroes wore, she realized they were hiding their true selves behind them. I don't know what kind of hero you'll be. I'm not even sure I know what hero I want to be quite yet. She admitted, then looked up to the giant. But once upon a time a kid with curly green hair said he wanted to be the kind of hero who saves everyone. And I'm helping him so he can do that. She then stopped, and spun around to meet Mirio's simple blue eyes. And I'd be happy to help you be the kind of hero you want to be, Ochaco said with a bright smile. It cheered Mirio up a lot. This girl who didn't know much about him, didn't have an image of who she thought he would be. She left that up to him and wanted to help. He smiled again, a real genuine smile that wasn't his daily face he put on. Thanks, Uraraka. Call me Ochaco, I feel like we're going to see each other a lot more. Gruel, her stomach interrupted. Ochaco turned bright red as Mirio laughed. Stop it. Sorry, that was just too funny. I'd invite you to grab some lunch, but you can't exactly leave with your friend here. He pointed to the giant. Ochaco gave him a pouting face as she started poking his stomach harshly. That's right. You owe me from earlier. Earlier? Alright. I scared you and you threw your food at me. How about this? I'll pay for some pizza to get delivered. What do you say? That dot really sounded good right now. Sounds amazing, but we need to make sure this one girl doesn't find out. Mirio tilted his head slightly. Why is that? She'll steal your food like the little raptor she is. Dot noted. They entered the student dorm building, seeing everyone there gathering around the TV. Curious as to why they snuck around from behind and watched some cheaply animated version of their principal with an image of the giant and Uraraka in the background. And remember, you can in no way, shape, or form should you attempt to harm Ochaco Uraraka outside of friendly training or sparring. Otherwise we can't guarantee you'll survive, haha. The video ended, and everyone turned around to look at the girl who was just in the video. Oh, she would get back the principal for letting the whole school know who she is. See? I told you she knew about the robot boy. Setsuna declared from the couch. Tetsu charged right up and bowed before her. Please let me have a manly spar with Midoriya. No way you die. She shouted right back. It would all be worth it to die by the awesomeness of a giant robot. Please stop yelling indoors. That is the improper volume to use unless it is an emergency. Ida yelled, rapidly approaching the group. Whoa, let's slow it down, first years. If you have questions, then I'm sure that the video answered them if Niza made it. If not, then they're personal and it would be better to learn in time as you all become comrades in the hero course. Mirio said, calming down the small crowd. Yeah, I'm sure we'll all get to know more about one another in time, so let's give the girl some space. A red head with a ponytail said. She then gave her attention back to the two who just came in. My name is Itsuka Kendo. I recognize you, Raraka, but I don't think you're in our class. I'm a third year in the hero course. My name is Mirio Togata. Well, it's good to meet you. If you're hanging around for the day, then we'd be happy to receive some tips about what to expect for school. Mirio tried not to laugh, thinking about all the surprise twists and turns that were in every part of the hero course. It's mostly learning as you go, but I'd love to help. As Kendo and Togata started a small conversation, Ochaco felt a light tap on her shoulder. Behind her was Tenya, holding out an apple. I didn't know if you got anything to eat yet today, so I made sure to at least save you this. She smiled at his act of kindness. Thanks, Ida. He seemed a little more stiff all of a sudden, a slight blush on his face. He talked to his brother about moving in and how he met a girl and cooked some food with her. Being the older brother, he was started asking for details, lots of details. Tensei even teased him about potentially finding a girlfriend so fast. But he didn't want to rush anything, so he'd just be nice and spend time with her. If you'd like, we could try cooking something together again. Breakfast was a while ago. Tenya offered. She felt strange about his offer. Yeah, they cooked earlier together, but this seemed different. Then she remembered what Mirio talked about with her. Oh, Mirio offered already to get us pizza. If you wanted, I could ask to see if dash. Did someone say pizza? Setsuna ran back over and threw herself onto Tenya's back, throwing off his balance as he chopped the air vigorously. Yeah, I was talking to Ochaco earlier and we talked about ordering pizza since she can't leave the school. It wouldn't be much trouble to order a couple extra boxes. I could even invite my friends who are third years as well, and we can have a small welcome to you the party. Mirio offered. Tenya definitely noticed how Uraraka and Mirio were using their first names with each other. Did they already know one another? If so, for how long? But he needed to first think about the mad woman who was climbing up his shoulders. Virum vroom. Let's steal the pizza, Lightning McQueen. Setsuna said, now sitting on Tenya's shoulders and using his glasses as a steering wheel. I don't understand that reference. But we will not be stealing the pizza. Ida was trying very hard to keep his cool. So, what does everyone want? Mirio asked with his phone out. All meat. Tetsu said. I agree with eyebrows. Setsuna shouted atop her unwilling steed. Something with spinach, please. Ibra Shiozaki said politely. That works fine with me, plenty of iron in spinach. Tetsu said. I'm not picky, but a side of limes would be beneficial in my diet. Tenya said. Something simple sounds good, no need to complicate it. Kendo commented. Anchovies please. Komori said, slightly farther away from the group. Pepperoni. Manga simply said. And you? Mirio asked Ochaco. A classic pepperoni, but I don't mind what we get as long as it gets here fast. She responded. You heard her, the missy. Put those legs to work and get us those pizzas faster than an ornithomimid. Setsuna stated, teasing Ida as she hovered her head just out of arm's reach of the stern boy. It sounds like we'll have 2 main pizzas. A spinach and anchovies and another plain pepperoni. Sound good? Mirio asked, confirming the others. After receiving some nods and no complaints, Mirio checked in with his friends to see where they were. Mirio, hey guys. I'm with some first years and we're ordering pizza. Any of you want to join and possibly pick it up? Nijire, sounds fun. I'll grab the pizzas. Did you beat them up yet? What are their quirks? Any interesting ones that grab your eye? Taki, I'll come. Mirio, awesome. Meet us at the 1B dorms. Mirio, wish one of you has the better but. Nijire, Tamaki. Tamaki, everything good on your end? Mirio, sorry, one of the first years grabbed my phone and now we kind of started a game of keep away. Got to go. Nijire, fight on. Tamaki, don't hurt them too much. After a very intense moment of Mirio dodging or running through the various limbs floating around, some of the others decided to join in. Manga showed off his quirk and kept making obstacles for Mirio to dodge. After lots of yelling from Tenya, they took it outside as nearly everyone joined in. Tenya would keep Mirio running at his top speed. Kendo and Setsuna worked very well together in ambush attempts of trying to strike him or the phone away. Even Shiozaki tried using her vines to aid their efforts. Tetsu kept asking Kendo or Shiozaki to launch him with their quirks. After being denied so many times, Manga yelled out an explosion that sent the steel boy sailing like a bullet to Mirio. It was all in vain though, when Mirio decided to fight back once he saw his friends. In less than 5 seconds he practically flew to each person and used Shiozaki's vines to incapacitate them. Mirio! Nijire yelled, bursting onto the scene with the pizzas. Why didn't you tell us about the robot? Is it a part of security? Or is it a new member of the Dash? If you checked your emails you'd see the video the school sent us. Tamaki interrupted as he walked onto the scene. Nijire, not wanting to be left in the dark, pulled out her phone and watched the video. Looks like just about everyone worked up an appetite. Mirio noted, looking over his underclassmen that were tied up. Ochaco was sitting to the side next to Komori to keep her company. Yeah, thanks to you. Manga said, saying slice repeatedly under his breath to cut away the vines. Ha, we should have a proper spar. Then you'll see how easy I was going on you guys. Mirio said, grabbing his shirt that accidentally came off. Yeah. If he was serious he would have lost his pants. Nijire said, making some of the shudder in either good or bad ways. So, we going to eat inside or out here? Kendo asked. It was a decent day outside and they've been stuck moving in or watching the school introduction video. We should eat on the roof. Nijire said, already flying up with the pizzas. Ochaco, on the other hand, looked up at her giant friend. I've got a better idea. She said, this is awesome. Manga said, sitting on a blanket that was laid on the giant's shoulder. Luckily his shoulders were so big and flat enough that they didn't have to worry about falling off them. I know. This is bitchin', Setsuna said. Language. Both Ida and Shiozaki chastised. Even if they somehow did, the best 3 hero students of the school were with them. If somehow they couldn't save them, Ochaco gave the giant an order to catch any of them gently if they fell off. Ochaco sat with the girls on the left shoulder, getting some time away from the boys. She had no problem with them, but as per Nijire's advice they needed to get to know their locker room buddies. So Uraraka, Kendo said. HRMG. She hummed, chewing a slice of pizza. In the clip of the entrance exam, he just ran up to help you. Did he know you from before? Kendo said. Oh yes, I was quite curious about that too. Is he a knight in shining armor in soul just as he is now? Shiozaki asked in her own unique way. No way. You got to tell us the details. Is he single? Have you already gone on a date? Have you shared your first dash? Nijire went off. What? I just met him that day. He was about to trip before the written test, so I stopped him. The next time I saw him, he took out the 0-pointer. Ochaco said, avoiding the weird questions. Really? Wow, guess he really does deserve to be in the hero course. Kendo said, looking up to the giant's face. He was watching Ochaco like always. Setsuna looked down though. Is he single though? I'm kinda wondering if he gave himself any kind of upgrades. Shiozaki scooted a little further from the perverted sinner. I don't know that we tried talking to his mom, but she wasn't too happy and had to be escorted off campus. We hardly know anything about his life. Ochaco said, a little sad about how their talk turned out. Maybe in a few days they should reach out again? After all, they were about to have Mirio talk to Midoriya tonight. Ah, that's so sad. Maybe we should go and drop off something nice to her. Nijire said. I could knit a little robot and Midoriya F for her. Komori suggested. Setsuna got kinda excited at that. Seriously? You can knit? That's dash. Don't say it. Shiozaki warned. I was gonna say Bambiraptor if you must know. Setsuna shot back. Is that even a real dinosaur? Kendo asked. Here, I got some drawings I made of one last week. Setsuna grabbed her phone and showed it to Kendo. The dinosaurs, the lizards, she was completely obsessed with anything involving lizards or prehistoric creatures. Would you accept my aid in making a knitted heroic Midoriya for his mother? Shiozaki offered to the shy girl. You can knit too? Ochaco asked. Yes. I used to knit often with my mother. She said, hey, could I get a Midoriya too? Or even a Mirio? Setsuna asked, a slight blush on her cheeks. No. Shiozaki got up and walked to the opposite side of the lizard girl. Why not? You're going to do something unholy with them. Of course I am. Heathen. Setsuna went and grabbed Komori's hands in a pleading manner. Please. I'll pay you money. Nijire, surprisingly, was the one to pull the lizard girl away. She then whispered something in her ear that got her to stop. Her eyes became much wider, and a feral grin across her face. She went and sat back down, grabbing a slice of pizza and enjoying it. What did you say to her? Ochaco asked. Nijire didn't reply, just giving an innocent smile that seemed like it was from a child. Hey Uraraka. You think you could ask Midoriya to look over here? I want to take a photo with him to send to my brother. Manga yelled from across the giant. Sure. Hey Midoriya. He narrowed his eyes slightly, showing his attention was given to her. Could you look at Manga so he can take a picture with you? He obeyed, looking over to where the living comic was at. His eyes are too bright on the camera. Have him look forward, please. Midoriya, would you look forward, please? He obeyed once again. Thanks. Manga then used his quirk to create a platform that let him get some distance to take a good selfie with himself and the giant. Soon the other boys followed, getting some weird selfies with one another with the giant. Hey, Uraraka. How come you're so polite when you ask him to do something? Kendo asked. Isn't it just because she has healthy habits that strengthen her soul? Shiozaki thought out loud. Nothing like that, it's just. Her mood took a little bit of a dip. He can't say no, so I don't want to boss him around like a SLV. I want him to feel like I'm just asking, not commanding him. That way it feels like he's just a nice guy instead of, a robot. Nijire guessed, earning a sad nod from Ochaco. To her shock, she suddenly felt arms wrap around her. Komori was giving Ochaco a hug. You're a nice person. I think he appreciates what you do for him, she said, with a little more emotion than she intended. The single hug ended up becoming a group hug, with the girls all supporting one another. Meanwhile, the guys were trying to get Tetsu not to jump off and test Midoriya's reaction time. She's with him, she's safe, everything is good. He hears others close to him, but can't at the same time. Are they friends? I'm glad she's making friends. Are we friends? Doesn't matter, he just has to protect her. That's all that matters. He never had good friends who protected him. He wished he did, but his friends always hurt him, put him in danger. He hoped she wouldn't get any of those kinds of friends. Alert: known threat detected. Subject name: Katsuki Bakugo. Primary directive, protect, nice girl. No, he hurt him. He hurts people. He was dangerous. Keep him away. Keep him away. Don't come near her. All of the teens felt the giant shift as he moved without being commanded. His head turned to the entrance of the school property, his eyes narrowed, and instead of green, they were red. What's he doing? Kendo asked, hopeful that red was something good. I don't know. He's never done anything like this, unless… Ochaco didn't know exactly what red meant, but she recognized the look. His narrowed eyes, his fists clenched, and the energy she felt thrumming through his frame. Mirio! We need to get everyone inside. He's in defensive mode. Someone or something is acting as a threat to us. She shouted. On it. Nijar, Tiki, let's get these freshmen down safely. He commanded. They acted on their training. Nijar helped fly two of the girls down as Setsuna floated down herself with Shiozaki. Tamaki grew chicken wings and tentacles and climbed down while carrying Tenya. Tetsu followed manga as he created a whoosh of air to carry them down. Ochaco used her quirk on herself and leapt off the giant's shoulder, but he had a different idea. He caught her mid-air and held her protectively in his hand, still watching the distant threat. Not knowing what else to do to potentially avoid a crisis, she pulled out her phone and called the principal. I wrote him in a little earlier, but now we have his reaction to Bakugo. I think I put together a nice little fun group for Ochaco to hang out with. That way she has friends that can talk with her. Guesses for how this is going to go down in the next chapter? And no spoiling if you read it on fanfiction. Please alert me if there is spelling or grammar errors. Horace neatly. Finally. You're the first person to notice them in there. No one on fanfic seemed to notice, or at least commented on it. Since then I've made the references less and less subtle. Well, technically there are still a few in the future like that, so we'll see how it turns out. Go Big Blue 357. Nana has always been on to not shy away from D-dash. Oof, you're going to have to wait a while then. Anime Guy 1101. Happy to see you over here. Yep, I do plan on posting my other stories over here once I get this one caught up. Maybe do a little bit of rewriting and corrections when I spot them. I'm sure you'll be happy to hear I'm halfway through writing the new chapter to Master Control. Should be posted today or tomorrow. My Iron Giant. Blinding Lights. His origin story, it was going to be absolutely perfect. No one else was supposed to get into UA from his crappy middle school. No one else had a quirk as great as his. But some quirkless shitstain ended up getting into UA somehow. The little slimy cheat. Bakugo shook his head, trying to forget about Slime and Deku. That was probably his most embarrassing moment, to be taken hostage by a villain, and before he could blast himself away he ran in and tried to make him look like he begged for help from the weakest person alive. Oh well, when he showed the world his talent for heroics, no one would remember that random kid who was worthless the day he was born. He even bet Deku wouldn't make it past the first day without being caught for the faker he is. Bakugo knew it, that despite being quirkless Deku still looked down on everyone despite being under them. It infuriated him at how much of an ego the loser must have to trick himself into thinking he could be like All Might. He glanced back down at his phone. UA had sent out an email yesterday talking about dorms, and to be honest, Bakugo jumped at the first chance he had to move in. Anything to get away from the constant nagging of that hag. So, with a large duffel bag slung over his shoulder with his essentials, he walked through the gates of UA following the mini-map on his phone for his building. Looking up, he saw some of them in the distance. A few of them were already built for the first years, but there was still plenty under construction. Why was UA in such a hurry to build these things all of a sudden? One thing, though, caught his attention. It was the giant but robot that was looking straight at him with flaring red eyes. It looked kind of like the entrance exam robots with the color scheme. But this thing was way bigger than them. It easily looked like it could crush the dorm buildings with a single stomp. Maybe it's some random hero that worked at UA, or some test they were gonna do for the first years. He could take on a huge but robot. It would make his resume look better. Ignoring the robot, he double-checked which building was his. It was the one to the left of the robot. Bakugo walked along the newly made path and proceeded to his new place. His path went down and past the other dorm buildings, but when he was about to walk past the giant he heard some voice from above. D&T. Company. Someone yelled, a girl from what it sounded like. What? Bakugo yelled back, unable to hear the person from how high up they were. Narrowing his eyes he saw a small figure poking out from the giant's hand. They cupped their hands together and yelled a little louder to Bakugo. I said don't come any closer. She warned. I'm just walking. Screw off. He screamed back. Seriously? What's gotten her panties bundled up? He might attack if you get closer. I don't want you to get hurt. She tried yelling back. Tell him he can isika it. I'm not gonna stop walking, and if he has a problem with that I'll turn him into a mountain of molten scrap. He then stormed off, ignoring the girl's further yelling. Looking back at the robot as he walked to his dorm he noticed it still wasn't moving. Heh, pathetic empty threats. Probably too scared to fight him after realizing what he did to all the other robots that he blew up. Thinking about it now, she called the robot a he. So it was a person, but it obviously wasn't a hero, otherwise he would have heard of them. Must be one of the students, and if they were in the hero course, then he would have fun crushing him. Stomping into his new place, he took note of some of the faces that were already there. Some gay-looking guy in fancy clothes speaking baguette, a guy with a monkey tail, frog face, raccoon eyes, and some dude with red shitty hair. All of them were gathered around the TV with some video with the UA logo on it with the principal. Now, don't be too alarmed by the giant robot on campus. This person is in fact another student named Izuku Midoriya, and we hope you take dash. DKU. He sputtered, every vein in his forehead lighting up as his rage threatened to boil his blood into mist. Wait, do you know the Robro? Shitty hair asked. Robro? Raccoon eyes asked the guy. Yeah, robot bro Robro. You might want to try a different nickname for him, Caro. How the ever-living $dollar $caret %% caret $dollar and percent dollar caret. His mouth shot out every single word that his mother slapped him for saying, making the others very startled. Sparks littered his hands as he bolted out the door, leaving his bag behind. It didn't matter if any of the extras called out to him, he was on a warpath and nothing would stop him. He would get that cheater for looking down on him and hiding that quirk all their lives. Yes, he's keeping his eyes on the blonde guy that just came in still. No, he hasn't done anything, but he refuses to listen to me. Ochaco spoke into the phone. Deku. Crap. He's coming back and he looks sad. I think he might try something. Ochaco was panicking into her phone as he spotted the angry blonde blasting his way towards them. Literally, he was blasting his way into the air right at them. I'm gonna wipe that metal face off you and dash. The giant brought up his unused hand over his shoulder and slapped Bakugo to the earth with the force of a punch from all might. When he landed, his body indented the ground, creating a crater in the dirt. He laid there for a moment with Ochaco seriously wondering if she just witnessed a murder. Cough cough. Oh, thank goodness he's alive. He picked himself up, digging his fingers into his pants as he made it back on his feet. Bakugo seemed determined, with a livid expression, and sparked his quirk once again, showing he wasn't down. That's it, no holding back. All these years you didn't use your quirk because you thought you were better than me, right? I'll prove you wrong right here, right now. Oh shit, he was going to die. Stop. You can't win. If you try fighting him you're going to die. Ochaco tried to warn the boy, but then he looked at her seemingly more frustrated by what she just said. Oh, you think so? Then I'll show you why you don't F with me. He brought up his arm in a flexing manner and sent off some sparks, prepping for a hell of an explosion. Who is this guy? A villain? Why is he making you go all red alert? Nana zoomed around, trying to make sense of what she was seeing on the screen. Out of nowhere the alarms sounded in the giant, and Izuku had a very different look on his face from before. Instead of his normal angry face when someone or something was a threat to Ochaco, he looked like a cornered animal ready to strike back. The red outline made it clear that this guy was the center of attention for Izuku. All sorts of numbers were shown along the arms with equations and for an unknown reason chemistry formulas. A different list was compiled on the side that was listing all sorts of things she didn't recognize before, all of them paired with time stamps and injuries? Wait, is this a list of his injuries or, no, victims? Sure enough, there it was clear as day, lists of names that were titled next to known persons. If this guy was a villain, then wouldn't there be a list of crimes? Oh, there it is. Nana, with nothing better to do, had been trying to understand what would be on screen alongside whatever Izuku was focused on. Over the course of 3 hours when she watched one time, she felt like she was invading the special girl's life by how detailed it was. But as she read the crime data, she saw that there was no ties to any hero agency or police station. This guy was either never caught or was never reported. Looking back to the victim list, she noticed a very crucial detail. A vast majority of injuries were connected to a single name: Izuku Midoriya. Looking back over to said boy, she looked a little closer at his skin. Sure enough, she could find the listed injuries and scarring as long as it wasn't covered by mechanical bits. Holy hell, kid, what did this guy do to you? Deku. The voice was heard from the screen. Nana looked back to see him rapidly approaching, somehow flying with explosions. Don't let him get close or have aerial advantage. Take advantage of your size and beach slap him back to earth. Nana ordered. She didn't know if he really listened when he was like this, but it was all she could really do. To her joy, the kid somehow heard her and followed her advice. She saw the guy go down hard and indent the very ground under him. Eat that. Nana cheered, but wasn't happy about the fact that he got up. Her annoyance became horror as the giant screen took note of where he looked now. His eyes were aiming right at the girl in Midoriya's hand, and his quirk was flashing. Come on. We're going to disable that quirk of his before he has the chance to do any damage. Got any ranged attacks? A small window popped up and showed the current schematics of the giant with a list of features. Holy crap, he can do all that? Nana went down the list. Most of them were for surveillance or movement, but one feature caught her eye. Oh yeah, that will work, Nana said, grinning. She attempted to press what she wanted with her holographic finger, not knowing if it would accept it. Her face was overjoyed when she found out she can touch it. Ochaco felt the air around her warm up slightly. Looking at the giant, her eyes widened beyond what she thought possible as the giant's eyes glowed heavily with steam emanating from them. She heard a massive hum of power building up in them and turned away just in time to avoid being blinded by the light. Thin lime green beams of pure power shot down from the giant's eyes and descended instantly on Bakugo. Once ended, Ochaco dared to look to check and see if the boy was all right. Bakugo saw the attack prepping. He braced himself, ready to rely on his instincts that guided him to avoid getting hurt and deal damage to whoever dared try to fight him. But he wasn't fast enough to even notice the beams coming to him. The air was hot, steam bursted around him, and there was a huge stinging pain in his right arm. With a small explosion, he blasted away the cloud with his left hand. That was it? Some fancy light show was all he could do? Deku will always be a Deku, he guessed. Whatever, he'll just get him with his favorite right. The arm that he was planning to use was laying on the ground. Confused and in shock, he slowly examined his own body. Sure enough, his right arm ended just below the elbow, a charred stump remaining. Now that he saw the injury, the pain came in full force as the initial shock died down. Erg. He clutched it, it burned, it hurt so much. None of his explosions hurt himself like this before, and this wasn't even from his own doing. No, Deku just took his favorite arm from him. He was gonna kill that. Bang. Bakugo went down as the echo of a gunshot rang out through the area. Ochaco was worried that the giant somehow got him with a different weapon, but then she noticed a glimmering reflection on the main school rooftop. Straining her vision, she spotted someone there. Snipe was laying down with a rifle aimed at the boy. She then grew more worried as the giant's eyes refused to dim. Hey! He didn't respond, just more and more humming building up in his eyes just like before. Wait, stop. Her eyes were starting to sting at the brightness. He wasn't listening, he wasn't following her orders. In any other circumstance she would have jumped for joy, but not this time. Right now this wasn't some boy who wanted to help, this was a machine that sought to kill. Midoriya, stop! She shouted at the top of her lungs. While the brightness didn't go away, it stopped growing. He turned to look at her, those piercing eyes that looked unlike the robot she befriended. It didn't feel right, he wasn't like this. You can stop now, he's not going to hurt us, she calmly said, placing one of her hands against his metal cheek. It wasn't clear if it would work, she didn't even know if she was talking to the machine or Midoriya. But, if she was certain on one thing, it's that Midoriya wasn't someone who killed in cold blood. Weapons are tools that have no free will, and Midoriya wasn't a weapon. You don't have to do this, you're not a mindless machine. You're the guy who chose to risk his life to save mine, and I think you'd choose to save everyone you could. The giant did nothing, just looking at her with energy running through its parts, ready to wipe Bakugo off the face of the earth. So choose. She closed her eyes, unwilling to watch the possible outcome. Her body felt the heat of his eyes lessen until they were a soft warmth. Opening one of them, she saw that his eyes were green again. The giant was back to normal, holding her and opening his palm to let her rest on it. She collapsed on her rear, overwhelmed by what could have just happened. Nana smiled softly at Izuku within the mech. Even if she could guide the giant's actions, she couldn't make him choose. But those words, spoken by that girl, reached out past the metal shell and touched his heart. You chose good kid. I'm proud of you. Snipe let out a sigh as he emptied the chamber of one of his trusted tools. When Nizu messaged him to take out the problem, he was fully prepared to face off against a villain that broke in. While it was very unlikely, he had gone to the rooftop and checked the area for the problem as his protocol stated. When he saw it was a student picking a fight with the giant, he was only kind of relieved. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. But he wished he was able to knock out the boy before Midoriya lasered his arm off. Not one day of letting in students and they already had an incident. He was going to have to report this to Nizu and report Snipe. Speak of the little stuffed demon and he shall appear. Some new student showed up and tried Takin on the big fella. He's alive and neutralized but suffered a severed limb. He sure was shoutin' something fierce. Ask Uraraka for more details. I see, she has been giving me updates on her end, but I recommend going over there with 13 to monitor her. I'm sending All Might to retrieve the boy with the arm to Recovery Girl's office. Keep in mind we are initiating a level 2 lockdown and having Hound Dog sweep the area. Not one word of this can get out to the press. Roger, Roger. Snipe said, getting up from his prone position. One glance back to the instigator and he was gone. All Might sure could rush it when he wanted to. Holy dash, Setsuna began. Language. Shizuki silently chastised while still looking through the windows with everyone else. While I don't usually like the idea of swearing, I think this would be an appropriate situation. Ida commented, still in awe at the crater left behind that was smoking. Alright, I don't want to spar with him anymore. Tetsu said, not willing to test his mettle against laser eyes. Shouldn't we go out there? Nijire asked her close friends. No, we might provoke him. Until we receive word from UA we stay safe. Tamaki said logically, but internally was psing himself. But what about Uraraka? We can't leave her out there alone. Kendo argued, feeling useless. She's not alone. Mirio said, earning some confused looks from the first years. Seeing this, he decided to clarify his point. Didn't any of you just see that? She's got the world's most powerful bodyguard keeping her safe 24/7. Still, he shouldn't have resorted to such drastic measures. Ida commented, internally irked at the position Ochaco was in. He might not have known a better way to get him to stop. Komori said a little more timidly. He could have easily restrained him by placing his hand over him and waited for the heroes to arrive. Ida argued sternly. No, in the heat of the moment, unless you're trained in those exact scenarios over and over, you just do your best to make the fighting stop. Even then you can still make mistakes because your priorities take over logic. Mirio said from experience. That actually makes a lot of sense. For example, looking back on it, his first priority was keeping him away, hence the backhand. When that guy didn't back down, he decided to disarm him. Tokage slightly joked, earning a large groan from Manga and Tetsu. Those are good points. But dash. You should stop while we still have a good perception of you, Ida. Manga warned, earning a nod from a few others. Ida opened his mouth, then closed it again, remaining silent to not further cause any dispute among his classmates. Attention all students and faculty. We are entering a Level 2 lockdown. All communications outside of UA are blocked until further notice. Please seek shelter indoors while our trained faculty perform a sweep of the school grounds. If any of you see any suspicious activity, report it immediately. Thank you for your cooperation. Nisa's voice came over the intercoms. Nijire and Mirio whistled at that. Never had a real lockdown before, kinda exciting. Nijire said with a smile. I know, how about that, Tamaki? Think this year is going to be a fun one? Mirio said, nudging his friend. I regret coming over today. Some of them chuckled together, lightening the mood a tad bit. Ida, though, didn't join in, feeling as if he could not have fun until the emergency was over. Well, he seems less on edge now. 13 commented, looking at the giant. She was with Ochaco and her parents, who were still helping with construction at the time, as they sat in some chairs on the ceiling of the 1B dorms. Snipe was on the phone talking to other staff members' heroes, making sure they were in the green. I guess. But is he really not going to get in trouble? Ochaco asked. Nope, with your testimony, what we already recorded about his behavior, what was pulled from our cameras, and Snipe being a hero witness, it was clear that he was warned multiple times but acted out violently against you two unprovoked. If anything, he'll be lucky just to wake up, given what we thought Midoriya might have done. 13 said, easing the worries of all three Urarakas. As much as I don't like that she was put in that position, I don't think I can say she was ever put in danger given her friend being present. Mr. Uraraka said, glancing up to the giant, grateful for keeping his daughter safe. Snipe came over, still on the phone but needing to clarify some information. We need to contact Inko Midoriya about this little incident either way. She still has the right to press charges against Bakugo if she so chooses. You three also have that right. What do you want to do? Sue his butt off, immediately said. Shouldn't we wait until he's awake to figure out his end of the story? Her husband asked, not denying the woman completely. Do we need to? It was pretty clear what happened. She rebutted. I don't think so, Ochaco started, earning the attention of the adults. I mean, he was just an angry-looking guy at first and walked away. But something happened and he came back calling Midoriya Deku. I think he knew him. Snipe hummed. That explains some of it. We could hold off for a day and get some background from the parents. Calling Midoriya Deku. I think he knew him. Nana crossed her intangible arms, still looking at all the data that stayed up of what this Bakugo character had done. Obviously, but I don't want to have to wait for Tintin to show up to explain all this too. Gosh, I wish I could reach out or send this to them or dot something. Per her request, a number appeared with a photo of the nice girl. Nana, not being one to hesitate with her newfound ability to touch things, immediately pressed send. She then grinned at the dormant Izuku. You got one hell of a quirk, kid. Wish I didn't have to use it for you so much. Hachiko felt her phone vibrate. That's weird, wasn't it supposed to not be able to get texts? Checking it, she glanced at where a number or ID should be, but incomprehensible letters were there instead. Snipe noticed and read over her shoulder. How'd you manage to get a text? I don't know, but it's really long and I can't understand what the sender's name or number is. May I? Snipe held his hand out. Ochaco gave it over, and once he started reading it, he brought up his own phone. Keep the Bakugo kid locked in quirk cuffs. This is very likely not his first incident. He said, looking at the lists and then at the giant. Snipe, what's on the phone? 13 asked. I'm reckoning a not-so-anonymous tip. Let's get permission for Mirio to get in there as soon as possible, and little Uraraka? Yes, Snipe. Ochaco asked. I think you should go to bed. We already got your testimony, now we need his. He motioned to the giant. Mirio appeared back in the metal room, one Nana Shimura surrounded by floating screens. When she glanced at the newcomer, she gave a wide grin. Well, looks like you managed to keep it in your pants this time. She then pointed to his donned hero costume. He struck a pose and laughed at the comment. Since I'm on the case officially, I get to wear this now. No more free-spirited attitude from me. You look busy, care if I ask what with? It's pretty awesome. It turns out this guy responds to strong desires. As long as it seems realistic enough, I can ask it for pretty much anything. I'm guessing that doesn't include returning Midoriya back to normal? Tried that, some kind of safety preventing that from what I can tell. Nana said, swiping away the screens. So, you're here earlier than I thought. Then again, you're probably responding to what happened outside 30 minutes ago. Mind explaining what happened? Serious childhood bully tried attacking Midoriya. Obviously didn't end as well as he thought. He said, glancing around the place for a spot to sit. Nana picked up on that and decided to try something. Hold up, let me try something real quick. She made a screen appear out of thin air. After typing something and clicking an image, a panel on the floor moved. Materials shifted from underneath and took form, creating a hyper-futuristic beanbag. Mirio walked over, testing it with his hand. Wow, I don't know if I would want to get up after sitting on this. Then don't, we got a long time to chat. But I got to ask, if you showed up now, is the little mystery girl going to sleep? Nana asked curiously, sitting in a holographic beanbag similar to Mirio's. Mirio practically sunk into bliss as he relaxed into the super cushion. Yep, that way we can start getting Midoriya up to speed. You know, you remind me of someone I knew. Is it Toshinori Yagi? Mirio asked, putting on a slight mask. He didn't like how she might compare him to the #1 hero after recent revelations. But she couldn't possibly know it might hurt him, so he kept his smiling face. Nah, it was this guy I dated once. I kind of had a schoolgirl crush on him, so I laughed at his stupid jokes. When we started dating, he kept telling those awful things thinking I liked them. We split eventually, but it was after I tried matching his sense of humor to see what was so funny. Never did, but as long as you don't start telling cheesy jokes, I think we'll get along fine. Nana was very aware of what Mirio just said, but she tried to ease the tension he was obviously feeling. Mirio laughed sincerely, clutching his stomach. Sorry, but I think I would relate to him a little too much. Keep in mind I can take that sleeping bag away if you try anything funny. She teasingly warned. Was that a threat or a joke? Both. Scanning for potential threats. Scan complete. No known active threats within local barrier. Entering rest mode. The lights shifted in the room. The ambient noise of running parts slowed down to a nearly silent hum. Izuku's eyes started to shift, twitching as he started to regain his surroundings. Hey kid. Izuku looked up, blurry images becoming clear as he looked at Nana relaxing. She then pointed somewhere else with her thumb. Wanna compare sizes with this guy? I'm kinda curious. Izuku shifted his head to look at what she was talking about. He nearly jumped out of his prison when he saw a real person in his metal head. If it's bigger than mine, I'm leaving, Mirio said in a joking manner. But Izuku wasn't focused on that. How did you? Who are you? I'd say sit down, but looks like only one of you can do that. There is a lot we need to get you both caught up on, Mirio said, bracing himself for the long explanation. Houston, we have contact. The beginning of school is just around the corner, because now Izuku has contact with the outside world. To some degree at least. Honestly, I love writing these little moments of progress. Always open to artwork and am willing to feature it. For those who submit artwork, I'm totally willing to write in scenes that you request, granted it fits with the flow of the story. What should happen with Bakugo? Will he try for a round 2? How should Inko react to everything that's happening? Stay tuned for future drama with our innocent war machine and his little friends. Guesses for how this is going to go down in the next chapter? Image made by Corvids Arnice from fanfiction.net. Tony B. Someone almost definitely died. If Bakugo hasn't learned to fear Izuku by now, he's going to get himself killed for sure. Go Big Blue 357. Close, he was super close. Luckily he had Ochaco right there to stop him before it got worse. In the movie, Hogarth was out of commission for a while, but when he finally got to the giant he managed to calm him down. I would be happy to participate in a Discord server. I've never done it before, so I'm not too sure what to expect. In regards to the spinach anime guy, 1101 is spot on. We talk frequently and is helping me on one of my stories, so he gets insight to a lot of my thinking behind the writing. MRU 911. Night Eye will always be a D-. It's just the kind of guy he is. Tenya at the moment views Izuku the same way as he did in canon before wrecking the zero-pointer. My iron giant. Iron rod. Her name was Ochaco Uraraka. So I hope you didn't mind us having a picnic on you. Mirio said, stretching in his sleeping bag. He had been spending the last hour getting the two up to speed on what has been going on in the outside world and what Izuku's metal body had been doing. Izuku kept asking question over question, nearly derailing the blonde, but Mirio would just respond with, don't know, haven't checked, etc. Her name was Ochaco Uraraka. Oh, so you were in on it too. Couldn't really make out who else joined her on his shoulder, only piecing together what she was saying. Her name was Ochaco Uraraka. Hey, you awake there, buddy? Mirio interrupted Izuku's thoughts. Izuku seemed to snap out of his funk, shaking his head to try and feel more awake. Sorry, it's just a lot. You're telling me? I never thought I'd be speaking from the grave. Yeah, I'm kinda curious if this is a one-for-all thing or quirks are our souls or something. Mirio mused, yawning from the excitement of the day. That doesn't sound realistic, but quirks have been known to defy what we already know about the world. Nana's an example of Sonian's mind being passed down through a quirthatwas medito dash. Midoriya was muttering as he went on his train of thought. Nana just smirked seeing the kid act like himself. She didn't get too much time to know the boy, but when you're the only person to talk to, you open up fast. Nana suddenly realized something. Oh, wait, so who were the guys that set off the defense reactions then? There was a guy with a gun at one point, but we did just laser some guy's arm, right? Mirio wanted to smack himself for forgetting the very reason why he entered the robot earlier than planned. Never mind, he was going to smack himself for that. With a slap to his own forehead, he chuckled. Sorry, that was a total rookie mistake. I'm pretty sure the guy with the gun was Snipe-sensei. He has been training Ochaco and helping with figuring out what commands she can give you. And the other guy? He certainly got our attention right away. Had a long but list of injuries he caused others, Midoriya specifically. Wait, what? Izuku asked, suddenly very confused. He hoped he didn't do anything rash while he was unconscious. But who could they be talking about? He never personally encountered a villain besides the sludge guy. Was he back? Mirio leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. He entered as a student in the hero course. For whatever reason, he turned very hostile, calling Midoriya Deku. Izuku's face froze. Kaken didn't know about his condition. What would he have? No, what did he do when he found out he had a quirk? Oh gosh, Izuku hoped Kaken didn't try to fight him. We actually heard that one. Well, I did. Usually others' voices are muffled, but when he said that, it was clear as day. Nana said, taking a glance at Izuku to gauge his reaction. He was pale, shock clear on his face. Do they know each other? Deku might be a nickname or an insult. He did try attacking, but you kept him away by hitting him to the ground. After that, he showed more signs of violence and refused to give up. That's when you cut off his arm with those lasers. Izuku felt sick, incredibly sick. He did that? He took away Kaken's arm. That isn't what a hero did. Oh, Aunt Mitsuki was going to hate him. How is Kaken going to be a great hero without one of his arms? Where is he now? Stable, the heat cauterized the wound instantly and is locked up in his nursing bed. Right now we're looking into an anonymous tip of a list of crimes he committed, but we suspect that was you. I don't know anything else besides that. Yep, that was me. I don't know where we got the information, but I haven't seen anything in here to suggest it. Just made up all that data for the hell of it. Mirio looked over to Izuku, who was shaking in place, looking like he was going to throw up. You don't look so hot, are you okay? I ruined his chances to be a hero. I took his dream away from him. Nana stood up from her fake comfort and came closer with her hands up. Whoa, kid was in the wrong. We were just keeping the girl safe. She was targeted because of me. Anyone who tried getting close just got dash. If I could nail you in the nuts right now, I would. He's a bully, a DMN aggressive one at that. Don't justify his actions just because he forced you to believe they were for the greater good. If a hero tried justifying villains' reasons for hurting people, you think that would be okay? Nana said with a very stern face. She had to bite this in the butt as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences could be severe. Glad the robot part of him actually treated that brat the way it did. And no, but it wasn't his fault he ended up this way. Everyone kept telling him he was the best, that he was going to be great. He didn't ever get the chance to learn hurting anyone in his way was bad. It was practically praised. Izuku finished more quietly. He knew what Kaken did to him was harsh, but he didn't blame him. He just didn't know better, and before someone told him otherwise he lost an arm. Midoriya, from what I can tell you're a great guy. But he still broke the law clear as day. Do you want him to go away scot-free? It may have been noticed too late that he was turning out like this, but we have the chance to stop it now. Mirio reasoned kindly, actually getting up from his mini-heaven and putting a hand on Izuku's bare shoulder. I just want to help him. Izuku said softly, regret filling him, boosting his desire to just help the one person who bothered to acknowledge his existence. Command recognized and confirmed. Scanning subject, Katsuki Bakugo, for possible solution. Permanent injury detected limiting optimal functions. Searching for optimal designs. Design found. Simulating, rendering, design ready for upload. A few lights danced across the room, making everyone turn to the source. The screen was running unreadable chains of numbers as random shapes started to collect together. A schematic was drawn, detailed to the very base elements used, and a string of code on the side. All of it came together and assembled an arm with ports on the inside of the fingers and a mechanism in the palm. Send design to local automated manufacturing equipment? Yes, no. Yes. Izuku immediately shouted, jumping at the chance to make up for what he did. Hard music blasted all around, threatening to shake any loose tool to fall to the ground. Mei Hatsum sat on a stool with her own headphones on, smiling away as she tinkered on a large set of goggles. For crying out loud, Ryuko. Just because Power Loader left doesn't mean you can blast your music. An American with brown hair and green eyes said. He wore a black t-shirt with jeans and a strange green watch on his wrist. He was standing under a large piece of equipment with his right hand inside of it fiddling with the wires. Shut it, Ben. This is better than the trash you play. Ryuko shouted back. She had a single red streak in her dark shoulder-cut hair and wore a thrashed gym uniform. Her fingers had thin glowing red strings coming from them as they weaved together a costume. AC/DC is not trash. Ben shouted back, his right hand becoming black with green circuitry to reach further into the machine. It is when that's all you ever play. I've heard you play that sheet so often I could recite the lyrics word for over half their songs. And I don't even understand what they're saying cause it's in English. They're a classic. They've been dead for hundreds of years. Mei ignored them. It was easy when she was invested in her work and had quality soundproofing over her ears. She hummed along to her own music as she adjusted one of the lenses. To her right was another girl, scrolling on her phone with a bored expression. She had light pink hair with ferocious red eyes. On her head was a headband and two little red horns. Her outfit consisted of leggings and an oversized hoodie. While everyone else was dressed ready for oil and grease, she looked like she wasn't planning on doing much that day. This was the students of the support course, or what showed up the first day they could get on campus. Mei, though, had been there for days already to indulge in her passion. She didn't bother to remember the others yet, but she guessed that the two yelling at one another were her seniors given they already had projects stored away to work on. The girl who stayed isolated was one of her future classmates. Power Loader introduced them when he tried to get Mei to move her stuff into her room and not the workshop on campus. What was the point of moving stuff to a room she never planned to use? The music in the workshop cut out, including Mei's headphones. She pulled them off and started to examine them. The Bluetooth light indicator was flashing green in a rapid sequence. Oh, that was interesting. It wasn't even made to be a green light. Oh, I'm gonna kick your butt if you turned off my jams, Tennyson. Ryuko dropped her cloth and turned off her quirk, glaring at the teen. It wasn't me. I swear. Ben panicked. He needed his focus on the machine above right now, otherwise he might ruin the whole thing. Yeah, right, who else has that good of a technopathic quirk? She began stomping over. Ben started to rush his job, just doing patchwork so he could avoid being punched soon. It could be Rex. He argued weakly. He's in the hero course, and last I heard he was still in Mexico visiting family. Show me your hands, Ben. She jabbed her finger in his direction. If I take them out right now I might ruin this. Show me the demon hands or I'll cut them off. Unspecified currency degree unspecified currency unspecified currency degree. They stopped, halted by the peculiar sounds that came from the speakers. It was structured, that much they could tell. Beyond that they couldn't understand it. May noticed it wasn't just coming from the speakers, it was coming from her headphones, her own phone. Even the new girl was looking at her phone, surprised as unknown green text filled it. Every light in the room turned bright green and blinked alongside the foreign language. Oi, Ben, you know what the hell is happening? Ryuko asked, dropping her hostile act towards him. Technically they were still on lockdown and couldn't leave the room, but this seemed very, very serious. I don't know, but I really wish I did. He now really regretted being stupid as a kid. Now he had to wear this watch that monitored his quirk whenever it was active. Wait, was it even working right now? Glancing down, he saw it was flashing alongside the rest of the lights. If it was being overridden by whatever was acting up their machines, then that means it wasn't keeping track of his quirk. It's hero time. He whispered to himself, overcome briefly by nostalgia. Looking around for something he could use, he saw the pair of unfinished goggles at May's desk. He leapt over and yanked them from the table, making the girl upset. Hey, I wasn't finished with those. May complained. And you might never get to finish them if we don't find out what's happening, he said calmly. Ryuko was impressed. Despite Ben being an idiot most of the time or being kinda selfish over small stuff, he always could jump into anything with his head on straight. Too bad he screwed up his chances to be a hero. Ben put the goggles over his head, letting them be enveloped by his quirk. They became black with green circuitry as each part became better and better with new features. Looking around briefly, he saw what he was looking for. Found out where it's coming from. I don't think we need to panic. What is it? Aliens or something weird? Ryuko asked in a slight joking tone. Ben gave a chuckle at that. You know aliens aren't real. As far as we know, commented the horned girl, still unsure on how to react to the situation. May looked to see where Ben was looking. He was clearly seeing something in the distance beyond the walls. But what if his eyes are facing southwest at about 38 degrees, compared to the map of the school layout and dash? She giggled, excitement filling her veins. Oh yes, Daddy. Ryuko and the girl turned to her in a mix of shock and cringe at her words. Ben took off the goggles and gave her a look of bewilderment and disgust. You need any mental help? The freshman asked, completely serious. Ryuko just pinched the bridge of her nose and looked back to Ben. Hey, what did you find out? Ben looked back at her and back to the general direction of what he saw. It's that Midoriya kid. The signal is coming from him. May could hardly contain her anticipation and grabbed her goggles back from Ben to see what he saw, but was disappointed that when it left his hand it returned to its previous state. Phooey, but from what she saw gave her more ideas to upgrade her newest baby anyways. A high-pitched whirring grabbed everyone's attention. Against one of the walls was one of the metal-based 3D printers with an automated assembly process. Its onboard computer had different images come across it, each being a piece of what it was told to build. May bolted to it, despite the protests from Ben and Ryuko. She let her gaze trace over all the schematics, drooling at what she saw. It was the most beautiful baby she had ever seen. Takuda stood outside the walls of the famous UA. While he did manage to get a press pass decently fast for the day, it ended up being useless because of a lockdown. It was still something to note down. There had never been an official lockdown in years, and it just so happened to be when all this was going down. A car pulled up in the nearby parking lot, catching his interest. Out of it stepped a blonde woman with red eyes, and a man who looked rather plain with glasses. The man seemed calm, but his eyes looked hard. Whatever it was bothering him, it certainly bothered the woman who was stomping her way to the doors. Parents, perhaps? He decided to reach out and figure this out. Sorry, but UA is in lockdo dash. Shut it, pencil neck. The woman replied harshly. She stomped right up to the gates and held up her phone. A light above the gate turned green and opened. Right behind the open doors were the heroes Hound Dog and Midnight with unusually serious expressions on their face. Sorry about that, things are a little stressful for us right now, said the plain man following after the woman. It's fine, you know what happened in there? Takuda asked. The guy was about to respond, but the woman just grabbed his arm and pulled him away. Takuda was about to take advantage of the open gates, but Midnight just held her hand up to him. Sorry, we're still in lockdown. You'll have to schedule another day, she said, clicking a button to let the gates close once again. The freelance reporter sighed. Looks like he'd have to try another day. He turned to get back to his car, leaving the cursed walls that kept the press away. As he pulled out his keys to unlock his vehicle, another car showed up. Another pair of parents? He tried to look casual, taking his time getting into his car to see the newcomer. His eyes widened slightly as he recognized the woman. It was Inko Midoriya. Wasn't hard to find social media profiles when given a name and cross-referenced with living areas. He even managed to find a couple images of her son when he was younger on the page to know who to ask about. Whatever caused the emergency lockdown at UA involved her son. There was a huge story here and he would find a way to get it. Perhaps he could call her once she was done with whatever was happening here. Nizu was having an exciting day. Secrets being revealed, a person once thought dead communicating with the living, drama between former friends, a minor getting crippled by a future student, and now crimes coming to light after years. He sipped his beverage, enjoying the extra flavor that enhanced his life. Before him sat the two mothers of the children who engaged in combat earlier. Each filled with so many emotions he could feel it. It was quite the exciting day. Mrs. Bakugo, from the footage we showed you, could you help us understand why he would act so violent to Izuku? Nizu asked, making the mother a little more uncomfortable. Inko just kept watching the footage over and over on the tablet provided with an unreadable expression. I never expected . You never expected what, Mitsuki? Inko interrupted. She had on an easygoing smile, but her knuckles were white as she clutched the tablet. Mitsuki was about to say something again, but Inko kept going. You never expected your perfect son to be so quick to violence? He has perfect grades, his teachers love him, and you never got a call about his behavior, except from me. Inko, it could have been . Who? Who else was giving my boy burns every other week? Who else was around him his entire life? Who else would Izuku cry to me about wishing he was friends with again? I kept warning you again and again about this, but you never listened. Inko was standing and waving the tablet around as if it was a weapon. I called the school every time you called. I tried talking to Katsuki each time too. No one said anything, not even Izuku. Mitsuki argued back, but her resolve was weakening. There was no way to deny her son didn't do those things now, especially after what happened today. Izuku just wanted to make up with him, but Katsuki never let him. Inko then put her attention back at the principal. And don't think I forgot about how UA is keeping my son from me. Have you even done anything to try and get my boy free from that metal prison? We actually just established contact with your son earlier today. Nizu calmly said, the answer coming to a surprise to Inko. Tien, I can talk to my . Nizu held up his paw and shook his head. I'm sorry, but we were only able to do this because a hero student has a quirk that lets him enter the robot. We can have him ask anything you want him to. Until we find a different way, you'll have to hear from your son from another person. Inko sat back down. While she wanted to cry in relief of the progress, she couldn't fully believe it. UA could just be pulling her leg, having a skilled person make up what her son would say. Until she saw clear evidence Izuku was getting help, she couldn't trust the school. I need something more than that, to know my Izuku is okay. Nizu nodded. Perfectly understandable from a worried mother, but if I may, he has already shown his desire to help. He hopped down from his seat, motioning the two to follow. Mitsuki rushed to follow the principal to have some more space away from Inko. Nizu brought the two to a special part of the nurse's office. Sitting in one of the chairs was a young man wearing a bright hero costume. He looked up at the sound of their feet and stood to attention. "I'm happy to see you managed to get them both here," Mirio said. "And I as well, you've certainly been a big help to us." Nizu then turned to introduce the boy. "This is Mirio Togata, a third year in the hero course. He's the one that we tasked with communicating with Izuku." Inko examined the boy. He certainly looked young and sincere right off the bat. But she didn't know how to feel about him yet. "Hello, I'm Izuku's mother, Inko." "Katsuki," Mitsuki whispered in slight horror and awe. She was looking through the window and watching something. The others joined her and saw what she was looking at. Katsuki was laying on a bed with a mask on his face, keeping him from waking up. Recovery Girl was dressed in scrubs with a few others as they worked on the boy, attaching a metal arm. When Izuku found out he hurt Katsuki, all he wanted to do was help him out. Somehow through his quirk, he ended up taking over the machines in the support department and had them build Katsuki a new arm. It should let him still use his quirk so he can be a hero later in life. Mirio said, smiling at the scene. He thought Izuku might have been a little too quick to forgive, but he was touched by how kind he was. Inko got her answer right there. No one else would have been so generous so fast. She even recognized some of the design from his notebooks, sketching away hero costume ideas for the aggressive boy. Izuku, her son, was here helping people. She cried openly, not even caring if others were around her. She kept denying his dreams so much over the years, asking, sometimes begging to try something that wasn't so dangerous. But here he was, at UA, helping even his biggest bully. How could she keep him away from his dream now? After she calmed down enough to be able to talk again, Mitsuki still watched over her son with a hurt face. "Inko, I'm so sorry. I can't take back anything, and I can't be mad for Katsuki getting himself hurt." She then turned to both Nizu and Inko and bowed deeply to them. "Please help me help my son. Give him the chance to be better and to be a decent hero." Her shoulders shivered, scared of what the response of Inko would be. Both individuals present held the power to lock up Katsuki for who knows how long because of what he has done, for years. "I've decided I won't press charges," Inko said. Mitsuki started to rise, but Inko continued. "But he needs to go through whatever he needs to get his issues taken care of." She finished sternly. "Of course, thank you," Mitsuki said, still bowing. "That went well, way better than what I expected." Mirio whispered to Nizu. "Did you expect Inko to sue?" The principal asked back. "Yeah, what did you expect?" Nizu hummed, leading Mirio away from the other two to continue chatting. It easily could have gone either way, but it's in their best interest to keep it this way. Even if Katsuki Bakugo is tried for his abuse to others, verbal or physical, Izuku Midoriya would have been taken away from the school. Mirio stopped. "Why would Midoriya be punished?" "I'm afraid I don't follow." That's something everyone says around me on the daily. But Midoriya is very powerful and obeys commands to default. Once questionable actions of him come to light of the law or public before he has control, he is at the mercy of others' decisions. The military would claim he is a public safety hazard, and within a few days have him and Uraraka taken to a facility to make use of his abilities and try to replicate the technology. How? You can't just take people away and experiment on them because of their quirk. Mirio avoided stumbling over Nizu, who turned around quickly. That scar over the principal's eye became much more prominent as they made eye contact. But they can and do. When everything was said and done, Mirio went to check on his friends in the dark hours of the night. Nijire was snoring as she slept against the hallway wall while Tamaki was still awake to keep watch. Mirio tried not to chuckle hearing her occasionally mumble. Tamaki whispered to him as he picked up the girl. "How did it go?" He clicked the elevator button for them both, Mirio talking as they waited. "Good, no one is going to press charges and Bakugo will get his punishment through the school. I'll have a busy night tomorrow though. Midoriya's mother made a list of things for me to ask him and other questions from the staff about him taking over the equipment in the workshop." The elevator arrived. the two entering as Tamaki continued to click the buttons for them both. Guess things are looking better. They reached the ground floor with the elevator letting out a ding. You going to stay busy with Fat Gum tomorrow? Yeah, we have a couple patrol routes we're going to be doing with other agencies. Apparently there's whispers going around about a new villain organization. He held the front door open for Mirio, who gave him a silent nod as thanks. Those never last long. Have fun dealing with them if you find anything. The night air made the sleeping Nijire shiver a little before wrapping herself in her own hair as a blanket. Tamaki resumed the conversation after the odd sight. Night Eye having you on your routes still? Or is this going to take up your daily hero hours? I'll be doing this until school starts. By then Nizu thinks we'll have a way for Midoriya to talk to us without needing me. But Mirio didn't want to think about reporting to Night Eye's agency anytime soon. Mirio glanced back as they walked, Midoriya's large body taking up a portion of the sky. There were so many things to solve to make sure he could be the hero he wanted to be, for both of them. Alright, some people were pretty surprised by Bakugo losing an arm, but I was always planning on him getting a robot one. There will be 1 or 2 more chapters before we start the school year. You probably noticed I pulled characters from other shows to fill in slots for the support course, but keep in mind those are just to serve as background characters. After all, Maetas have classmates but we never see them. If you have decent art skills, reach out over PM. I want to give this baby a cover. What should happen with Bakugo? Will he try for a round 2? How should Inko react to everything that's happening? Stay tuned for future drama with our innocent war machine and his little friends. I've also decided to use the reply system in place on AO3. The reason I replied to comments on here is because fanfiction doesn't work the same with replying to someone. My Iron Giant. Comics galore. At the dorms of UA, there was a very heated debate happening. It wasn't over Bakugo, it wasn't over the stress of the law, or even romance. Ochaco, manga, and Setsuna were on the roof with several different cases of older shows and movies. Each of them were surrounded by snacks and similar things with pillows and blankets. Manga swiped a disc from Setsuna. Okay, we're not trying another Godzilla film. Come on. I swear this one is a classic. Midoriya even watched the last Mecha Godzilla one. Setsuna sent one of her hands to try and sneak around manga, but the boy simply swatted it away. Ochaco was looking through some of the older hero movies. Midoriya always seemed to like those. He only paid attention for like 10 minutes. Manga then grabbed a different movie and threw it to Ochaco. Her hands danced around the movie trying to catch it until it finally was within solid grasp. He pointed at the show in Ochaco's hands. Now that is a classic. Gurren Lagann, if he can transform parts of him, then that would be perfect learning material. Setsuna looked over Ochaco's shoulder, eyeing the cover of it. Looks lame. No way he would turn into a robot midget. Oh, so when human proportions are off, that's where you draw the line. Not when you had us watch all of Zoids. You like them and you know it. Ochaco grumbled. She didn't really care what they watched as long as they picked something. Looking over, she grabbed one of the superhero-based ones. Avengers, Age of Tomorrow. Oh, good idea. Manga said, noticing which one she grabbed. It's from Marvel, one of the animated movies. Midoriya could totally learn Form Ultron. He's got total control over all technology, adapts constantly, and his base size is just above the average height of a human. Setsuna looked over, wincing at seeing the image of Ultron. You really sure we should let Midoriya be influenced by one of the biggest evil robots written ever? As long as Uraraka is around, we shouldn't have to worry about global extinction. Manga said nonchalantly. Gruen the metal shifting with a giant shadow covering them all. All eyes looked up to see Izuku's eyes were right above them, staring at the movie in question. See? He's totally an Ultron kind of guy. Manga triumphantly announced. Ochaco wasn't sure how she felt about that comparison. If what she saw from Ultron from a different movie was anything like what Midoriya was becoming, she wasn't sure that's the kind of hero he wanted to be. But it wasn't her choice, it was his, always his if he picked. Midoriya? She asked, earning his attention. What do you want to watch? Setsuna flopped down on one of the pillows, Dino-themed obviously. You're asking him that again? He didn't do anything unless you command him dash. The giant rose one of his hands, his pointer finger came over and approached them. Everyone waited patiently, unmoving to not disturb him. Manga was getting excited as he saw his finger approaching the Avengers movie they were just talking about. Right before it touched it paused, Izuku glanced a different direction, spotting something different. Ochaco looked over to where Izuku was focused. One of the older movies, like really old, was sticking out from under a pile of animated films. She reached over and pulled it out, letting everyone see the title. The Mechanical Monsters? Setsuna asked with some visible excitement, but died when seeing how the robots looked. Wow, talk about old school. Manga noted the early 1900s style drawing. Ochaco recognized the main hero on the cover. It was the same guy from the first movie they watched. So, S-dash. Holy shit, was he trying to speak? Slam. So, this is the famous Midoriya? Some blonde guy asked, walking over from the rooftop door. Oh, way to kill the moment. Setsuna said, grabbing a handful of popcorn and stuffing it in her mouth. Ida appeared from behind the newcomer and chopped as usual when he talked. I'm sorry, I tried to tell him that you were busy with official UA-mandated dash. Movie watching? Is this what is so important for the most anticipated hero student here? Minoma cut Ida off. Most anticipated? Ochaco asked, slightly confused. Sure, know that she was thinking about it. She was curious as to how he would adapt to when classes start. Oh, you haven't heard? Isn't the whole reason you're here is because you're tasked with keeping Midoriya under control? Minoma smirked condescendingly. Ida placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, feeling an abnormal amount of anger for that comment. If that were the case, she wouldn't be in the hero course. And who exactly are you making assumptions like that? Manga asked, folding his arms. Minoma chuckled to himself. You say that as if assumptions are a bad thing. It's just another word for deductions based off known information. From what came out just earlier today and the UA video downstairs, for those moving in, it's not hard to make the connections. Wait, what came out? Setsuna pulled out her phone, trying to see what he was talking about. Minoma tried not to laugh out loud. Okay, he was laughing out loud. Ida decided that was enough. I don't think we should be disturbing them any longer than dash. Hoa why sheet? Setsuna interrupted, then turned her phone to the others. From zero to hero, Izuku Midoriya. How did this happen? Yagi asked in the staff meeting room. Others, including his trusted friend in the force, arrived to talk about the recent article exposing Izuku's past to the world. What was most disturbing, though, was how there was a clear photo of Midoriya's robot form standing in the UA grounds. We don't know, but let's just count ourselves lucky Bakugo was kept anonymous in the section about his bullying in Aldra. Nizu said, looking over a paper copy of the news. Aizawa wanted to get in his sleeping bag and pretend the past week didn't happen. This is such a shit show. This is more than that, the kid's life was just thrown to the world. The only thing the media doesn't know about is his ties to Uraraka and his inability to respond. 13 said. And let's keep it that way. Vlad mentioned, slamming the papers on the ground. This was frustrating to say the least. The press is demanding more information. It's only a matter of time before they get it from us or from a student. Hound Dog said, throwing his own word in the pile. Midnight was intrigued by that statement. You think one of our students would tip the media about Midoriya? Hound Dog leaned forward and expounded. We couldn't even catch on to Bakugo's background. What makes you think the others wouldn't cave into a desperate reporter? And how easy would it be for one of the kids to just send in that video from the dorms for some quick cash? Almost everyone was quiet after that. Just how screwed up did this need to get? Before I say anything, I need everyone to keep an open mind about this. Yagi said, gaining everyone's attention. Once he saw that they were listening, he sighed and continued. We have Ochaco Uraraka make a statement to the press. Slam. Vlad King's fist was on the table. I admire you, but that has got to be one of the worst ways to handle it. Couldn't have said it better myself. Snipe said. Now hold on, I think he might be onto something. Nizu interrupted. Aizawa gave the principal a questioning glare. You telling me that throwing a teenage girl to the vultures is our best plan? Nizu just continued, letting the others listen, albeit reluctantly. As of now, they want answers not just about Midoriya, but from him. That's obviously not possible for now. But if Uraraka announces her involvement and explains it, it shows that we are not trying to withhold students from conversing with the public or withholding information. That makes sense? Ectoplasm asked around, wondering if others felt the same. When no one else denied the logic, it was a collective silent agreement. But 13 still felt the need to add something. All their attention will be on her, not even in UA yet, and the world will question her every step. Even if Midoriya is there, he can't say anything. It will be like she's all alone. She finished Somblai. She won't be alone. Yagi interrupted. Because I'll be with her. Nizu clapped his little paws together. Excellent. With All Might swooping in after her, he can divert their attention by announcing his teaching position. Then he can answer any questions that could have stumped our inexperienced student. Tsukachi hummed. Sure. His friend wasn't the brightest guy around with social situations, but DMN he knew how to handle all aspects of hero work. Including the media, that guy played them like the cheap kazoo they were. Let's just not get carried away. We don't need them to get hyped up before they even show they're capable of being decent heroes. Aizawa said, getting up to leave. It felt like the conversation was over, but someone stepped on his capture scarf that was dragging on the floor. Turning around, he saw Snipe standing there. You think they ain't gonna make it? I don't have high hopes, but they can feel free to play around and make themselves look good on camera. It's a path some heroes take as a career. Aizawa didn't have to guess that Snipe wasn't smiling under his mask. Just cause others know how to handle a little attention doesn't mean they're any less capable. Says the Western Flick cosplayer. Nizu ignored the funny banter. It's part of the reason why he wanted Aizawa to teach here so badly. It made things entertaining. He checked his emails, most likely to be filled to the brim with everything happening. One stood out though, from an Inko Midoriya. I'm so sorry. The subject header was unnerving. He better read this personally before bringing it up to the others. Bakugo kept flexing the new fingers, moving them, testing their flexibility. They were matte orange with black highlights. Other parts of his main arm were green with black outlines, making it look like a grenade design. It was so strange, even if he couldn't see anything inside it, or any lights telling him about what was going on, he knew the sweat level stored in it. Moving it over, he looked at his inner hand and fingers. They had small mesh openings that connected to the sweat stores in it. Lightly putting his other fingers over the metal, he could feel it, his own flesh hand touching the metal that perceived it. He threw it forward in a punch. It was just as fast, just as precise as he commanded it to be. It was perfect, and that made him livid. The moment he woke up, he thought it was something UA made based off his costume. But then he was told about all the sheets stacked up against him. Over and over he was told he was in the wrong since he's been here. None of them listened when he tried to explain all the sheet Deku was pulling on him, making him look bad. But no, they just sang praises to the liar, calling him sweet and generous for making an arm for him despite being the victim. His cotton sheets felt itchy, his clothes felt way too loose, and the BGMI Quirk suppressor on his left wrist was giving him rashes. Even though he was staying in the nurse's private room, it felt like a prison. The only company he ever got was Hound Dog or his mother. Arg. How the F did he screw me over this much? No doubt the camera got that, another thing that would be brought up. He was going to be in the hero course still, that's the only good part of this whole mess. This was Bakugo though, he could make this work, he was going to be the best hero the world has ever seen. So, how could he beat the shitty nerd at this game? The teachers are against him, his family is against him, who else? Those that Deku hadn't gotten those grubby fingers in to smudge his image. If he needed to get the jump on Deku, to stop his whole chance at being a hero, he needed to get others to see what he saw. He had to get Deku to screw up in front of the whole world. So, that's the plan right now. Mirio informed Izuku back in the headspace. The P-Press.W wants T to see me? Izuku stammered out. That was super stressful, he never thought about that part of hero work. Sure, he wanted to be like All Might, but all those press conferences, the cameras. He didn't want to be seen. He glanced down to his body, the wires, the metal, the tubes. He was gross. He didn't want anyone to see him like this. Command recognized and confirmed. Searching for optimal designs. Design found. Upgrading. The headroom started to shift, making all of them stumble. Nana even for some reason, despite not needing to stay on the ground. All the things that poked and prodded Izuku's body started to move on him, making clear points of entry with ports that connected to every mechanical part. Izuku was holding his breath, trying not to move in case something bad would happen if he did. "Hey kid, what did you do?" Nothing. Bullshit, I felt one for all surge briefly from you. Mirio pointed to what was behind Izuku. I think that might be involved. Huh. Izuku tried to look but he could barely see behind himself. Kid, hold still, try not to flinch. Flinch from what, Triple? It was cold, some kind of sleek substance was pressed on his back. It started to shift and make its way all over him, even under his pants. Midoriya, whatever's happening, I'm sure your quirk isn't going to hurt you. Mirio tried to calm him down. Some dark green material was covering his skin. If Mirio knew any better, he'd say it was top-quality hero costume fabric that was thicker than what was standard issue. 2 white plates came above and locked onto Izuku's shoulders, helping to keep the boy still. Black lines stretched across his abdomen and connected to his back. Once it was finished, a few light green lines appeared and flowed around the boy. They waited for a few seconds for something else to happen. When it ended, Izuku finally breathed once again. "So, you gave yourself a super suit?" Mirio asked, walking around the boy. "Looks like it. I guess it is pretty convenient to pull one out of nowhere whenever you needed it." "I wished I could do that. Would be pretty handy." Mirio chuckled, thinking about how long it took to be comfortable enough to use his quirk while naked. But how did this happen?" Izuku asked, looking at his new clothes. "You obviously wanted it, otherwise it wouldn't have happened." Izuku just gave her a confused look. "But how?" "Ugh, what's a different way to explain this?" Nana rubbed her ghostly fingers against her forehead. "Alright, simple thing, one for all, and whatever this is responds to strong desires, really strong desires. Not just, I want a smoothie, kind of craving. It has to be pure and honest thoughts straight from the soul. Example, you wanted to help Bakugo for some odd reason, and the power responded. You wanted to protect Uraraka, you're now on active duty. Seeing the picture? Izuku dipped his head, thinking. That made sense, but he didn't want to be trapped in here. But was there something else that he really wanted? How could he make the quirk, or quirks, whatever this was, obey him? How do you know all this? Nana smirked. I've been using one for all for years, kid. I know how to use this quirk, but the other part is just because I don't have anything else to feel out or use. They compare a quirk to a limb, you just got yours and have to figure out how to use it. Me, I don't have a body, this is the only limb I can use. Sorry, Nana raised her hand, cutting him off. Don't apologize for me dying. I'm lucky that I have a chance to help still. Mirio smiled but grew concerned. Izuku had a great heart, but the fact that he may not have a desire to help himself much was worrying. He'd have to talk to Nana about his mental health another time when Izuku was asleep. Maybe get tips from Hound Dog and Principal Nizu. His stomach growled. Ah geez, I forgot to eat dinner. Nana grew wide-eyed. Wait, have you been hungry at all, Midoriya? You haven't eaten or drank anything in almost a week. He just blinked, then smacked his lips, testing his own hunger and thirst. No, I don't feel hungry or thirsty. Maybe the tubes are feeding him? Mirio hypothesized. With what? It's not like you saw any kind of food storage or nutrients for it to use. Izuku looked at the cables again. There was one leading to his stomach, all his limbs, his brain, and other things in his body. He didn't like thinking about them, or trying to feel everything that they were doing, but it had to be good. Or he now couldn't live without it. Fun with the press. How will Ochaco handle it? And what will the first day of class be like? Art is always appreciated and loved. Check out an art piece that a reader did recently of Mecha Deku. DeviantArt, Ceramus01. They made a lot of pieces for this story, so check them out. If there are any grammar errors or weird sentences, let me know and I'll fix them up. TV Tropes page, https tvtropes.org pmwiki.php fanfic My Iron Giant. My Iron Giant. Exposure. Flashing lights kept making Ochaco squint to keep her eyes intact. Looking over to the principal sitting on her right, she wondered how on earth he managed to keep his eyes open the whole time. To her left was Snipe, 13, and her parents, thank goodness. They all sat on a small makeshift stage next to the school, bathed in the morning sun. An army of the press sat in the folding chairs along the grass that numbered a few hundred. Some curious students that moved and were wandering around in the distance, watching with curiosity, and other teachers surrounded the immediate area to make sure nothing happened. Well, nothing illegal really. Midoriya in his metal glory stood right behind the stage and was hovering his eyes over the crowd. This must have been the first time he was exposed to so many people around Ochaco, and was probably doing something sciencey or techie to double-check everyone wasn't a threat to her. She fiddled with the nice skirt she wore, a gift from 13 who aided Ochaco in getting ready to face the press. Her parents were wearing probably the only good-looking clothes they owned. She never even remembered a time where her dad wore a tie. After waiting what felt like an eternity filled with stage fright, Principal Nizu got up from his chair and approached the podium. A small ladder was built into it, allowing his small body to climb up and address the crowd. She would be giggling at the sight if she got over the fact that she would be speaking after him. Everything was silent besides the occasional click of a camera as Nizu spoke to them all. Hello everyone, I am Principal Nizu of UA High. In recent events, it has come to our attention that a particular individual has gotten the attention of the public eye. While we normally wouldn't dare to expose an individual's private affairs, he paused, allowing the press to feel his minuscule wrath for their disrespect. Some shifted uncomfortably while others steeled themselves for the story. It is our decision to quickly answer any questions in an effort to not only allow our students to swiftly return to their own lives but to stop any negative rumors that would build from silence. Unfortunately, the person in question is unable to speak to you today. A few brave souls stood up and tried to find fault in his statement before he could finish. We can clearly see that the boy is here. Are you keeping him silent in order to hide further intents with him? Is he being held here against his will? Why do you insist he remain silent? Nizu waited until there was silence again before speaking. There are many mysteries pertaining to Izuku Midoriya, but we assure you that if he was able to speak he would be asked to talk to you now. Instead, we have asked someone closest to him to help you understand his situation. I present Ochaco Uraraka, first-year student of the Heroics course. The press roared for answers, why a student was speaking, who she was, and many others asking about their relationship and what UA was planning. Nizu ignored them all and climbed down his little ladder and walked back to his seat. Ochaco took in a deep breath and tried not to crush the flashcards in her hands. Rising stiffly, she walked to the podium and focused on the single task of not tripping as she walked. Success. She made it. Oh boy, that was a lot of people. Being the center of attention made it so much worse. The felt thick, and the eyes of everyone felt like she was a cornered animal. She wondered if Nizu felt the same, or if he even felt like an animal or a human more. What was everyone being quiet for? Oh right, she was at the microphone. The cards in her hand were shaking along with her own. Nervously, she tried to bring them up without too many noticing. They danced in the air and fell to the ground like leaves. She had gripped them too hard, and as a result they launched away from her. This was it, this was the worst-case scenario. And she was alone to fight against hundreds of eyes, millions more watching behind those cameras. PSD. She looked back, her parents were smiling so kindly at her, giving her a thumbs up. That's right, she wasn't alone, and glancing back to the glowing eyes of Midoriya, she remembered she wasn't doing this for herself, she was doing it for him. Somehow that made it feel a little easier. Taking one last calming breath taught to her by Snipe, she faced the army in front of her with new resolve. Hi. It wasn't her best, but it would do. My name is Ochaco Uraraka. I came to UA to take the entrance exam about a week ago and met Izuku Midoriya. He was shy and didn't speak much, but he seemed nice. Later, when the entrance exam was almost over, I got stuck and needed help. That's when I met him a second time that day. He changed before my eyes and became what you see today. Using his new body he saved me, but that's where things got complicated. Miss Uraraka, what do you mean complicated? Are UA tests too dangerous to be involved in? Has Midoriya hurt you or anyone in any way? Before she could think of a response to any question, another one shot out at her. Each one either building off another or completely different, and sparked 1,000 more from the crowd. Wait, please hold on dash. Bang. Snipe had shot a blank round towards the air, silencing the crowd instantly. With a small twirl, he holstered the revolver and walked up to the microphone. You'd get answers if y'all would stay quiet and listen to the missy, he said harshly, earning a small thank you from Ochaco. Snipe then went back to his seat and motioned for Uraraka to continue. With a nod back to the hero, she continued. She explained a nice summary of the case of Midoriya, making sure to get bigger questions out of the way before they could try to ask them. How he currently responds, why he can't go outside UA, why he hasn't changed back, and how they've been able to contact him during her sleeping. Whenever she talked of Midoriya, it felt easier, all of the focus being put away from her and on the spectacle before them. But when she had to talk about her own involvement, she stuttered a few times. Every time it happened, she felt her face heat up from embarrassment, causing more stuttering. It was a cycle of torment until finally someone dared to speak up. Miss Uraraka, is this the main reason behind why UA has rapidly built a dormitory system to house students? She was warned against answering any questions from the press and to focus on saying what she needed and cueing All Might to bound in. But there was another piece of advice that if there were a few that she felt she could answer with a nice yes or no, then that would help put the press at ease. Showing UA didn't just hand her a script to say to them. Another thought came across her mind. She wasn't sure if it was a good idea or not, but maybe she could make good out of this. Her parents had been working hard to get the dorms done for the school, but once that was over, then what? Their small company wasn't super well known, and she could fix that right here. I know they talked about maybe doing dorms in the future, but yeah, they hired my parents to build the dorm buildings. After all, they're the best around. She saw some of them scribble down notes while others turned cameras to her parents and took some pictures. Did she do good? Did she screw up? What was supposed to happen in these kinds of situations? Another person gained enough courage seeing one of the questions answered and tried their luck. Have you been asking Midoriya to aid in your parents' workload? If so, did he consent or is he being paid for his labor? That was a good idea. He could easily pick up support beams and heavy air conditioning units given his precision. Maybe she should pitch the idea to her parents. Would it be bad if he didn't get paid? Realizing she didn't respond, Ochaco cobbled together a quick answer. No, we haven't asked him to help out like that. Answering too many questions got the crowd riled again, much to her displeasure. Then what do you have him do? How easily could he revolutionize the support industry? Is he capable of accessing our home computers from the school? What are your plans with utilizing his unique quirk? Will he be asked to participate in the military? She looked back to Nizu, who gave her a small nod. Ochaco had finished her part in this. Now it was time to bring in the big guns. Tapping the podium 3 times, she got the attention she wanted, hated as silence fell back over the press. Ochaco recalled the words she was told previously to hand over the vultures and spoke. Before going further, UA wants to make another announcement. They will be getting a new teacher this year that will be over the heroics course. I am Dash. The booming voice came from above, a large figure descending from behind the giant's head. The crowd started going nuts recognizing the voice. Here! All Might announced, landing heroically next to Ochaco dressed in his hero costume. Holy crap! All Might, are you taking up a teaching position in response to the largest gigantification quirk recorded? Will you personally be overseeing Midoriya and Uraraka's progress? What's your deodorant brand? Ochaco moved away from the podium, letting the number 1 hero receive all of the attention. It was ridiculous how loud all of the reporters became. But it made sense with All Might showing up. Taking her seat, she witnessed All Might expertly handle the mass amounts of questions and divert their attention to himself instead of her and Midoriya. Principal Nizu tapped her leg, earning her attention. He then spoke in a simple whisper for only her to hear. Good job out there, but please stick to the flashcards next time. Her eyes nearly popped out her skull. Next time? Got any sevens? Go fish. Son of a brachiosaurus. I swear you're lying to me. Tokage cursed as she drew another card to her large collection in hand. She was huddled in a circle with manga, Tenya, and Kendo around the table in the living room. The TV was on as the news continued to circulate, the news about All Might teaching at UA. Tenya glanced back to the door. It was getting later and Uraraka still had not shown up yet. The press had ended a while ago. What was taking her so long? Oi, Ida? You have any twos? Manga asked, grabbing his attention. He snapped back to his cards, realizing he wasn't paying attention to the game again. Sorry, I do not have any. Go fish. Arg. Manga voiced as he picked a card up, only to slap it down along with the rest of his cards. And that's game. Wait, you can't pair once you've drawn. Setsuna heatedly sat up, noticing the move. Well, what else could I have done? No one else would have had them. Manga asked back. Kendo hummed. True, it wouldn't really matter. There, I win. Manga folded his arms in triumph. Setsuna slapped one of her hands on the table, accidentally removing it from her arm. She then waved the stump in Manga's face. Hold on, we keep playing until we got all of the pairs taken care of, then count them up to see who has the most points. If we were playing like that, I would have used a different strategy. Don't you know how to play Go Fish? Do you? Hey, quiet down, I'm trying to watch All Might's interview. Tetsutetsu said from the couch. Haven't you already watched that at least 3 times already? Shiozaki asked next to him. Yeah, but he's such a manly guy. And he's going to be our teacher. We got to be ready for our first day tomorrow. Tetsutetsu said, getting super pumped, throwing an arm in the air. As many others were getting more and more noisy, Kendo noticed how Ida's gaze lingered on the door. Nudging him, she tried to talk about it. You okay? Snapping out of his stupor, he resumed his normal behavior and swung his arm with his words. I am perfectly well. Was there anything in my behavior that suggested otherwise? Well, you keep looking at the door, almost ignoring everyone here. You haven't even reacted to Tokage using her quirk to swipe your cards every now and then. She what? Said girl shot out her foot and kicked Kendo in the back of the head. You said you weren't going to tell him. I said I didn't want to get involved. There's a difference. Boom. Oh, they're coming back. Manga noted aloud. The distant booms grew louder and louder until they halted near the outside window. Everyone glanced to see the giant pair of metal feet outside the dorms. A moment later, the front door opened, revealing a very tired Uraraka dragging her feet. Hey everyone. She weakly called out to the others. Uraraka. I hope your endeavors proved successful. Ida called out, getting up to talk to her. She smiled at his approach and plopped herself down on the kitchen stool. Hi Ida, yeah, it went well. But I had to talk to the principal and my parents about being a representative for the UA students to the social world. It was long. The blue-haired boy smiled as he opened the fridge. He liked it when she was near. Tensei was right about her. Ochaco was a wonderful person. Despite barely starting high school, she was asked to do so much with such a large burden. He glanced at the presence of the giant, the largest burden one could ever have. Grabbing a tub of leftovers, he brought them before the girl. I cooked this earlier when you were gone. If you want something else, I'd be happy to help. Thanks, this is fine though. I don't know what I'd do without you, Ida. She remarked, already digging into her meal. Ochaco hummed with content at the flavor despite it not being heated up. Of course, it's my pleasure. Hey Ida. Tokage called out. I thought the school warned us about hitting on Uraraka? She then pointed her thumb to the giant outside. Ida gasped at the thought, hitting Uraraka? I would never seek to harm a dear friend of mine. That's not what Ugh. Never mind, there's no point if she's asleep. What? He turned to see Ochaco laying on the counter with little bits of rice around her mouth. Tokage sent 2 arms to grab Ochaco and lift her gently. I'll get her to her room, Romeo. Tetsutetsu sighed and got off the couch. I'll go let Mirio know he can go speak to Midoriya. Ida thought about following the girls, but dismissed the idea about entering a girl's room without permission. It's one of the top things that his brother taught him after all. But those comments that Tokage made, he clearly was missing something from them. He'd have to call his brother to figure it out. During the night, in the dark hours before anyone would awaken, the giant sat motionless in the dark with his eyes closed. Ochaco was asleep, the window to her roof allowing the moonlight to highlight her frame. Proximity alarm activated. Beginning wake-up sequence. Midoriya's eyes opened their metal panels, letting the soft glow illuminate what was ahead of him. Turning his head, he looked to the direction of Ochaco. A small figure was present on the roof next to her room. Eep! Komori jumped when she was spotted. She was wearing a large jacket with the hoodie over her head. In her arms was various pots with plants inside of them, specifically mushrooms. Komori internally hoped she wasn't doing anything wrong being up here this late. The moon was just perfect for her little shrooms right now and she wanted them to soak it up. But the giant did nothing, just observed her as she was the only other person awake. It was scary, being the center of attention of the giant. He rarely looked at anything other than Uraraka. And here he was watching her, but staying absolutely still. Pardon me. She apologized. She probably disturbed his sleeping, stupid Komori. But he didn't say anything, or even looked offended, just watched her. Did you mind if I put my mushrooms up here? Komori asked, holding them up to let him see. The giant glanced down to see them, the eyes enveloping the plants in green light that did nothing to disturb them. He then looked back to the girl, doing nothing to stop her. It may have been stupid of her to ask, knowing he can't respond. But then he blinked. Wasn't that whenever he said yes to Uraraka? Thank you. Komori went off to the little rooftop garden that she and Shiozaki had been working on. There was still plenty of space for others to use for different things, the garden only taking up a fifth of total space. While Shiozaki had planned many different flowers for the space and a few vegetables, there was a separate section just for her shrooms. Carefully she brought each one out and placed them in their designated pits. If she was alone, she hummed to herself, but Midoriya was there watching her still. Why was he watching her still? He only did that for Uraraka, or those movies she saw them watching. Maybe he also liked mushrooms? Looking back up, sure enough, Midoriya watched her plant them, his eyes no brighter than the full moon itself. They were pleasant to look at. Do you like them? She asked, not expecting an answer. Komori didn't know if it was humoring him or herself, but she decided to share her strange hobby with someone else for once. It's not like Midoriya was capable of making fun of her like everyone else. Oh no, what if he could? No, the only things he showed to dislike was unnecessary violence. Grabbing the next pot, she brought it up to show him. This is Entoloma hochsteteri. You can't find it in Japan, but I can make it with my quirk. Because it's so rare, it isn't known for being poisonous or anything like that, its only known quality is being sky blue. Midoriya simply looked at it, then back at her. Did he like it? Do you want to see more? Komori felt her nervousness go away. He didn't judge her like the others, or make fun of her, he listened. Feeling happy to share her passion with someone for a change, she got excited and grabbed another one. This is Trameet's versicolor, or turkey's tail. It's the only one of its kind to be named after a part of a bird instead of a whole. I don't think of birds though when I see it, because the first time I found this was when my class had a field trip with a little store that had cool rocks in it. So, whenever I see a picture of a geode, I think of this one. She finished with a smile. How long had it been since she could be so open with someone? Everyone was usually so brave and passionate that it became overwhelming super fast. Now though, someone was sitting with her to let her be passionate herself. So, for the next 30 minutes she showed off every mushroom she had to him, telling Midoriya stories about each one, whether from a textbook or personal. Over half an hour passed before Komori started to feel tired again. Normally she would feel worried about leaving her mushrooms without protection, but Midoriya was here. The silent protector of UA, or Uraraka really, but he'd protect what was important to her. He likes mushrooms. Now she just has to get some sleep for tomorrow. As if he heard her thoughts, Midoriya tilted his head to the side in a confused manner. Sorry, I'm super nervous about tomorrow. It's going to be our first day of school after all. Sometimes I wonder, will I be good enough? Hardly anyone seems to like my quirk, and my parents tried to steer me towards trying to have a career with mushrooms. Komori held her arm, stroking it up and down to try and give herself a degree of self-comfort. I want to help people, but everyone else seems like they belong here, like they were made to do it. I don't even know how I managed to get in. Komori met Midoriya's eyes. How could she be like him? He seemed like he would be a great hero, one of the best once he manages to get his quirk under control. She wished she was like him. Wait, didn't Uraraka say that Midoriya discovered his quirk in the exam? Does that mean he thought he was quirkless all this time? How could she compare herself to him? He had nothing but gave everything. He only found out he could do this because he went there. You tried, that's how you did it. You didn't know what you could do until you did your best. She smiled, looking up at Midoriya, a new friend. The moon behind him was higher than she remembered. A yawn managed to escape her mouth as she was reminded of the fact that it was really late. Thanks for listening, I'll see you tomorrow night, okay? She waved to him, before stopping to see an open spot in her shroom pit. Looking back to the specific color of his eyes, she used her quirk to make a new mushroom for him. With a wave of her hand, a green luminescent shroom sprouted to life. Here, it's called Messina chlorophyos. Your eyes reminded me of it, so here you go. Good night. Komori went through the door to the roof, letting Midoriya sit there and examine the new mushroom. Unbeknownst to her, it was the first gift he had received from a friend in a very, very long time. With everyone asleep, and with Ochaco safe and sound, Midoriya closed his eyes and returned to his slumber. A big day was awaiting everyone, the first day of hero school. Lately I haven't felt super invested, so I don't know how good this chapter is compared to the rest. I've still got plenty of ideas on how everything will turn out for the main story, but I feel like I need more ideas about interactions between some of the students. But I know Komori's little talk with Midoriya isn't big. It was one that was on my mind for a while, so I decided to write it in. My iron giant. Tiny happy people. Ochaco stood tall on Midoriya's shoulder, wearing her bright hero costume that was similar to an astronaut suit. The robotic boy holding a captured villain in one hand and gently lifting a group of civilians in the other palm. A crowd of people below were cheering, some cameras flashing, and her parents down below looking at their daughter with pride. She smiled confidently, raising a fist to sky. It stood in contrast with the stars. This was it. This was what she was chasing, what she was after. Her goal of becoming a hero combined with letting Midoriya have his dream as well. An alarm awoke her from that dream, making her growl in anger and slapping it away. She pulled the covers back over herself to try and escape back to her mind's wonderland. She was awake, so he's awake. What woke them up? But the sound did. It was a familiar sound. It happened every time they woke up. Wait, she slapped the noisemaker. Was it going to harm her? He would protect her. No, it wouldn't hurt her. Otherwise he would have destroyed it by now. The noisemaker means it's time to wake up. Maybe she needs help waking up? But he didn't want to be rude. Maybe she had a reason for stopping the noise. He should check on her, make sure she was okay. Scanning subject, Ochaco Uraraka for fault. No faults detected. She seemed fine. Nothing was hurt or wrong, but why did she not wake up like normal? He should see if there's anything he can do to help. Tap tap. Tap tap tap. Ochaco groaned again, putting a pillow over her ears to ignore the noise. Probably some stupid bird doing stupid things. Tape tip tape tip tape tip tape tip tape tip tip. The rapid clinking on the glass annoyed her so fast she never knew she could get this angry. She threw her pillow up at her glass roof, hoping it would silence it. Luckily for her it worked. Unlucky for her, the pillow fell down and hit her face. Ooh, she wordlessly complained. With her fingers she dragged the pillow off her face and opened one of her eyes. Peering through the window was Midoriya's eyes, much closer than she ever saw them to her room. One of his large metal fingers was hovering over the roof. Was he responsible for all that noise? Why did you have to keep me from my slumber? She yawned out the words. Lazily she stretched her arm to grab her phone to report the unusual behavior before she forgot to. When she clicked the lock button, a notification was front and center on it. First day of hero school. Laughing face. Crap. She kicked the sheets off with a sudden rush of shock. Ochaco had almost slept in on the first day. Luckily, she only spent a few minutes lazing about, but the fact that it happened made her feel guilty. Midoriya, for some unknown reason despite not really knowing what's happening in the real world when she's awake, still knew how to help her. He was her hero for the day. Grabbing her clothes and toiletries, she went to the washroom. Right before closing the door, she looked back to Midoriya. "Remember, no looking when I'm naked." He obeyed by using the metal panels that helped express emotion to completely close his eyes. Yet he was still facing her direction. And no using X-ray vision. She finished and closed the door, unknowing of the chuckling ghost inside the head using thermal vision anyways. Later she descended down the stairs, forgetting the elevator in favor of the little exercise to wake her up. As she arrived in the common area, plenty of other students that had moved in were eating or already prepped. Morning sleepyhead. Setsuna waved from her spot eating a good portion of eggs. "Wait, did you put me in my room last night?" Ochaco asked. "Guilty." Setsuna smirked, taking another bite of her meal. Ida, noticing the girl's presence, marched over swiftly dressed in his UA attire. "Uraraka. It's important for students of UA to wake up early enough to prepare a full breakfast to dash." Manga patted Ida's shoulder as he passed by. "Dude, I think she gets it." "Yeah, but I'll keep what you say in mind, Ida. I'm just lucky that Midoriya helped wake me up," Ochaco said, making her way to the fridge. She noticed the leftovers that Ida had made the night before and decided that would be good. One very fake and exaggerated laugh bounced around the room. "It seems you can hardly do anything on your own without a personal SLV. Minoma fell into his meal ungraciously, courtesy of Kendo. "I'll make sure he gets to class," she said, dragging the boy off his food so he can breathe. "Well, that happened. You think this is going to be a common thing?" Tetsu asked, double-checking his hair in the window. "I pray not." Shiozaki's worry in sync with everyone else's. Stump. Mirio and his classmates watched the giant move across the campus following a small group of first years. He smiled when he saw Ochaco flourishing in the group, already making more friends. Vlad was her teacher, so while things were still interesting due to circumstance, he was hoping it would be a little spicier if they were in Eraserhead's class. "Whatcha looking at?" "Oh, is that the little beans?" Hato asked excitedly. "Beans?" A different girl asked, white skin with no texture and two metal cyan pigtails aimed behind her. "Yeah. Little beans ready to grow big and fast. Like that one fairy tale." Hato nodded, confirming the other girl's question. "Oh yeah. Jack and the Beanstalk. It's been forever since I heard that story." Mirio added in. Jenny looked over to Mirio in slight surprise. "I didn't think it was popular enough to make it over to Japan." All Might kind of solidified our interest in American culture, he said back, looking again to the first years. The three of them, and Tamaki, who remained the shy boy he is, watched as some of the other students stopped to take selfies in front of Midoriya as he marched on. He briefly recalled Midoriya's body, all the scars that covered his skin behind all the wires. It was infuriating that somehow that explosive kid was able to get away with it, but if he received lawful punishment it would be worse for Midoriya. While Ochaco knew that Bakugo was Midoriya's bully, he didn't think she was informed on how bad it was. He was glad that Midoriya had her, others would have taken advantage of the giant robots so easily. He shivered thinking about what would have happened if she ordered him to Nuka City. Could he even do that? If he was ordered to do something that the boy didn't like, would he do it? "Hey Mirio?" Jenny asked. He shook his head to rid the horrible ideas out of his mind. "Yeah, Jenny." She had the look. "Oh no, not the look. You're not asking him out on a date," he said before she could ask. Jenny smacked his arm. "I was going to ask if I could just meet him." "Jenny, we know that's a lie. Just about every guy that has said hi to you, you've tried dating them," Mirio said with slight humor in his voice. "But we both have robot quirks. It would work out great," she justified. Hato joined in cutting her off before she could build an argument. "Didn't you try dating Salazar and Tennyson? They both have techie quirks." She finished, putting a finger on her cheek, recalling the facts. Jenny gave up, sighing and letting her arms dangle to the sides. My love life is a wreck. Hope you had insurance for it. Tamaki quietly said, stunning the rest of them. Mirio gave his friend a proud look while Jenny felt targeted for the Big Three's humor. Tamaki, holy crap, you're ruthless. Hato finally said, earning a loud laugh from Mirio. Vlad King slapped his clipboard against his hand. In front of him sat all 19 of his students, the last one standing outside next to the window. Midoriya was sitting next to the school building so he could watch what was happening at eye level. Wasn't necessary, but it felt like the boy was participating best he can. Even if he was watching Ochaco solely. Right, welcome everyone to Class 1B of the Heroics course. I'm Vlad King, but just call me Vlad, or teacher, or a combination of the two. Today is just meant to serve as a way to know what to expect for the year, so there aren't any formal classes. First thing first, we'll be going to the introduction ceremony where our principal will have a couple things to say. One of the students raised their hand immediately. He wasn't even done explaining things. Maybe he's just nervous or has a good question. Pointing at the raised hand, a boy wearing a headband spoke. Will All Might be there? Murmurs quickly rose up. Gosh, kids these days sure are focused on All Might. Maybe, but from what I understand it will only be Principal Nizu speaking. One of the kids scoffed, smiling at Uraraka. Monoma, if his memory served right. I'm surprised. I thought you were supposed to be the new face of the students? Well, maybe I expected too much. After all, you handled the press worse than Dash. Enough. Vlad King cut the boy off. Ego higher than a mountain, and pride weaker than a cracker, he's going to be a piece of work. It was easy to see that Uraraka was more confused than angry. Plenty of others around her though looked set on her behalf. That Ida boy looked ready to explode. He glanced over to Midoriya, who showed no signs of reaction. The last thing he needed was for another student to get lasered by him. Vlad resumed now that there were no other students wishing to interrupt. We will be there for at most an hour, right after. Come here and pick up a gym uniform. We'll do a quick assessment of where you're at physically and change back. Once that's done, pick up a syllabus with your schedules and read over it. That's about it, so let's get going. Understood? Yes, sensei. They said in unison. Ochaco sat with her class in the rows of seats in the auditorium. A spotlight was beaming to the center of the stage with someone talking above the podium. Principal Nizu's frame looking like an animated stuffed animal from how far he was speaking to the whole school. Well, most the school. For some reason Class 1A was missing and an occasional whisper about it was heard. She fought back a yawn again. It wasn't that long ago she ate breakfast and now sitting in a dark warm room was getting to her. Midoriya was standing outside, probably watching her through the walls. She didn't want to risk falling asleep just in case that made him want to barge in and tap the living daylights out of her. Ida sat to her right, his larger frame producing more subtle body heat. She tried not to instinctively lean on him and soak it up as she drifted off and pissed. She was awake. Definitely not sleeping. On her left was a girl she didn't recognize, American-looking but with a noticeable snout and large horns sprouting from her blonde hair. You robot friend, yes? Excuse me? Ochaco asked. The girl didn't seem offended at all at Ochaco's inability to understand her. She then explained herself. I know small Japanese. Me come from America weeks ago to learn heroes. Ida shushed them loudly, and with a little more spit than he probably intended. We'll talk later, nice to meet you though. Ochaco said, bracing herself in case Ida was to shush her again. Listening back to the rat bear mouse, he talked about the same things one would expect from him. Standards of behavior, expectations for events, don't try anything funny unless you want to be stomped into the ground. Okay, that last one was spoken with too much sincerity. And now I'd like to ask Ochaco Uraraka to come up and say some words. Well, at least she didn't feel tired anymore. You sure you're healthy enough to participate? Kendo asked as she began a few stretches. The class was dressed in their gym uniforms outside and awaiting Vlad King to arrive. Ochaco, though, was already looking a little green despite not doing anything physically demanding. Yeah, I just get really nervous when put on the scene like that. Ochaco said, now standing up a little straighter. Looking around, she saw the approach of that girl she met earlier. Hi. I Pony Tsunatori. Nice greet you. Please call I Pony, the blonde waved. Ochaco giggled and put a hand on her chest. I'm Ochaco Uraraka. Nice to meet you, Pony. Pony nodded her head with excitement, then pointed to Midoriya. Robot friend, yes? Kendo looked between the two. You mean Midoriya? Yes. Ochaco hummed, separating what she knew versus what she could tell. Yeah, well, we barely met, but now he hangs around me and does what I ask. Watch, hey Midoriya. The giant focused his eyes a little more on Ochaco, everyone now watching to see what will happen. Ochaco then spread her arms to her side. Pick me up, please. Midoriya then lowered himself to crouch in front of the girl, ever so careful he picked the girl up by the back of her shirt like a dog. Ochaco was embarrassed about her stomach suddenly being shown off and squirmed around to try and fix it. Midoriya, seeing her distraught, changed tactics and placed her in her other palm. He remained crouched so Ochaco could look over his fingers and talk to those below. See? Wow. He Optimus Prime. Pony said, clapping. Manga snapped his head at the reference and darted over to join the conversation. I see you're a woman of culture. I American. Pony smiled sweetly. Manga was silent for a little bit, his facial expressions non-existent so none could see what he was thinking. Randomly he placed a hand on her shoulder. I see you're a woman of true culture, unlike someone. Hey, you talking shit about me? Setsuna yelled. Language. Ida and Shizaki both chastised. Shit. Pony looked to Manga for an answer. Before anyone could explain, Shizaki ran up and covered the innocent girl's ears. No one shall corrupt this clean soul in sin. Setsuna grinned sinisterly. Is that a challenge? All right, everyone, look alive. Vault King's voice cut through the commotion, commanding attention. He walked up with a small tablet and a bag of miscellaneous equipment. Setting it down, he grabbed a ball from it. I'm sure all of you have done physical assessments in junior high, but here it's going to be different. Itsuka Kendo. Yes. The girl stood straight and took a couple of steps forward. What's your record for the ball toss? 82 meters, sir. Not bad, but did you get to use your quirk? No, sir. He tossed the ball over to her, then pointed to a white circle in the dirt. Try it, just be sure to stay in the circle. Kendo nodded, stepping up to the task. Everyone watched as Kendo wound up her entire body, bringing one leg high into the air with one arm stretched far back. Swinging her leg down, she used the momentum to swing her entire body to throw the arm. Mid-swing, her hand enlarged 20 times the original size and let the ball soar through the field. Here at UA we encourage creative use of quirks on campus that allow us to grow much farther than any normal school. Vlad said, holding up his tablet. On screen it showed 370 meters. To push your limits you must first know them, then we can truly find out when we go plus ultra. The teacher finished. Up first was the 50-meter dash. Ochaco, for better or worse, was paired with Ida. He gave her a small smile. Good luck to you. She smiled back at his compassion. You too. Ready, set, go. Ida burst forth with a massive gust of speed, literally leaving Ochaco in his dust. Even if she made her clothes weightless, and the additional training from Snipe, she couldn't compare her speed to the blue-haired boys. 6.2 seconds. Better than her middle school score though, at least she's getting better. Uraraka. Vlad interrupted her internal victory. Yes. She snapped her legs together, maybe a little more than needed, but the message was clear, she was listening. Snipe really put her mind into a military view when it came to simple orders. Could you ask Midoriya to participate in this? Yes, sensei. Ochaco said with equal enthusiasm, but quickly turned to curiosity. She never asked him to do anything like that before. Well, his own foot was larger than a bus, so he could easily do the test. Midoriya, when that machine says go, I need you to go from here. She pointed just behind the starting line. To here. She ended, pointing at the finish line. The giant blinked and moved to his position. Others that were decently close scrambled to get out of the way of the giant, everyone watching from far away enough to be comfortable. Midoriya crouched down, tucking his fist near his chest and lowering his frame with one leg far behind him. Internally, machinery started to hum as his eyes narrowed on his objective. Ready! The hum turned into high-pitched whining as it grew louder and louder. Set! The back foot started to send out waves of heat as a port opened. A glow being noticed by all from it. Go dash! Go! The giant blasted forth with the force of a meteor shooting across the field. A clear sonic boom knocked several students on their feet as the windows shook from the wind. The foot had sent a large flume of condensed flames that propelled him faster, with his other leg pushing him forward. Right after pulling the maneuver, he cut the power to his move and dug his heel into the earth to stop his momentum. His body slid a good 70 feet before coming to a stop. With his task completed, he resumed his previous functions and walked gently to stand next to the students. The internal noises winding down until they couldn't hear them anymore. For the next 3 minutes, as everyone regained the ability to hear, Vlad inspected the grounds. Thank Nizu he was smart enough to make this building as durable as it is. The field, on the other hand, was a mess. The robot that was supposed to monitor Midoriya's speed was blown apart before he even got to it. Dang, maybe he can get an estimate of how fast he was moving from the security cameras. Luckily, the track itself was left unharmed since Midoriya practically flew over the thing. He had a few more students he needed to test. He told Ida to grab a replacement robot for the dash and called up the next students. Yui, Kodai, Juzo, Hananuki, you're up. Both the students got to the starting line, avoiding the molten slag that was left behind by the previous runner. Juzo seemed to take a diver's position, made sense with his quirk. Yui, though, grew herself to be about 50 feet tall. He didn't see her do that at the entrance exam, just shrink the robots. Ready, set, go. Both took off to race for the line. Yui bounding her way easily with no expression on her face, while Juzo popped his head out of the ground occasionally to take a breath of air. As soon as they finished, Ochaco was left staring at the girl. Her quirk, does it just affect herself, or is there more to it? Excuse me? She asked Kodai, who merely turned to Ochaco. Can you use your quirk on things besides yourself? She nodded in reply. Can you shrink stuff? She nodded again. Could you try shrinking Midoriya? We've been trying to get him smaller for a really long time. Kodai shrugged, before looking over to Vlad. The teacher himself was curious as well and nodded. Go ahead, it would be a big help if it works. Kodai nodded again, and walked up to Midoriya, and placed a hand on his foot. For a moment nothing happened, then nothing happened again and again. Kodai stepped back and shook her head to the others. Vlad nodded to the girl. Thanks for trying, it was just a random idea anyways. Ochaco felt much more sorrowful. That was probably the best hope they could have had in recent days. A literal shrinking quirk couldn't help. I wish you could shrink down so we could help you more. She whispered and walked back to the class with heavy shoulders. Hell yeah. That was the closest to flying I've done in decades. Nana cheered inside the headspace. Her smiling face landed back on Izuku, dropping only slightly. While she did her best to keep herself entertained in here, mostly changing up the interior to however she liked. Right now it looked like a movie theater with Izuku in the middle of the audience with cables and all disrupting the aesthetic. Nana had fake popcorn that she munched on. While she was super glad she could help so much, it got lonely, the mutterings and strange words that came from the zombie-like gaze of Izuku reminding her that she wasn't fully alone. But she couldn't talk to him when he was like this. Throwing the bucket of holographic popcorn at the boy's head, it dispersed into sparkles upon contact. Even when she was just part of a quirk, at least she could talk to the other dead people. Wait, could she talk to them now? Using what she could of the quirk and weird robot abilities, she tried to conjure a way to do so. They were there, she felt it, it was a part of her, but she wasn't in absolute command. Looks like only the admin can do that. She turned back to Izuku. No offense, kid, but you don't really know how to use a quirk properly yet. Were the others locked away somewhere? Maybe they could pop up as well and all of them could chill in her chill room. Izuku's room technically, but he wasn't even awake half the time to use it or cared about how it looked. Alert! New particles interfering with main unit. No damage detected. Initiate subatomic scan. Scanning. Particles identified. I wish you could shrink down so we could help you more. Upload particles and render potential designs for adaptation. Simulating, rendering, design compatible for upload. Begin upgrade. Upgrade complete. Nana looked around confused. The room was changing without her input. Everything started to shift, the theater taking on the previous technological appearance. Then, the walls moved closer in, everything was clicking into place and compacting faster than she could keep track of. Wait, we really didn't think the whole shrinking thing soon. Where will I go? What about Izuku? Izuku's body remained still, unchanging as everything became claustrophobic. With a split decision, Nana used her connection to try and stop the madness. Everything stopped, then changed to better fit the smaller space. Izuku was still in the center, but only a 3-foot gap kept him from touching the edges. Well, that happened. Ochaco's mouth hung open with several others as Midoriya's body started to shift and change before everyone. He grew shorter and shorter until stopping at around 50 feet. The massive body now stood in one of the footprints left behind. It wasn't just his size that changed, the very look of Izuku changed as well, matching another mech she barely recognized. The main body was a bright green with red and blue highlights. The center had a large glowing piece that was the same glow he always had in his eyes. The arms bulky, white with blue trims and cannons built on them. The waist was red and black, fitting more components in it. The thighs were the same green and the legs were black. Around the foot besides the heel was red and stopped just above the ankle. His head, while mostly green, had silver over his mouth and red trims looping around his forehead. The eyes were sharper, but still carried the same emotional expression as before. Manga and Pony, though, were vibrating in place as they both shouted, "Leo, pardon." Setsuna looked at Manga and Ochaco with betrayal. "You watched a mech show without me?" Oh, that's where Ochaco recognized it from. Manga coughed into his hand. Technically, it was a superhero show that featured a mech on occasion. From Japanese Spider-Man. Pony added. Setsuna's eyes widened, realizing two things. One, she fell asleep when they started that show, and the second, oh Hadrosaurus, there's two super nerds. I think the term, geek, is more accurate. Manga corrected. We geeks? Pony asked. Manga nodded. Yes, we geeks. Pony raised her hands in joy for being included in something. But we geeks? I don't think she knows what that means. Ida said, worried for the girl. Minoma grinned at the possibilities, though. We should leave her in her ignorance, it's more amusing that way. I'm glad you guys really liked the last chapter. With the positive reviews you sent me for after many days rewriting it, unsure of the quality, you helped give me another boost to keep going. Thanks, I feel like I'm out of the funk now. Design was drawn by Ceramus01 on DeviantArt. The art is titled, Decused version 2, go check it out. He does tons of awesome mech drawings. It's the same one I posted before. Any suggestions, ideas, comments are extremely appreciated. Thanks for the support. My Iron Giant. Sound of silence. So, how did this happen again? All Might asked Ochaco in his deflated form as they stood outside the school building. With them was Snipe, 13, Nizu, and Vlad King. All were examining Izuku's new form. While still large, it was significantly smaller than before. Vlad King answered for Ochaco. One of the students has a quirk that can alter the size of things she touches. She tried using her quirk on Midoriya, but nothing happened. Soon after, he shrunk down to this size. 13 hummed. Does this mean he can alter his size now? Snipe shrugged. Don't know, but I'm wondering why he looks so different now. I think it's from one of the shows we watched. He looks a lot like the mecha from it, just different colors. Ochaco said, trying to be helpful. But why stop there? Nizu asked thought-provokingly. The rest of them seemed confused. Nizu was obviously hinting at something but wasn't telling them everything. All Might decided he needed some answers sooner. We should get young Togata here to question Nana about what she saw, then we can decide on what to do. And while we're waiting for him, Snipe said, turning to Ochaco. She felt the teacher's eyes and gulped about what he was referring to. Come on. It's the first day. Ochaco complained. She wanted to actually get to know more classmates and not spend her hours slaving away at physical exhaustion. You're right, first day of shooting a gun. Snipe smirked under his mask. Ochaco's reluctance switched to immediate joy as she bounced on the ball of her feet. Really? She beamed at the man. All might coughed in his hand. Yes, really? She's only been training hand-to-hand with you for a week and dash. Snipe cut him off with a cold tone. And I'm the one training her, not you. If I say she's ready, she's ready. Both men spent an agonizing time staring down at one another, until finally Snipe walked away with Ochaco following. She looked between the two, uncertain as to why there was such an intense atmosphere between them. Mirio was hoping to be able to spend a nice relaxing day with his peers, until Nizu had called him up about a new development with Midoriya. Sighing, he slipped through his clothes and went straight to where Midoriya would be. He had gotten into the habit of wearing his hero costume under his clothes due to how often he had needed to wear it. When he arrived near the training grounds, he was surprised to see the new look Midoriya had gotten. Off to the side he could see Snipe with a table full of different guns on it, showing them to Ochaco. He gave them both a short wave and they waved back. Returning his attention to Midoriya, the head was where he always was. Maybe they were still there? Hopefully there was enough room to stand inside. Walking into the boy's foot, he repeatedly went intangible to tangible to seemingly fly to the head. When he got there it was much smaller, but still had enough room to walk around in. Nana turned to face him at the teen's arrival. You're early, but then again I shouldn't be shocked. With a wave of her hand, a recliner folded itself from out of the wall. Mirio gave a simple thanks and sat down into it. Oh yeah, always worth the trouble if he got to rest in the best quality seats known to man. Well, not like anyone else could understand. Nana didn't have a body, Midoriya was upright suspended by metal arms, and no one else was able to get inside. In short, a student had a size-altering quirk and asked to try and shrink Midoriya. It didn't work at first, but when she stepped away, that's when you changed. Your guy's Robobot looks like a mech from some olden-day show. Mirio summarized for them, sinking further into heavenly clouds of synthetic cushioning. Nana waved up a small 3D image of the new body. Yeah, don't know why we changed to that. You think it's from those movie nights on the roof that he saw? Mirio shrugged lazily. He wasn't wanting to disturb the perfect position he was in. That's the current guess, but who really knows? Anyways, what's your side of it? Well, we heard Ochaco say she wished we could shrink down, and then all the walls started closing in really fast. I stopped it before our lovely head of green could potentially get squashed. She pointed her thumb in Izuku's direction. It always disturbed Mirio seeing Izuku like this. No emotion, just ignoring everything around him as if he wasn't alive. The only sign he was alive was from his eyes moving to somewhere occasionally. Even when he stood in front of him to block his view of the screen, it did nothing. You don't think it would squish him, do you? Mirio asked, looking to Nana. She had a weird expression he couldn't read. Maybe, maybe not. We shouldn't risk it until we get more information. Until then, let's not try to change his size. Wait, what? Sitting up to actually see her, Nana was not looking at him at all. But this is what we've been trying to work towards. Getting Izuku smaller or finding a way to change him back so he isn't stuck living in UA. I get that, but you weren't here. All the walls shifting, getting less and less room to move, the air suffocating you. She folded her arms, her voice getting more and more quiet. But Mirio noticed something. Wait, is there a limited amount of air in here? Nana shook her head. No, I've checked. Izuku doesn't even need to breathe with the cables in him. We had him hold his breath and I watched his chest. Then how did you know the air was suffocating if neither of you need to breathe? Nana went wide-eyed at that and looked back to Mirio. Nana, are you claustrophobic? She quickly turned her back to him. You should leave. Mirio got up from his chair and tried to approach the ghostly woman. Hey, I'm not judging you if you are. But we need to find a way to help Midoriya to change him dash. I said leave. She swung her arm in a wide arcs of energy started flooding the room, approaching Mirio. The only real warning he got was the hairs on his neck standing up from the static. Making himself intangible besides his feet, he made his first mistake. The lightning buzzed into his feet, making him have to phase out of the robot to escape pain. Falling through the void, he emerged back onto the grass panting, All Might and Nizu next to him. Both became panicked seeing him like this. Young Togata, are you all right? All Might asked, helping the boy up. Why yeah, just a little frazzled is all. He tried remaining cheerful, but neither adults bought it. Tell us everything. Nizu demanded. Mirio somehow felt like he was betraying Nana's trust, but he knew it had to be for the better anyways. So he let them know everything down to the last detail he could recall. It disturbed them just how Nana reacted, and the fact that she could kick Mirio out. I don't get it, this doesn't sound like how she would act at all. She never even had claustrophobia. All Might said. She seemed off from the last time, maybe the shrinking really spooked her. Mirio then tried to reach his arm into the robot, seeing if he could still get inside. When he let his finger become tangible, a quick shock gave him his answer. He wasn't welcome anymore. We may be forgetting that it has been decades since she walked the earth, so it's not too hard to believe she changed. Nizu said before looking back to All Might. How exactly did she die? He asked suddenly. Mirio winced at the sudden question, but he knew better than to argue with someone much smarter if they wanted answers. I hardly think that's an appropriate dash. Your successor is being held hostage by a dead woman. If she is to release him, we need answers. He said again, making All Might question everything about what was happening and what he knew. He nodded his head, regretful of his choice. We found her body, under tons of destroyed buildings. They say the cause of death was her choking on the blood that filled her lungs. All Might clenched his fist, new anger rising remembering the man that did that to her. Nizu nodded slowly. Then, that means the last moments she spent alive were when she was trapped in a tightly enclosed space with no one around. Mirio felt his heart drop, realizing what Nana went through when Midoriya started shrinking. It must have been terrifying to be in a similar circumstance as how you died. Asking her to do that, just let everything around you become harder and harder to move in, he couldn't do that with a clear conscience. But how were they supposed to help Midoriya now? Ochaco was bounding her way back by her toes, exhausted from the training Snipe had in mind for shooting a gun. Apparently that training involved another obstacle course with a super heavy revolver that shot rubber bullets. Not only was the gun hard to aim, it made it harder how she couldn't use her quirk, ran while shooting at moving targets, and had to handle the massive recoil. She felt like it would launch her back if she didn't brace herself, but if she wasn't moving her feet, Snipe shot at her. Now her hands and forearms were stiff and slow to respond from how she exerted them. Because of how tired she was, she just used her quirk on her body, kept 5-pound weights on her ankles, and barely moved her feet to float back to the dorms. If she wasn't so tired, she would bounce around like an astronaut for fun, but she wanted to never move again. At the doors waiting for her was Ida, the good friend. He was standing there with a plate of light food and oranges in one arm. She waved lazily as he held the door open for her. Thank you so much, Ida. I really appreciate it. It's no problem at all. We should all be striving to work as hard as you have to be better heroes. He didn't chop his arm this time, seeing as how one had food and the other was busy holding the door open for Ochaco. As she gently floated in, Setsuna sent a hand over to try and swipe an orange from Ida. Ida tried protecting the food, but the girl fought back with equal energy. This food is not for you. Uraraka has worked hard and needs the nutrients to refuel her body. He kicked an arm that tried sneaking up from behind. Come on. I just want one. You always say that and just keep going for more. Yeah. Because by the time I eat one, I want one more. She laughed with her head spinning in the air, dive bombing for the plate. As Ochaco laughed at her friend's antics, Manga approached with a few other new faces. Hey Uraraka, I told some of the others that stuck around that we watched movies with Midoriya. Is that alright? I was thinking we could try Alita this time. As she scanned the faces, she recalled each one she saw earlier at the quirk assessment. The guy with no lips, a girl with silver hair over half her face, someone with a braided ponytail. She was having a hard time telling if it was a guy or girl, the dude with a headband, and lastly Pony and Kodai. Sure, just let me get showered and changed. I'm still pretty sweaty, she said, earning some cheers from the others. Now wait just a second. Ida said, stomping forth, multiple wiggling limbs shoved in his pockets and under his arms. We shouldn't force Uraraka to spend her valuable time to frequently indulge in watching entertaining films. She's worked very hard and deserves to rest in a comfortable setting. Setsuna Tokaige's head came around and looked at Manga with a confused expression. Dude, she can relax and watch some flicks at the same time. Manga nodded. Yeah, what gives? You have always been welcome to join us. Ochaco opened her mouth to say something but was cut off by Ida. When she watches those films above, it's a duty to serve Midoriya. I hardly imagine watching movies every night is hardly fun after the first two. Manga, if he had a face, would have looked very uncomfortable by his habits being called out. Ochaco put a hand on Ida's shoulder to get him to look at her. It's alright, Ida, I have fun spending time with my friends. But Uraraka, surely there are other things you like to do? She nodded. Yeah, but none of them are as fun alone. Besides, it's always worth it if Midoriya likes it. He doesn't have anything else to do to entertain himself. As she bounced away, the others started to talk about making snacks. Only Setsuna stayed behind to get her arms and legs back. When she was pieced together again, she didn't have her normal smile on. Hey, why are you doing this? Ida became confused. Doing what? Trying to keep Uraraka away from Midoriya? It's not like either of them have a choice, but whenever she wants to spend time with him, you get all but hurt. He chopped the air in defiance. I assure you my rear is dash. Setsuna scowled. That's not what I meant and you know it. Once Ida was quiet, she continued. You don't like her going to the roof instead of staying inside. You don't like it when she tries to figure out new things Midoriya can do. Hell, whenever Midoriya comes up in conversation, you try to get us to focus on something else. Ida became angrier the longer Setsuna went on, tightly clenching his fist. She shouldn't have to revolve her life around him like a servant. So far he's only taken up her time and been an obstacle for her progress. Setsuna slapped him harshly. He's SLV to her. She's doing all this to make up for the fact that Midoriya is unable to do anything unless it's to protect her or do what she says. He can't even say no. It sounds to me like you wished she spent her life revolved around you. I would never ask her to dash. Oh, but you have, every day. No, every meal you either cook for her or cook with her. And when it's not that you're trying to talk her into something else to do with you. Seeing no immediate response from Ida, she stomped off to the elevator. Once she got there, she swiveled around to look at him one last time. In case you've forgotten, Midoriya can't choose who to spend his time with, but she can. Get over yourself if it isn't you all the damn time. The elevator closed, leaving Ida standing alone to think about her words. Crunch. Ida looked over to see some of the students sitting on the couch with a bag of chips looking at him. Minoma was wanting to say something, but he felt it more rewarding to simply watch. Kendo was doing her best to make it look like she never heard them by watching the not turned on TV. Shizaki just shook her head, disappointed at what she saw. Near the hallway, Komori had seen and heard everything. She wasn't too sure how to help, but she knew one thing. Ida didn't like Midoriya for his existence, and that made her mad for her metal friend. Tetsu decided to break the silence. So, anyone want to play Smash? Izuku's eyes blinked as he woke up. He figured that technically he was never asleep, his mind simply occupied another body and could only think about so little while the rest operated the complicated machinery. Now he was confused. The room was much more different, it was smaller, and he couldn't see anyone else with him. Nana? Behind you, kid. He tried to turn around to see her, but could only catch a glimpse of her holographic frame laying down on a couch with a holoscreen in her hand. What happened? She didn't move into his sight, just responded in a bored tone. Some girl used a shrinking quirk on you, made everything smaller except for us. Want to see what your new body looks like? Before he could respond, a model of a robot appeared in front of him. He eyed each piece, examining every detail on the new change. His smile grew wider seeing the height on it. Wow, we're a lot smaller now. We're even smaller than MP Lady's full size. I bet if roads weren't bad we could even walk around the street without crushing anything. This is great. He tried to look back to see Nana's reaction, but she didn't seem to move or care. What did they say outside? Are they going to try and shrink us more? Nah. Nana waved her hand. They're going to wait and see if it's permanent or if there's unintended damage. Izuku looked back to the model. Spending so many hours in here, he started to learn more and more about what the numbers mean. It took lots of effort to change things in the room without accidentally waking up the robot body. He could command different holograms and data to appear though. Doing a quick diagnosis, everything reported 100% functionality. It says we're fine, so no worries about the shrinking hurting us. Will Togata-senpai come around to talk with us? He already did. Oh. Izuku was hoping to see his senior. He was such a fun guy and easily noticed if Izuku was uncomfortable with anything. But he couldn't expect him to always be around. He decided to spend his time analyzing the new barrels located on the arms. Hey Nana? Did you check to see if there were any new weapons or features the robot added when we changed? It looks like Dash. Kid, I like you but not now. That hurt Izuku a lot more than he thought it did. Nana sounded like his mom whenever he tried talking to her whenever she worked 2 all-nighters. Or when he tried asking about his dad. Sorry that I won't be a bother anymore. Izuku remained quiet, doing his best not to make Nana any more frustrated with him. She probably got annoyed with him after so long being stuck with him. No one really liked hanging out with him. He stuttered a lot, got too excited over heroes and quirks, or just remained quiet and let others talk. Nana was just the first one in a long time to let him talk, let him be himself. Even All Might criticized him when he muttered or asked too many questions. He only seemed to be happy around him when he asked questions on how he could do better. Maybe that's why Togata stopped coming. He must have gotten tired of swinging by and playing along with his questions. He didn't want to bother anyone with his voice again. Command recognized and confirmed. Shutting down all audio output. Something changed, something happened. But what? He could feel something in his throat, but it didn't hurt. He looked back to Nana. He really didn't want to bother her, but he still felt like she should know about this. Nana. What? He talked, but he didn't hear anything. He knew he tried saying something. Maybe he was just really quiet. Nana. No, he couldn't hear his voice. Could he even hear? The humming around him didn't stop, and he could hear his breathing. What's happening? Nana? 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 Izuku was beginning to panic. This was bad. What if this is what they were talking about? Oh no, he messed up bad. Izuku's breathing became faster and faster, making Nana actually look over to him. Kid? Everything okay? He moved his head around, moving his lips but still just breathing. It was starting to freak her out. Kid, tell me what's wrong. What's up? He didn't say anything, but he was clearly panicking about something. Nana floated up from her couch and hovered over to be in front of Izuku. Tell me what's wrong. Izuku's lips kept moving, little puffs of air coming from his mouth. But no sound. Izuku, what happened? Can you tell me? He shook his head. You can't tell me or you don't want to? He moved his lips again, but then seemed to panic even more. Nana placed her non-physical hands against his head and tried to get him to calm down. Izuku, I can't hear you but I can read your lips if you talk slowly. Okay. Izuku nodded, somewhat calmed down but still panicking. He tried to talk but much slower this time, letting Nana say what she saw aloud. I can hear everything, but my voice, I don't think I'm mute. Now. Nana began to think, what the hell does that mean? Nothing should have done this. She was making all the possible errors about shrinking up. What changed? Why can't he talk? She looked closer at his face. The thought came across her mind that he could have done this as a joke or for attention when she ignored him. But he looked really scared. The only way to modify any part of him so far is if he was instructed. But Ochaco was asleep, so what gives? She willed a scan over Izuku to see if there was something wrong. Nothing wrong, so why can't he talk? She looked over the report again and again, fueling more scans with her desire. They used desire to command anything in the robot. She didn't want Izuku to shut up. Wait, she did. Oh this is not what she meant. Using all her willpower, she tried to let Izuku speak again, but his voice didn't come back. He just stayed there, lips moving, little huffs of air to make what should have been noise. But nothing. She backed away slightly, horrified about what she might have just done. Izuku, I'm so sorry, I didn't want you to be mute. Nana tried to give him a hug, to apologize, to comfort him, but she was an unfeeling hologram, a ghost of herself. I'm so sorry, Izuku. All Might, Tashinori Yagi, sat on a bench of the dorm rooftop. When he arrived, he knew he couldn't walk in due to doors being closed, so instead he jumped up with some strength to see young Midoriya. The giant's eyes opened once he arrived and watched him, just in case he did anything to prove a threat. All Might just sagged his shoulders. He felt like he was failing as a mentor. True, he had trained Midoriya physically, but all he really did was give him a workout plan and his quirk. He hardly taught the boy anything to help him be a hero, and now that he realized that he had almost no way to help him. When he discovered his mentor was alive and with Midoriya, he was shocked, confused, but mostly happy. She was alive in a weird way, and giving Midoriya company. Things seemed to be going well until they messed up. Now Togata couldn't get in, and they dared not to have young Kodai use her quirk when it's what caused Nana to shut them out from the world. He was All Might, the symbol of peace, the man who saved people with a smile on his face. But he couldn't bring himself to smile now. Nana? Can you hear me in there? He asked aloud, but internally he knew the reports. They only really heard what Uraraka said, but he was often known to ignore reason. I hoped one day we'd get to have young Midoriya turned back, and somehow I could speak to you again, but it hardly seems possible now. He felt his side, where he got his injury battling the man who killed so many, including Nana. I wanted to say to you, for so long, I'm sorry. I failed to live up to your expectations, I failed young Midoriya in helping him inherit One for All, and I failed to save you. His eyes started to water slightly, his voice cracking with each new word. I think about it every day, every time I breathe with half my diaphragm, how I couldn't help you. Now you've done much more from beyond the grave to help young Midoriya than I have while I'm alive. Tashinori looked up into the soft green eyes. I don't know how you do it, but you are probably the only one now that can help young Midoriya. He has a life, a future, and friends in this school who are ready for him when he comes out of his shell. So please help him because I don't know how I can. He casted his eyes back to the earth, trying to not accidentally cough out a lung from his shaky breath. But, interrupting him, he noticed the giant's eyes moved somewhere else. Someone's here. He thought, inflating himself. Quickly he jumped to hide behind Midoriya's head, hopefully to see whoever had broken curfew in the school. Was it an intruder? A daring reporter hoping to get an exclusive photo? Or was it a villain? Staying in his muscled form, he prepared to deal with whatever ill purpose this person had. Hello, Midoriya. I came up with a new mushroom with my quirk to celebrate your progress today. It was a girl, one of Midoriya's classmates. Trying to remember the faces, he recalled it was the girl with the mushroom quirk. At least that's what the file said. What is she doing up here? Look, I managed to give it a shiny surface with little glowing dots on it. I tried to make it shaped like your face, but natural shapes are really hard to modify over texture and color. He watched as the girl went to the garden section of the rooftop and planted the mushroom next to some others. I was really nervous today. Everyone had so many amazing quirks to help them. But I think I did pretty good. You saw me use the super elastic ones to do jumps and dashes, but I need to find ones that can help with lifting or restraining. Was she making friends with Midoriya? At this time of night? Well, nothing seems to be wrong here. It was nice seeing this girl, who never knew Midoriya, spend her time keeping him company. If there's ever a time when they can help Midoriya, he promises to give him the attention the boy deserves and needs. Snurk. He froze. That certainly couldn't have come from young Uraraka in her room, could it? Taking a peek at the source of the noise, there was someone laying on Midoriya's shoulder. The girl stirred in her sleep, surrounded by tools that were tied to her. Then, yes, just another inch deeper. What was this girl dreaming about? Wait, what was she doing up here? Such beautiful metal. Strip you down. So many plans. snur. Taking a risk, he leaned over to see what this girl was trying to do. Next to her head were various power drills, each drill bit destroyed and a sharpened X on the side of Midoriya's head. This girl wasn't trying to take apart Midoriya's body, was she? Either way, he needs to bring this girl down before she accidentally rolls off the giant in her sleep.